This is a regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Before we get into our agenda this evening, I would like the Secretary to read into the record a memo which the Commission received from First Selectman Peter Tessie.
It is addressed to Katie DeLuca, and it says, "Congratulations on the successful outcome from the Connecticut Siting Council on their rejection of Eversource docket number 461 substation proposal. Your professional skills and leadership were an integral part of the reason for this outcome. I am grateful to you as the first selectman and a resident of Greenwich for the thorough due diligence and professionalism in leading our team." That's it.
Thank you. I appreciate those and those comments, and I would just say, obviously, it wasn't a one-person effort there, and it was really quite a significant team effort, particularly Amy Seabird and Bruce Spayman and Denise Savageau, and actually several citizens from the town of Greenwich were very, very heavily involved, and some of them filed for intervenor status. So again, it was clearly a big group effort. And I would also say that really it shouldn't be considered in a win sort of situation, because that's not at all the flavor of what we're doing here. And certainly the town wants to work very closely with Eversource, and this is the beginning of a long journey and hopefully a good relationship between the town and Eversource so that we can have reliable and cost-effective energy. So just put that out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number one, from our agenda this evening, number 3, Soul Cycle, has been withdrawn by the applicant. So we will start with number 1, Langhorne Partners.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Larry Liebman from SE Minor. What you have before you tonight is a lot consolidation of lot 6 and lot 7 of Langhorne Lane. Lot 6 is an existing vacant lot of 4.18 acres, and lot 7 is a developed lot at 4.608 acres. If you recall, lot 6, when we were here before you, is a prime wetland lot with vernal pools, etc., so on and so forth. The combining of the lots then goes and takes, there's no construction design for this property right now. It is just combining the two lots that were purchased by the same owner. So I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Even though the pool and the patio were shown on the drawings, that is not a part of the application this evening.
Not at all.
Is
It was
that
just
correct?
something to make one map to go to Zoning Board of Appeals. There's 660 feet of frontage on Langhorne Lane currently, and to make it with the wetlands on the opposite side, so we just used one map to go to both agencies.
There is one of the staff comments, number 6, specifically refers to a note which is on the original subdivision, the 3983. I think what we would like to do is have that note, as it's written here, put on the drawing, because it carries it through. The only change being the original application was for a 5-foot easement for a drainage, and we're asking for 10 because that's what our current regs are.
There's no objection to that at all, sir.
Will you be submitting a map for signature?
We'll be submitting a Mylar. We would also have a signature block, and it will have that note as the signature block was discussed earlier or later on in the staff report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's also a variance on the front yard setback that's outstanding.
But that's not a part of this,
Okay.
No.
All right,
not a
okay.
part of this application. I don't think it got passed anyway.
Okay.
I think we discussed yesterday the question of re-subdivision. Because these are 2 lots of a 9-lot subdivision, and 6-261A6C provides for re-subdivision if a lot is being substantially diminished in size. So I think we had one a couple of years ago that was down in the Old Greenwich on one of the private streets going to the water, and had that issue. And one of the lots was they're actually significantly diminished, but not to nothing, but, so that would be my comment.
Richard?
No, I don't,
Well, I raised the issue yesterday, and you didn't agree.
I'm sorry, what?
The question of the re-subdivision, would you agree that it's a re-subdivision?
If you take the, yeah, I guess if you take that, but usually on the lot consolidations where you're not getting extra lots and so forth, it's, I don't think it rises to the level, it certainly isn't a subdivision, and I'm not sure that even though that's stated.
And it's a part of a subdivision, and
Yeah.
the reduction, I mean, that language is very explicit.
Well, if it's a re-subdivision, if that's the feeling of the commission,
Do you have any
Is it-
comments?
I have presented applications like this before to this agency where it was diminished, and we've had this back and forth conversation of that when, even though it's a diminishing a lot, if there's it doesn't really rise to a re-subdivision, but there was the language that everybody was talking about. I don't have the exact cases of when we did this without saying that it was a re-subdivision. I don't think that it matters
'Cause
either way.
Katie?
it's not really the diminishment of a lot in a way, it's elimination of a lot.
It's an elimination of a lot instead of it's completely being diminished. However, and it's my opinion that it is not a re-subdivision, that it is just a consolidation. And if there's anything further that's going to come out of this, if they would like to come in and do it again and split this lot again in the
No, once
future,
it-
then that's a re-subdivision.
That would clearly not only be a re-subdivision.
That would clearly be a re-subdivision. And this, I don't think it rises to the re-subdivision standards, except for the fact that when the language says if a lot is diminished, we're not diminishing, we're eliminating.
Yeah, the lot itself is not being diminished. It's in its current configuration, so. Convincing you yet?
I feel it's not a re-subdivision because the lot isn't total, and you haven't diminished it.
Katie?
Well, yeah, we have discussed this in the past, and certainly, I think, have, well, I mean, when you read the language, it says re-subdivision shall mean a change in a map of an approved or recorded subdivision or re-subdivision if such change materially diminishes the size of any lot shown thereon as defined in this article, if any of the lots shown thereon have been conveyed after the approval of recording of the map, and the lot is a separately identified parcel of land designed or intended for the separate ownership, occupation, or use. So, I mean, if you think about the logic behind why this would have been put in there in the first place, one way to read it is since it talks about materially diminishing the size of any lot and a lot being intended for separate ownership, occupation, or use, it could be argued that you can't materially diminish it to the point that it's no longer a lot, meaning that it can't be designed or intended for separate ownership. So if you're creating one lot that is in fact, a combination of the two that can still be sold and built upon, are you still meeting the intent of what this, the spirit of what this is about? So is it about saying you can't merge or eliminate properties, or is it about saying you have to make sure you maintain the definition of a lot? So in other words, why would this be in there in the first place? What is the spirit of the regulation?
Well, I think the spirit of the regulation would be the diminishment of the lot, let's just say, or it became non-compliant. You took away area from a lot, but the lot maintains itself. It still exists, but you've changed it in a way that you could eliminate frontage, you could eliminate the size of it. But
So in other words,
eliminate the lot completely doesn't seem to me to be a diminishment of the lot. Now, I guess,
Well, I think what I was, just to clarify a little bit more, if you diminish something to the point that it no longer complies with the ability, like you said, the frontage and the ability to actually build something on it. So if it was, half an acre, let's say, then it no longer would meet the definition of a lot because it wouldn't meet the underlying zoning. So do you then take that to the next level to say that it would mean the elimination of the lot, when if you eliminate something and merge it, clearly now you're creating one big parcel that does, in this case, meet the requirements of the underlying zone. So that would be
And
one
it's
way
all
to consider it.
conforming. I mean, the existing lot is conforming. The proposed lot, or the lot that's being diminished, or the lot that we're combining, that's a conforming lot too. We have everything that works there. And now what we're doing is we're just making it a more conforming lot. There's no, I don't look at it as being a diminishment. I look at it, yes, we're lifting a line, and that's all that I'm looking at. I'm seeing it as that it would be a lot line revision to make it so that it is. This is,
Well, I think, I was just looking back, if you go to the definitions in the subdivision regulations, it says a subdivision shall mean the division of a tract or parcel of land into two or more parcels or lots for the purpose, whether immediate or future, of sale or building development, expressly excluding, et cetera. So that is clearly, so if you're re-subdividing, you would be making more in order to sell,
right.
is how this, if you look at the definitions.
And that
The subdivision shall mean the division of a tract or parcel of land into two or more parcels or lots for the purpose, whether immediate or future, of sale,
And then that,
development.
the last two words in that definition say includes re-subdivision.
Re-subdivision. So I think that covers, I
Right.
think,
This is a merger.
that's what you guys kind of said to me
Right.
yesterday, and I
Right.
kind
It's
of
not, it's
agreed
not
with you
being
yesterday,
subdivided
and
for another land sale, it's being merged to one contiguous lot.
So,
And it's a common line between two lots, inclusive of its perimeter.
okay.
So I don't, if you eliminate one lot, you still actually have the full underlying lot or land area that still conforms to the zone. And we are not actually making anything non-conforming by this. So I think, in a sense, actually eliminating just one line is the merger and not a subdivision or a re-subdivision.
Okay.
any other comments from the commission?
I just have one more thing on the notes. One other comment that staff made is there's some confusion about the turnaround on Langhorne Lane, and that it needs to be updated on the map, and we're just going to add
That'll be
that.
modified on the map that you
Okay.
get for the,
All right.
on the locust map. Thank you.
Any comments from the public? And this is closed?
This is not a public hearing.
No, closed.
Okay.
Don't
So-
correct the chairman.
Sorry. Sorry.
We don't correct the chairman.
So,
Yes.
anybody want to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion. I think based on the discussion, I'd like to move this be approved on the basis that this is neither a subdivision nor a re-subdivision, and also that the decision incorporate staff comments per staff comment number 6 regarding the drainage lines and the setback distance, and also the correction on the map of the turnaround area on Langhorne Lane, and finally, that the applicant has represented that they will submit a map with a signature block.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Go on, say it. Okay, well, 5-0 then.
Well, you guys talked me out of it yesterday, and then today you're talking me into it. I was so confused.
It's our jobs to confuse you. We
Yeah.
want you thinking clear
I
tonight.
thought I was being smart yesterday, and you guys talked me out of it.
Silver, number 2, Silver Gwen.
Silver Gwen.
Silver Gwen.
Good evening, everyone. This is a six-family house that was built in the 20s on the west side of Oak Ridge Street. My client bought it last year and has been improving it, upgrading it, renovating it. One of the things that the building didn't have, other than a parking in a driveway, which was really just 1 or 2 spaces, was a parking area. And as part of that, we've been looking at how we could provide parking on-site for the renovated building. And a couple of things, we did submit revised plans which coordinate the landscape plan with the engineering plan. And the landscape plan that I have on the board now shows the retaining walls on the north and south and west sides. This is a very steeply sloped lot. Might help if we look at the cross-section that the landscape architect has prepared. We're starting at an elevation of 35 in the front of the property and going up to something over 70 in the back. What this shows is how the cut would be made and how the landscaping would be handled, both for the westerly side of the property as well as on the north and south. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. There are a couple of comments that came in from engineering. Reviewed this with Mr. DeAndrea. The only one that we really sort of have an issue with is the hydrodynamic separator. This is a very expensive piece of equipment, something in the $15,000 to $20,000 range. And Mr. DeAndrea feels that the deep sumps and catch basins that are provided as part of the plan are more than sufficient to handle any runoff from this parking area rather than having this very complicated piece of equipment installed in the driveway. We're not really looking at an awful lot of runoff from here, and certainly the catch basins we think can handle that. The second issue that I wanted to deal with as far as the departmental comments go are the location of the walls. And
I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that.
it takes a lot of talent.
He's been practicing for years to get it to this sophistication.
It's because John's not here.
So much for our landscape plan.
So that's what conservation said. She didn't think it was going to work.
There's more soil on the site than there is on the floor here, so it'll be better protected. What we have is the 5-foot measured from the property line to the face of the wall on both sides. This is a 50-foot wide lot. We want to bring it in so that it meets the accessory setback because in the corners, south, west, and northwest corners, the wall is 11 and a half feet high. So we've brought it in 5 feet.
I'm sorry.
Right, go
Since
ahead.
you're on that issue, the ZEO, has opined that the walls need to be set, the face of the wall needs to be set in 5 feet since it is an accessory structure.
And yeah, I've gone over that with Mr. DeAndrea, and he says on many occasions this is how he has done it, to the
Right, that's how we
face
do it.
of the wall, and that's how it's been measured in the past. So we thought when we submitted this that this would meet the criteria for an accessory structure.
Well, I think the question is, sometimes the retaining walls don't get to be the accessory structure, and I think that's what the ZEO is concerned with, is that a 5-foot wall or something would be different since it doesn't rise to structure, which is, of course, 6 or more. Again, I mean, if you go through that, it seems like we're short some dimensions in that parking area, too. So,
Well, as I said,
Yeah.
it's a 50-foot wide lot.
Yes.
If you take the wall in 5 feet on each side, you're left with 40.
right,
If you take the 18-foot deep spaces, you're left with 22.
right.
One of the thoughts we had was that we have the two end spaces as 10 feet, and that's to give you more maneuverability pulling out of one on the end. We could also increase the 4 spaces here because we have this area which we thought we would be able to put in another space, and it's just not enough room to do that. But we have 4 feet here that we could then take and add to those and have each of those spaces 10 feet. So it gives you much more maneuverability than the 9-foot spaces. And we thought that that would work.
Well, it might. The problem is I think the dimensional concerns that we have is across that lot and where the ZEO is going to measure the 5-foot side yard too. So
I would like Mr. DeAndrea to comment on that because he's done many projects where it's been just as we have shown it here.
Tony DeAndrea, representing our applicant client, and we've done the civil engineering. But for many, 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 many years, I'm getting to be like Hegney, with the longer, yeah. We've always measured to the face of the wall, which is what you see. The logic being, if you're doing a retaining wall, holding up a slope, as in this case, the retaining wall may be as little as a half an inch wide. So that's not what you see. What you see is the face of the wall, and that has always been, measured to the face that you see as a setback, because you don't see what's below grade.
Well,
Think about the width of the wall that has to be constructed to be 10 feet.
It's not my comment, it's the ZEO's comment, and
He just came that comes out of nowhere. That's just not the way it's been done.
And the next thing that I think you need to add in here, even though it doesn't seem like much, the details show stone facing on the face of that wall, so that's even.
That's a landscape preference perhaps, but it's not a practicality.
Well, I think as we work through the dimensions of the parking and the setbacks, and so I just think it's got to get resolved somehow, and I don't.
Once you get resolved.
Yeah.
On section 6-134B, which deals with the measurements, the section that talks about retaining walls says multiple retaining walls should be spaced so that a minimum 5-foot wide horizontal strip is provided between the face of each wall and the face of the next wall.
And that's
But that's, no. That is specifically for the fill for the
Retaining
grade
wall,
plane.
right.
And
Right.
it does say 5-foot high walls.
Right.
This wall is 11 and a half feet high.
Right.
So it clicks into the next thing of an accessory structure.
Mr.
That's,
Maitland?
I think, what
Right,
the
but-
EO is commenting on.
One issue about that is that when the issue came up about the grade plane walls being separated, it originally was to the back, and it proved the impracticality of determining the width of the wall. In this case, on a gravity wall, you're going to have 2/3 of the height of the wall into the hillside. So to suggest that we have to have the back side of the wall, then you have to determine, well, what's the thickness of the wall?
Well, the thickness of the wall is shown on some structural drawings that shows the wall being 1 foot thick.
So the question is then, why is it necessary to decrease the available space?
The argument is not not with me at least, I don't know about the rest of the commissioners, but I think we have a something from the ZEO and that needs to get resolved.
I think
And
that,
then I think the parking dimension,
For many years, we went through parking with 20 feet, and it
No,
was
I-
decided that we should be making it wider. In this case, we're improving on a very significantly non-conforming situation, so it
the
seems
last
like a
part of your
blessing.
statement is absolutely appreciated, at least by the commission, that you are taking parking off the street, you're putting it on your site, and even though it's not up to the requirement, I mean, I think what you're doing is laudable. The fact is, we now are agreeing with you in your intent, but now we just have to.
Mr. Hegney, we spent quite a bit of time yesterday trying to determine if we had a rig that would give us some flexibility, but, So we're all on board with this, but it's just a question of,
How we
gentlemen, you
accomplish
have
it.
to go through.
I think understanding Mr. Hegney's solution here at the 10 feet wide, if we need the wiggle room of what's basically 1 foot, you're at 22 feet, we need 1 foot?
Correct. No,
Well,
we're 22.
Okay.
you're possibly at 22, but from your drawings, you're not at even 22, it's less than that, because the stone facing has got to either be removed from the wall, or if it's going to be left on the wall, it has to be counted.
And I think the issue
And I
with
think the issue is, we still got to resolve how the CEO measures it.
I think the interesting thing about this, and I think this is maybe where the CEO is coming from, and would be a point of discussion, is that retaining walls usually are facing away from a structure or retaining towards the center of a lot. These are actually reversed. We're actually, they're facing the interior of the lot. They're retaining inward as opposed to outward. And I think that issue of the face is usually something that, it is a face. It's a face away from the property, towards the property line. And I think this one's a little kind of backwards. So if we're actually saying what Mr. DeAndrea is talking about is it's always taken from the face, in any other project, a grade plane wall, whatever, would always be that outward pointing face. And these are actually an anomaly because they're all inward pointing. So if we take what we've done before with the grade plane walls, et cetera, it still applies, I would think, to this because they're actually the face, although it's pointing in, is that open area.
Well, the CEO is the one who cited it. The CEO is the one you're going to have to convince.
On occasion, the Planning and Zoning Commission does make their own determination and take the CEO's comments under advisement.
I still maintain the reason he's citing it, not because it's a retaining wall, it's because it's an accessory structure. That's what I think. So if I'm wrong, it just...
The other
Any
issue
accessory
that,
structure, we would keep 5 feet away.
the other issue that he raised was
698.
I don't,
on coverage, and
We don't get it.
we don't agree with that, so.
Mr. DeAndrea's plan shows that we meet both building and
Yeah.
lot coverage
We
in
agree.
this zone.
We agree with you. So, there you go. There's two things cited, one which...
Mr. Higney, part of the problem is that Mr. Couture was not here yesterday, so.
Yes, it's unfortunate that
Bad
he's not
timing.
available this week, so.
So the whole question of our communicating with him to come to some resolution is just not available to us, so.
When, there are a couple of other things I want to touch on, because they've come up as issues at ARC, and if I still had my section, I could show you how the grading is.
You rip it that badly?
I think so. We have 11 by 17s we can share with you.
No.
The issue that we had was how do you make sure that the properties to the west are protected and stabilized while this work is done? We retain the services of a structural engineer, which you have the plans of now, and have reviewed how the construction would be done with our contractor. He's here this evening. He has a great deal of experience cutting rock down 20 and 30 feet for townhomes on the east side of Manhattan, and does not believe that this is an issue at all. And I can certainly have him describe to you how this would be done with the equipment that he has, so that, and perhaps the neighbors would also care to hear that as well, since they have the concern about how this would be done. This isn't one of those situations where you just come in and blast. It's a very tight neighborhood. There are old retaining walls to the west that we're cognizant of, and in fact, when we were looking at bringing the parking lot farther back, we realized that although there's a rock knoll here, we don't want to go back to impact this wall, which is on the property to the northwest, and we certainly want to stay away from the wall all the way to the west. So that's how we ended up with this number of spaces. We wanted more, but the walls then become so much higher, and you run the risk of impacting the adjoining properties.
Where ARC left it with you was that you were to return.
Yes.
And they were asking about you having a buffer between the parking and the neighbor at the top of the hill, so that because of, or a fence or a rail to prevent the possibility of an accidental fall. Where did you leave that with them?
What we came up with was the ability to screen it on all three sides,
That's with the
And
brown area on
I don't
top of
think they
the,
had your planting plan. at
They
the
did not
time,
have the
so I
planting
think that's
plan
one of the
that we
problems.
have. And let me, since these are not ripped, I want to hand them out to you.
Before you
are
rip them?
you, oh. Sorry, I know this stuff smells real strong, but my hands are dry.
Thank you.
Oh, this is what you threw on the floor?
Yeah, this is trash. I didn't really want to trash our landscape plan, I just did. Yeah, John. And this is the, our,
We can pass them down.
okay. Just clean these out.
Yeah, we'll pass them. I got that
You
one.
have that one.
Just need the sections.
Yeah, let me
That's-
give you this section.
Thanks.
I'm not seeing where some of this, oh, there it is, okay.
Our landscape architect, Tim Lynch from Studer Design is here. And Tim, could you just walk the commission members through
Yes.
the plan?
Yeah, so you'll notice that there's an arborvitae hedge that's running across the back of the retaining wall on the, across the north side, the west side, and the south side. And so where that wall's the highest, that arborvitae hedge is above it, and then between the arborvitae hedge and the retaining wall, there is some cotoneaster, willow leaf cotoneaster, which will grow and actually grow down the face of the wall or spill down the face of the wall. In addition to that, at the bottom of the wall, there are some more shrubs and perennials, as well as a climbing hydrangea vine, 3 climbing hydrangea vines that will spread up and cover the wall. So that wall, as far as screening, it's going to be screened from above with that arborvitae hedge and from below with the both the shrubs at the parking lot level and the vine growing up the back of the wall.
Okay.
Could you explain the fencing that you have on the north and the south property lines and why it's located where it's located?
That is the, it's kind of fencing off behind the arborvitae, and that on the south side, you can see it goes 70 feet and 3 inches. There's a measurement there.
Right.
And then on the north side, it is kind of fencing off the backyard of the neighboring house, and that's its intent.
Because it looks like the house, it gets pretty close to the house here in the corner. I'm just curious whether that has been discussed with that homeowner or not, the fence locations, and,
I would,
do you know?
Tom, do you know if the fence location has been discussed with the neighbor?
We've had a number of discussions with the neighbor on the north side in terms of how that could be done. There is some landscaping and fencing there now, and we'll continue those discussions. Our fence was going to be on our property line, though.
Okay.
Since the Conservation Department had addressed this question of having the 42 thujas and whether there was enough soil, and since you have to resolve this zoning enforcement issue, it seems it would make sense if you kind of put the conservation questions to bed as well in the interim. Would that, I mean, I think it's just an email telling her what the depth of the soil is, and
We can
she's
certainly do
questioning
that.
whether there's enough, because it's ledge, whether there's enough soil to support the thujas.
Okay. So we'll do that in email then.
Yeah, just something,
Okay.
just go back and forth with her and settle that, because that was the primary concern that she had raised.
Uh,
That and the blasting, as I remember.
And to address that point, I do want to ask our contractor, Tom Carroll of Precise Contracting, to discuss how the rock removal would be to address any issues that you might have, and particularly the neighbors to the west.
And you've scheduled to go back to ARC and do the lighting and the landscaping?
That,
with them?
yes, that would
Okay.
be on the 8th of
Okay.
June.
All right.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Tom Carroll. I'm with the rock removal. And took a look at the site. We do a lot of removal of rock in the area. And we propose to drill down 11 feet and saw cut up where they propose to put the walls and weaken the rock and chip it with smaller hammers than, like a 5,000, 6,000 pound hammer. Take it out in pieces carefully. The owner is going to hire a monitoring company that will monitor the walls. So if we see any movement or anything, we have to stop. Maybe drill some more holes so that we don't disturb anything.
So it's not, is it going to be blasting, or will we just be doing the
no,
rock
line
hammer?
drilling. We line drill where the wall is going,
Right.
up on 3 sides. Probably 6 inches on center. Then we go back and we make what we call Swiss cheese out of the rest of it. We probably do a series of
Technical term?
a line drilling of 12 inches on center.
Okay,
At that point, we put the hammer on top of the holes and we start to make a face
chipping it down.
on an angle. If we're putting the monitors off on that wall on the right-hand side, which we feel is, like, if there's going to give me any problem, it's that wall there. If the monitors go off at all, it's even hooked up to all our cell phones right now, so we know that there's movement, we stop immediately. Then we discuss it with the engineer. He'll probably, at that point, make me come in with a big rail saw, and I'll have to put the rails on with a 5-foot blade and cut it straight down so there'll be no movement. We do a separation line so there'll be no more movement. So it's going to be well monitored, it's well drilled. I'm anticipating it being pretty hard, which is good because it'll hold itself up as we're going down. It might not even have to be faced, I'm not sure. It mightn't even need a retaining wall, other than where the dirt is on the left-hand side. So we took a good look at it and prepared to go about it safely as possible. All right.
Questions?
Yeah, the landscaping.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Mr. Hegney, if you don't face it with a wall, you will have no soil for the landscaping plan. So.
That's true. On the south side, there will need to be a wall here because what we found was this was all dirt. In the back, we found that it was mostly rock, and then in this area here, it's rock as well. In portions of this area, that's not so much the case. There's soil there. But it would give us the opportunity to perhaps do the wall in a different fashion.
Of this landscape plan that you have here, then, this line of thujas is gone.
No, that's where it's all soil.
Okay, so it's this line.
It's really in this corner here.
Okay.
And
So this
along the
line,
back.
so to what Alex raised, this line of thujas is gone.
No,
here.
no, not at all.
You just overdid.
We'll remove the rock so that there's adequate soil and build the wall, and the soil that the
Okay.
arborvitae are sitting in
All right,
would
so
be retained by the wall.
you're going to touch base with them, okay?
Yes. And with the zoning enforcement officer.
Okay, and ARC's the 8th of June.
Are there any public comments?
Hi, I'm Pete Ryan. I'm here with my wife Laura Ryan. We're the owners of 47 Edgewood up the hill from where they're going to be doing the work. And our questions are simply, we're concerned about the hill. We know for a fact that you really can't grow anything because we've been trying to grow grass and arborvitaes on our property for the last 20 years with no success whatsoever because of the ledge that is under our house, goes right down the hill to where they're working on it. So to me, that's a concern if they're saying they're going to do some plantings there. There's little to no soil in that whole top part. I don't know if they've done any testing on the rock itself on their property. What is rock, what's not rock? If they start to go cutting into this wall, are they going to run into the problem with two different pieces of slab moving? I'm not a geologist, but I am concerned about them taking this big hunk of rock out and then running into all kinds of trouble. On the top of the property, there was a tree, which is, as you could see in this, I don't know if he's got anything up here, but yeah, I could show you on this property here. There was a tree that was cut down. And we all know that if you're going to try and plant the tree on top of ledge, it's never going to work. But if it grew there naturally, it's going to keep things strong in the soil. So that was a little concerning to us, too.
Okay.
I mean, that's really, pretty much it. Other than that, it's, we have no problem with what they're doing. It's the hill.
So when they come back, after they've gone back to the Architectural Review Committee, we'll make sure that that somebody's looked at the depth of the soil, because what they're saying is they're going to build it up, and that we have a positive response on whether or not those arborvitaes are going to hold there.
Right.
So we've left that as a follow-up for them, and we'll ask them the next time they're here.
My other question is, if they're just
Can
cutting
you,
straight...
Mike?
Yep,
Yeah, Mike, if you would stay on the mic.
Sorry, if they're just cutting straight in...
You'll have to identify yourself, please.
This is Laura Ryan. If they're cutting straight down the rock side, are they building a little support wall to hold the retaining dirt that's up there? There is one? It's hard to tell by the plans.
They're quite a ways from the property line for the cutting that they'll be doing down there, so
From what I've heard, they've dug back farther than what exactly the plan is already.
well,
By how much, I'm not sure by
that I
footage.
don't know. If they've gone back are they back at the rear property line?
I believe it's in Mark's report that it does mention that.
Okay, well,
Which is
They're he-
fine,
they're
they'll just
here
fill it
tonight.
in,
We'll
they'll
ask
just
them
fill
if
it in
they
with
have.
dirt, I'm sure. Okay,
Thank
thank you.
thank you.
Thanks.
I just want to mention that the exploratory excavation that occurred is about 10 feet back from the easterly face of this wall. So it comes all the way back to here currently. And so there'll be no further discussion. This is where the silt fence and the construction fence are already located. And the work that's going to take place is going to be much farther to the east of that, and that's where the wall will be built.
It looks to be about 20 feet to the east, 25 feet
Yes.
to the east?
Yes, I went and looked at it this evening, and the excavation to determine where the rock was
Okay.
is about 10 feet back from the easterly face of that wall.
So then when you're done, that will be replaced, and the contours shown on this drawing will remain?
That's correct.
So, and I think your landscape plan still shows this 20-inch maple that they mentioned had been taken down. I think that's what that is there,
Well, we're not
in the back corner.
taking anything down in the
Well, there's a tree
the
that's
rear.
been cut down in the photo they showed, and based on the location, I think it might be that 20-inch maple. I'm just saying.
Nick, could we see that photo? No.
No.
We only had one copy of this photo, so.
Ms. Albert, I was just kind of looking at that. It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's this, I think that's
it-
not a 20-inch, I don't think, but
It doesn't look it, that's the thing, but if you look at the position, it's about,
I think those other
they say they're back here, that this
Okay.
should be the limit of there, so they might have taken something out here,
Mr. DeAndrea does show
far back.
the trees right along the property line in the westerly side of the property, which
Those
we will not
exist-
be.
Your
Those
landscape
exist.
plan shows
Gotcha.
3 mature trees, so you're staying, those stay.
Yes.
Actually, 4.
4.
4.
It's the fourth one that I don't know, it's
The
still
big
there.
one.
Okay, so here's the picture. Oh, no, we have to keep
we
it,
have
don't
to
we?
keep it.
Sorry.
So we'll leave this open.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Hegney. Yes, or they're going to figure it out somehow. And they're going to go to ARC on the 6th of June.
Mr. Hagney, have you submitted an application to the Zoning Board of Appeals yet? Sorry.
Well, I'm not sure I need an application to the Zoning
gonna
Board of Appeals.
Trying to work that out with Mr.
That's
Kuchar?
something we'll discuss with the CEO.
Okay, if you do, you'll come to us with an extension, presumably.
I will then need
You
to.
too, yes, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thanks.
Number 4, Gellert at 45, or 75 Round Hill Road. The guy who's doing the excavation is my neighbor. I don't know if you heard me say
No, I heard you. I was pretending I didn't. I was looking dignified. I know it's hard to catch when I do that.
Yes, like you ignored me.
Good. Good evening, Eric Brower on behalf of the applicant. We were here 2 weeks ago and presented the plan. It included that evening some revisions that had been made in response to the Conservation Commission staff desire to have the northeast corner of the property protected, as well as the street front area that we had.
Excuse me 1 second. Peter Levy just indicated to me, he reminded me that he is not seated for this. Dennis, you're seated. Thanks.
Okay, great. So we had shown a revised plan to include this open space area up here in addition to what had been proposed along the street, both of which are naturally wooded areas. As a result of adding in this area, we now have 22.9% restricted open space versus the 15 that's usually required. At the meeting, Mr. Haslam was representing a neighbor who was working with their association, had concerns about the drainage. They had, late in the game, engaged an engineer, so we agreed to delay for 2 weeks in order for their engineer to work with our engineer, as well as the town engineer. And so during that time, Joseph Rizzoli in his office has been working on the neighbor's behalf with Charles Mills, our engineer, who's here tonight, and they have agreed to a number of fine-tuning elements to the plan, which have been discussed with Scott Marucci, and we've all agreed to make that part of our final details that Scott will be reviewing before there's any building permit issued. So it doesn't affect the concept of the drainage, but it certainly addresses the concerns that Chip's client had.
I think, Pat, you had a discussion today with the Scott Marucci, because Scott Marucci is still giving us a do not approve the final subdivision map without some notes and so forth being on it, but
Yeah, that notes to be added to the plan as part
Well,
of the approval.
I just like to let Pat, because he had a conversation with Scott today, just so everybody on the commission can hear what I heard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spoke with Mr. Marucci. He indicated that he had no objection to the commission moving forward as so long as the condition was made that the easement map be filed simultaneously with the subdivision map of record, and that the notes that he's requesting be on both of those plans, a reference to the notes of the easement and the drainage plans on the subdivision map, and then the notes then also being on the easement itself. And we're happy to work out the organization of that between if the commission makes a decision and the filing, so that Mr. Marucci is satisfied and we're satisfied with it. But he has no objection to the commission moving forward if they feel they can.
Okay.
And in the interim, we did provide the open space documents, both for the easement and the fee areas, and indicated on the map highlighted in blue where the shared drainage would be and notes.
It would be, but
referring
it doesn't have the easement, and it meets and bounds and so forth.
Right, and that'll be, whatever format Scott wants it in, that will be
I was
computed.
also curious about that little area for the rain garden. Is that going to be by easement, or how does
Yes.
that?
Yeah, that will show, in other words, the topography makes this area best suited for a rain garden. It straddles the line, so that will be depicted specifically.
Any other commission comments? Any comments from, are you done, by the way?
Yes, I was just going to say that I think Chip's going to come up in, yes, you all seem happy, that's my job, so. Chip's going to come up and submit the letter, which I've reviewed with him, and we're fine with that being part of the record as to the details that were worked out among the three engineers.
May I ask a quick question? The declaration of restrictions that would accompany the easement area in the front, what are you intending to include in that language in terms of how that land would be managed? Because right now, it's obviously significant large trees, which eventually will perish. So you're just going to leave it natural in that area, or is it, what is the?
We've indicated also, because of some of the area in here needs to be improved with some dying trees, we inserted a paragraph that any plantings or landscaping would have to be approved by the Conservation Commission staff as either replacement or enhancement, all as native species. So it'll be maintained, but if anything needs to be done to either enhance it or repair it, that would be something we would submit a specific landscape plan to them, and through you, I guess, if
Yeah,
that's.
I mean, usually it's done through the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the commission can have the Conservation Department as, as its, if they so choose, but I think it should go through the commission.
First, no, we can submit that to your office for sure, and then.
No, I'm saying the language should be that any
Yes.
future plans go through
Go
the
first.
commission, and
Yes,
they can
exactly.
use the
Future plan.
conservation as advisor
Yes.
to them, but.
The one last thing, the open space, we asked for it to have a name on it. Who owns it?
Oh, it's going to be the 75 round. We'll add that to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now you're done?
I'm done.
Any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Chip Haslam from Johnson, Haslam and Hogaman. As indicated 2 weeks ago, I represent Ann Noonan, and she's a resident of 28 French Road. She spoke for herself last time we were here, and also wanted to speak for the neighbors who share a drainage system on French Road, which they were concerned about. This subdivision would join that drainage system, and they had particular elements of concern. As Eric indicated, Joe Rizzoli and Charlie Mills got together, worked through the issues of the past 2 weeks, I'm happy to say, met with Scott Marucci. All of these issues are just additional safeguards for French Road, that addition to what the town would normally require. And there's 9 points in particular that they agreed to. I won't go into detail with them. I'd like to just submit them for the record. And I thank the applicant for working with us on making sure this happened to everyone's satisfaction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm Daniel Moger. I represent the Maestrels, which have the property immediately to the east on French Road. It's been a little bit of a floating opera, but now I see what the set-aside is on the north, the new set-aside in the north, and that's fine. If that will be in the final plan, I couldn't tell from looking in the file, but, so we're happy with it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
If not, then if you're satisfied, we'll close it and.
I think we can close it. Does anybody? Okay. Then we'll close it. Anyone wish to make a motion?
Sure. Unless somebody else wants to volunteer. I'd like to move approval of this two-lot subdivision, finding it consistent with the Plan of Conservation and Development, and noting that the subdivision will contain a total of 22.9% of open space, of which 7% will be deeded open space. In addition, the applicant will note on the subdivision, will include on the subdivision map the notes that DPW has requested on page 179 of our staff report regarding the setbacks and the water courses and the drainage. The easement map,
I thought that was going to be, Pat, could you just clarify what Margarita said? Does he want the notes still on this map that he?
There needs to be, some of the notes are directly related to the easements, and some are directly related to the drainage. There will be references on the subdivision map referring to the other map as necessary, but there will be notes on the subdivision map as well. And the organization of that, if the commission's amenable to that, we can handle between
Yes.
DPW and us.
Yes.
and the easement map is to be filed simultaneously with the notes to be included. We also note that the rain garden is part of the open space easement area.
No.
Oh, it is not?
No. It will just be a drainage
It's a
easement.
drainage easement. Got the notes wrong on that. Sorry, guys. Okay, and then also that the easement language will contain language, Mrs. DeLuca, language regarding the maintenance of the trees and other planting, which will be submitted to planning and zoning
Right, to be filed with the Mylar.
with the
Yes.
Mylar. And any other relevant staff and department comments? And that's the motion.
I think the other thing was we just want the name of the owner of the fee open space on the map.
Okay?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm so busy writing, sorry. Okay,
See you.
bye-bye. Oh, can't text you. They're gonna text you?
could.
We'll just holler. It's easier.
Mr. Fox has recused himself from this application and the next application. Seated for him will be Mr. McRae. I did it again. I'll get it sooner or later.
Evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Bruce Cohen, and I represent the Greenwich Historical Society. The first application before you is for a preliminary subdivision in order to seek your determination that what is being proposed by the Historical Society is neither a subdivision nor a re-subdivision, but a lot consolidation. And the reason that it's couched in the terms of preliminary is because this application is tied to the next application, the preliminary coastal site plan and special permit application. And presumably they, if you see fit to have us proceed to final, they will both be with you for, before you for final. I understand that there was some discussion at the briefing session about these lots and perhaps the origin of these lots, and although we've provided, of course, a detailed deed description, maybe I can go through it quickly and give you a summary of how these lots developed. And before you is a colored-up plan showing each of the lots involved. The lots that we're seeking consolidation for are the ones shown in orange, which we've called lot number 1, in blue, lot 2, and lot number 3, which is the Bush Holly House parcel. The gray parcel to the left or the south is the triangular portion that is being leased from the state of Connecticut, and there is an executed lease that we have and will provide to the commission, and it provides for a 10-year term with 20 years worth of extension rights. The first lot that's involved in the subdivision is the one shown in orange. That was a parcel that was granted by the state of Connecticut in 2008. It is landlocked, and this consolidation will give it frontage. The next parcel, the blue parcel, is the site of an existing or formerly existing two-family house that was owned and occupied for many years by Mrs. Ruth Appel. It's 47 Strickland Road, and that was acquired as a separate lot in 2012. The Bush Holly House parcel, the red parcel, is a little more complicated because it consists of three separate parcels. Parcel number, the first parcel is the Bush Holly House parcel itself, this portion, the north portion of the property, and that was acquired as a separate parcel in 1957 by the Historical Society. The J.L. Bush Storehouse was acquired in 1989, and that's the parcel right next to it. And a portion to the west was formerly was the western portion of Mrs. Appel's lot. So those three parcels were acquired at separate times and were consolidated by this commission in 2001. And map number 7525 shows that lot consolidation. When Mrs. Appel's property was split to make two lots, that too was reviewed and approved by the commission, and it's shown on map number 7092. And that was done in 1996. So the red parcel is a consolidation of three parcels. It's now a single parcel, and what the Historical Society is proposing to do is to merge the orange parcel, the blue parcel, and the red parcel into a single 77,000 square foot parcel. What's before the commission on this application is a determination whether, under the subdivision regulations, this consolidation constitutes a subdivision or re-subdivision. We believe, based upon the deed history and the specific language of Section 6-261A, 6 and 15 of the subdivision regulations, you would be able to make the necessary finding. And that is our presentation for this part of the application.
Will you be submitting a map of this for signature?
Absolutely.
I think this is the right time to ask you. One of the things we talked about yesterday was whether it would make sense as part of this consolidation if you had considered rezoning and going all to one zone to make it easier, well, neater from our point of view to not have two zoning, to have R6 and R7 on the same property, but also because it would make it easier for you to calculate FAR, et cetera. It would be straightforward.
Well, the only problem is that there are two different standards for FAR and lot coverage on R6 and R7. And it's a good question, but perhaps it's one that should have been asked when the split was created. This is the line that splits the zones. And that was approved by this commission in 01. Not too late, you're saying, Mrs. Alvin?
We've crossed that bridge.
Yeah, we would prefer to leave it the way it is. We don't think it's never presented any difficulty in terms of blended calculations. We've done it for other properties, and as you could see with our application, we've done it for this property. So we would rather not lose whatever small benefits there are in the R6 zone with a slightly larger FAR and lot coverage requirement.
Don't know if the commission would be interested in going to all R6.
Well, that's a possibility. So.
It's a possibility, but I don't know how. I mean, the other possibility is to go to all R6.
That's true. That would be a better thing from the society's point of view, but we're not asking for it, and we're satisfied with what we've got. If you wish to do it on the commission's own, you're certainly legally able to do it.
What do you guys think?
The the applicant doesn't want it, I don't see any benefit to the town having it zoned all in one, so I don't see any.
Just the idea that it is, from a zoning enforcement perspective, is it something that we should be looking at?
Can you turn your, I can't hear you.
He said that just from the idea that from zoning enforcement and just monitoring development, that it would be simpler if it was one zone. Mrs. DeLuca, do you have a comment?
The only comment I would have is that there's a considerable number of properties in town that have a split zone. So if you were going to take this up on your own accord, you really should look at the town as a whole and not really as it relates to this specific property would be my suggestion. And if the applicant, I mean, I think you've offered or asked a question and.
He said no.
They'll take our 6, but not our 7, was the answer. Anybody else?
I think the only thing that really makes it untidy is that in the next application, the proposed building actually does straddle the zone line. You've got a portion in R7 and a portion in R6. The R6, for all of it would be to their benefit, I understand that. And actually could be a benefit actually to the site, this historic site, even if they wanted to do another building or expand one for educational use or something. But if it's, like you said, up to the applicant, let them do what they want, they deem correct in this application.
Okay.
No, we've heard from the applicant, so I think that's, any other commission comments? Any comments from the public? Then we'll close this.
Sorry.
Well, before we move into the public hearing, since this is closed, usually we decide these at this point. Is there any reason that we shouldn't? Okay. Then I await a motion.
I'd like to move approval of this application for consolidating these lots and find that this is neither a subdivision nor a re-subdivision. And also, I forgot to say that this is a preliminary application. In so doing, so we're moving it to final. In so doing, also note that this application is fully consistent with the Plan of Conservation and Development, which discusses future plans for the Historical Society and for its development and its importance in the town and the value that it adds. And that's included in our briefing material and could perhaps be incorporated into the decision. Just a couple of minor house cleaning. One minor house cleaning thing is that the applicant shall with P&Z determine the address for this property in the future. And that's it.
Submit a map for signature.
And submit the map for signature. Thank you.
Do we do a consolidation on a preliminary?
No, I said they were
No,
describing
we're moving it
this.
to final.
Moving it to final.
I think you
Moving it to
started
final.
off with, okay.
Yeah,
I know.
and I
She
corrected myself.
corrected
So-
it.
Fixed. All right, just wanted to be sure it's fixed.
Yep, sorry.
A second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Sorry, Nancy.
I'm sorry, Commissioners, who seconded that motion?
I don't know, I heard a couple from my right-hand side, so.
Okay,
Sorry,
Okay.
Nancy, I started out the motion and forgot that it was a preliminary, so then I had to backtrack.
We are now going to open the public hearing. So if the
Somebody
court
needs to-
reporter is ready?
Now we're ready, yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
On, yes.
Thank you.
Off? No, we're going on the record for this. Yeah.
He's had, yeah,
Yes.
he's had us
No,
on the
but-
record the whole time, I think. Okay, you're fixing it?
Whatever. Okay.
Whatever,
But we're on the record.
whatever.
All right.
Sorry.
So we're still with the Greenwich Historical Society. We got more.
Just a little more, Mr. Maitland. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Bruce Cohen again, on behalf of the Greenwich Historical Society. As you know, the Greenwich Historical Society, which was founded in 1931, is the town's institution that through its archives, records, and programs continues to preserve the history of the town of Greenwich. The Bush Hawley House, which was acquired by the Society in 1957, was designated as a National Historic Landmark, and the campus as a whole is part of the Strickland Road Historic District, and it achieved accreditation by the American Association of Museums. Tonight's application, which is before you tonight, the preliminary coastal site plan and special permit, is the culmination, really, of the Greenwich Historical Society's 20-year master plan to restore its campus, buildings, and landscape to reflect its appearance as it existed in 1900, which was the period during which the Cos Cob Impressionist art school was at its height. We're going to present this application with PowerPoint, which is something that I'm nervous about, so I'll be sitting down shortly. But there's some very competent people who can take over. With me tonight are Deborah Mecke, who is the Executive Director of the Historical Society, and David Scott Parker, the project architect. Mr. Parker has specialized his practice and been responsible for important historical projects such as the restoration of Mark Twain's house in Hartford and the United States Treasury building in Washington. They'll describe the project in detail and answer any questions. John Canning from VHB, the project's traffic engineer, will briefly address the comments that you received from Beta, which leaves open a question or two, which I think he can resolve. And finally with me tonight is Peter Malkin, a member of the Historical Society's Building Committee, an important factor in moving this project forward since its inception. Before I sit down, there are a couple of things I just, by way of neatening up. This is going to require reference to HDC, and we understand from staff that that will be a complete review as opposed to splitting it between ARC and HDC, and I assume that's acceptable to everyone. We've got to go to ZBA.
Will that be the landscaping, would go through HDC also?
Yes. The landscape is
And the lighting?
very important to the restoration of the...
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes,
And the
well,
lighting?
and the lighting.
Okay.
And that's because this is the Strickland Road Local Historic
It
District.
requires more than just advice, it requires a certificate of appropriateness.
Right.
Okay.
It will also go to the Board of Appeals for a special exception, and there's a requirement, too, that we'll need to get a variance for number of stories, which is a kind of a quirky request that I'll be glad to explain to you if you wish, but I'll just hold my ammunition until I go to the ZBA. And finally, as pointed out in the Beta report, the state, DOT, has to approve our plan for the lease parcel as it relates to the parcel to the west that the society acquired from DOT. Incidentally, we have gone already to what they call the District 3 office of the DOT that approves plans, and they have given it a preliminary review and want to see final construction plans, which we will do. So if I may, I'd like to start off by introducing Deborah Mecke. Did you have a question?
Just, Mr. Cohn, the third story, are you going to come back to that after the presentation?
If
or-
you'd like me to, but it's a very technical kind of variance that we're requesting. I'd be glad to show you why we're...
I would like to hear that, but later is fine.
Yes?
Yes?
Or, and
I mean, whatever order you wish to do it.
I'll do it right now. Quick and easy. This is a section of the development, as you'll see it described in much greater detail. This is the existing Pell House in the blue lot. It's, as you'll see very shortly, it looks very much different from what this is. This is in effect, a recreation of what was originally known as Toby's Tavern, as it existed in 1900. The problem is we've got too many stories. We don't have too many stories if this had a peaked roof. Now, what's in the third floor is what typically belongs in an attic, which is mechanicals and storage. But to recreate the appearance of this building, we had to have the roof look the way it is. And as you can see, in terms of topography, it's way down at the bottom of the hill, and it really has no impact on any neighbor.
I thought it was the building behind, the new building.
No,
It's this one.
it's the one in front.
This will be, in effect, a new recreated building, but it
Right.
will be
Because
on
the-
the bones of the
I misunderstood the,
What happens is when the grade plane on a sloping site like this, I also thought it was because the basement is going to count as a story above grade 2. So it's
No,
the
it
roof.
has to do with definition of the attic. This is an attic in everything except outward appearance. So if I may, I'd like to
but is the building that tall now?
No,
Oh, got it.
it's not.
I see. Thank you.
You will hear a full description of the building before and after
Right.
very shortly, and if I may, I'd like to introduce Deborah Mackey.
So you'll come back later for the rest of, for the rest of the technical questions?
You have technical questions?
Well, I wanted to ask you about 6139.
139 is going to be handled by David Parker.
Okay, so and he's going to do that afterwards?
He'll do it.
Okay.
Thank you. Forgive me for turning my side here because I'm going to be pointing to the back here to show you just a little overview of what we're trying to accomplish. And then David Scott Parker will continue this PowerPoint presentation with the actual plans.
Deborah.
You just probably have to take the microphone.
Say the
and-
microphone,
You could,
okay?
you could take the microphone out, and
Oh.
if that'd be
And
easier for you
wander
to
around,
maneuver.
All right. Oh, great. Thank you. Maybe then I won't put my back to you if I go over here. So if you look to the back screen here, you see what most of you see when you drive by the Historical Society's property. We've been here since 1957 at the Bush Alley Historic Site, but the Greenwich Historical Society is actually 85 years old this year. We were originally one room in the old Perrott Memorial Library, and what I'm going to talk about today is our future, and really it's something transformational, I think, for the Historical Society as we look to the future. The Bush Alley House, built in 1730, is on the far left. The Storehouse Gallery is the yellow building next door to it. And our most recent acquisition is what we call the Pell House, or Toby's Tavern, historically, which you see there. These are the last three buildings which remain from the Coscob Landing in the 18th century, early 19th century, when this was a maritime center in Greenwich. What you don't see is that we actually are in a campus. We expand back behind those three buildings. That's essential to who we are and what we do. Behind the Bush Alley House is the original barn, which we expanded into an education center. And across from it is an archive building. I'm just going to put a pointer there. This is the barn, which is the education center. And this is an archive building that we built on the site to house the Greenwich History collections, the art and archival collections, and is a research library today. Again, we were granted a half acre of land back here behind our current parking lot, which we leased from the state of Connecticut. And so once we had the Appel House and the land behind here, we finally had all the pieces in place of a puzzle, which we've long imagined, and that we knew we needed in order to continue with our master plan. Very important to us is the role of Bush Alley House. It's a National Historic Landmark. It has a unique dual interpretation, with half of the house is a treasure trove for our schools and students and families who want to experience colonial and early American history. And the other half of the rooms in the house speak to the site's significance as a cradle of American Impressionism when it became the Coscob Art Colony. We are the town's only National Historic Landmark. We are one of 36 sites in the nation that are designated as American Artist Homes and Studios by the National Trust. And we are one of the, I think, 18 sites on the Connecticut Art Trail. And we are visited from people all over the world. In fact, 25% of our visitors come from out of state. Cos Cob became a mecca for artists in the 1890s when John Henry Twachtman, pictured here, began teaching classes on the Cos Cob Landing. He's standing here right opposite Bush Holly House. There's the house right there with the chimneys in the background. He was joined by J. Alden Weir, and but all the early leaders of American Impressionism came to this site, and they included not only the artists that are famous today and whose artwork is in major institutions, but also intellectuals and writers such as Lincoln Steffens, who was a muckraker and a progressive era journalist, and one of the 20th century's most important novelists, Willa Cather. There are over 200 people that are documented that came during this period of time, and the story of the artists and the writers is so rich, and our collections of the art from these people have grown over the last 20 years, that we want to create a designated gallery space, something we can't do in a historic house museum, which is to really tell this story more fully and present it to people through audiovisual and by displaying the permanent art collections. And that's part of what we're trying to accomplish in our master plan. Now, in order to be a site that provides powerful personal encounters with the past, we have to fix a few barriers, and you've likely experienced these if you've ever tried to visit us. Many people have never driven by this section of Cos Cob. We have insufficient parking for our most well-attended programs. There's no clear idea of which building to go to. Where do I enter? There's treacherous walkways, particularly in bad weather. It's 30 feet to climb from the bottom street level up to Bush Holly House. All the schools who come here, we see them take children, carry them literally, wheelchair-bound children, carry them up to the house so that they can experience the site. We have below-grade facilities for exhibitions, which I'm going to show you in a few minutes, and we do not have the facility to preserve the art and archival collection, which has tripled since we came and occupied this site. We are, however, a wonderful community resource. We have 6,000 school-aged children that we serve every year, and we use the entire site. And so part of our plan is how can we create more green space? We run a summer camp. Many of our programs, fall festivals and other things, use the entire site. Our programs for the schools address the Connecticut State Curriculum for Social Studies, which requires place-based and inquiry-based learning, something we do very well. We have programs for teachers and students, and we have a museum school partnership with one of the Title I schools in Greenwich, Hamilton Avenue, where every child in 1st through 5th grade comes every year, and where staff interacts and brings artists into the classroom, and we have an extended program with them, which we would like to scale up to other Title I schools in our town and beyond, and we are working on the funding for that at the current time. We have a three-dimensional collections that you'll never see in Bush Holly House. We house these in off-site collection storage. This was an exhibition we did on the Great Estates. Right now, if you go there, there's an exhibition on the maritime history of Greenwich. We had a very popular exhibition on the Italian history of our town. So we rotate these exhibitions through time, but we do it in what was a storehouse, which was never intended as a gallery. The ceilings are only 8 feet high. We can't properly light the objects, and we can't bring large groups into such as the campers and school groups, into the air spaces because they're divided up into small rooms. So we intend to repurpose this space for offices, and we intend to build a gallery that is sufficient to really house and tell the Greenwich's history through a series of changing exhibitions on history and art in the future. Now, all that being said, our largest collection is archival material. This happens to be a diary written by a girl who was there when Colonel Reynold Bowling, whose statue was right downtown opposite the Havemeyer building, was killed during World War I. It's intimate details like this about our town that you would never get if you did not have the original objects. We have these available in our research archive, and we have often large maps and objects that we need to roll out on large tables. We had 6,500 researchers that used our collections last year. Not all of them came to our site. Most of them actually came through telephone, email, and our digital portal. But we do have many people that use the primary sources themselves, and it's our mission to preserve this material and house it properly. The area where we invite the public in to see this collections is also the office of the archivist, and it's also the processing area. So we're going to really create a facility, a consolidated facility for the archives and galleries that allows us to provide the appropriate spaces for the archival collection to be used and accessed by the public. Many of you know that our collections is used very widely for preservation purposes in town. We've documented over 300 buildings. When old buildings in town that are 50 years or older are going down, we try to go out and document them, and that's part of the collections that we preserve in the archives, and we work closely with the town and other preservation groups to see that our town is educated about the historic resources as the town evolves and changes. Our board and staff did a very careful study of the what's the square footage really required to house our collections? And one of the things that we determined is that we really need to have a facility that can house archival storage, compact storage units like this, which reduces the amount of space that we need. Because what we want to do is provide enough space to house the current collections and 50% more space. So we have the ability to continue to collect and grow. Collections come in really every month. We are a growing organization, and our mission is to continue to preserve that while we also enhance the character of this historic site. So, as I say, can we do this here at Bush Holly site? Well, we think we can. We worked with a preservation architect in particular to say, can we do this in a way that preserves the National Historic Landmark quality of this site, doesn't deter from what it is historically important, but can we create appropriate facilities to grow and fulfill our mandate? So to tell you about the plan is, I'm going to hand this over now to David Scott Parker, who will continue to show you the drawings for the plans.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you for allowing us to share our thoughts and proposal for the future of Greenwich Historical Society. As Deborah mentioned, the Historic Society operates out of 4 separate structures, each of which serves a distinctly different role in fulfilling the Society's mission. This layout has proven compelling, not compelling. It's proven difficult, both in terms of visitor access and traffic, as well as in terms of collections management, internal operations, and also exhibitions. The recent acquisition of 47 Strickland Road will help the Society both address and resolve many of these problems that they have encountered over the years through our plans for its restoration and adaptive use and incorporation into the Bush Holly historic site. In 2013, we were requested to prepare an historic structures report on 47 Strickland Road, and through research both in the archive's own collections as well as other repositories, and also analyzing the structure, we determined that the building actually dates back to 1805. Through analysis of the documentary and physical evidence, we came to understand how the building grew and evolved over time, and in particular how it was significantly altered in 1855. That's shortly after the railroad came to town. So prosperity came to Lower Landing with the railroad, and at that same time, you still had an agrarian component. Notice the barn in the background. And these two things existing simultaneously. And parenthetically, I might mention that this period photograph shows this building and its context, the way that it existed from the mid-19th century until after the first quarter of the 20th century. So throughout the period of the Cos-Cob artist colony, this is how this building appeared. Through researching historic documents, we have come to understand, and we have the ability to restore this building quite accurately. Today, however, 47 Strickland Road exists as a 2-family residence with a 3-car garage in its base. However, in its prime, the lower level was a saloon. And it was a gathering spot for the writers and artists who came here to the artist colony. Those artists and writers included, by the way, the greatest of the Impressionist artists, Charles Hassem, who was both an artist and a Coscob art colonist. And he immortalized this building in this engraving that he did in 1915, entitled Toby's. Hassem found in the tavern owner's daughter his muse, and he depicted her over and over again in his artwork, some of the most celebrated works of the Impressionist period. And the views that I'm showing you here are all in Bush Hawley House. And here, the tavern owner's daughter poses in front of, along the side elevation of Toby's. And this a document from the Society's own archives. And it's through these documents and these materials that the Society collects and offers for study that we're able to not only understand this place and the people who frequented this place and their relationship to the Bush Hawley Historic Site and house, but also we are able to glean from a document like this how many things about the building that enable us to know exactly how many clapboards went up the side of this building and exactly what the moldings and trim were like. And it's really it's a wonderful collection that the Society has, and it's been really thrilling to use that facility in order to understand and provide the background for accurate restoration of this building. This building was a much peopled place during the Art Colony era, and it was very important to this part of town. Once restored to its original facade, it will play an important role in the future of Greenwich Historical Society. And do notice the barn in the background. But Toby's Tavern is only one part of a larger master plan to provide for the future of the Society. And that it is actually part of completing the restoration of the site itself, because the entire site is part of what is interpreted and used. And I might note that in the late 19th century and throughout the first quarter of the 20th century, there were actually barns where we're proposing the barns today. And so the past actually informs the future that is proposed before you. And then part of the plan, as was mentioned or referenced earlier, is expanding the parking lot. The lower crescent of parking, which is under I-95, under long-term lease to the Society, we will actually be more than doubling the amount of parking space for the Society. And also, the upper level of this site, because it is a hillside site, will not only be providing parking, but it will be providing at-grade access to the Society on what is really a very challenging site, so that all people can go right in the front door. And not only is this the front door to the new building, it's actually a portal to the site. And one of the things that has proven problematic for the Society is, where's the front door? Where do you go? Now that will be quite clear. And another thing, by the way, and we'll come to this when we go to the plan, is that by installing one elevator in the building, it will make the site itself accessible. I'll come back to that. Walking in the front door, you can actually look through the building, and the building frames views toward the Bush Hawley House and also to the storehouse. At 832 square feet, the lobby will also double as a space for the opening of exhibits, something that is really quite challenging right now. Turning to the right, you can go into Toby's, and Toby's will be a visitor hub, providing a hospitality area. This is that bay window. You recall I showed a picture of the tavern owner's daughter in front of it. And from there you can look out on the Mianus River. This is the decorative porch that was on the building. On the floor above, a meeting room to be used by the Society. And then connecting with the barns that I mentioned behind, the lobby, which provides access to those structures, or to the outdoor courtyard. This courtyard will feature a tree, a large tree that was actually, and there was actually a tree there throughout the art colony era. It shows in all the photographs. And then also you can see the open barn door. That's actually a window. It's this window in the reading room. So when you're in the reading room, you have this view of this serene little courtyard. The archives is a research facility. There will be space for the archivist here to watch over the patrons to make sure no one's knifing something out of a book. But there's also, and quite significantly, spaces that the public will not see, which Deborah referred to, that will have rows and rows of compact shelving that will provide for the future growth of the society. So the reason this is color-coded is because everything has been very carefully studied to figure out exactly how many square feet they have of certain size Hollinger boxes. Things in archives are always done by size that's needed, and so things have been studied to this detail. So this is all compact shelving. This is the processing area, and this is the reading room. You can ascend to the upper level in the barns either by means of a staircase or an elevator that will make the site itself handicapped accessible. And once you come to this level, you can look out over the gardens at the back of the property. There is a so-called flexible gallery that will, with its 12-foot ceilings, which are much, much more suited to lighting of artwork than the current very low-ceilinged space in the storehouse, a large room that can be used. In this instance, it's shown with archival and collections exhibit. The space can easily be transformed to exhibit art either from the Society's own collection or things that could be lent. Passing back through the glass gallery, there is an outdoor space, again overlooking the Mayanas River, which connects to the so-called permanent or orientation gallery, and as the lights go down, you can see an audiovisual presentation that will explain the history of Greenwich, the history of the Bush Hawley House, and also something that we take for granted but that not everyone knows about, the history of Impressionism in America, and really to underscore how important the Bush Hawley site and how important our people are to this movement that swept across America. And so there will be art hanging in this room that was created on this site depicting structures on here in this context. And then at the end of the short audio presentation, voila, the panel opens and you see the view that you saw when you came into the room in the artist's own works, and you see the building that you're going to be going to. And this view that actually replicates Twachtman's view of the old Hawley House. Exiting at the rear of the facility, you can walk out at grade and either go to the Bush Hawley House or through the grape arbor, and those are original grapes on that arbor, up to the Vanderbilt Education Center. Looking at an elevation drawing at the site today, you'll recall this is the Bush Hawley House. This is the storehouse, which was built around 1805. This is the so-called blue building, 47 Strickland Road, a.k.a. Toby's, as it looks today. In the middle of the site, and actually the highest building on the site, is the Archives, which is not an historic building. It was a structure that was built and that has actually served the Society quite well since 1987, but they have, quite frankly, outgrown that structure. And that structure, which was not designed to accommodate compact shelving, we did very careful studies and cost analyses to figure out how we could most efficiently accommodate the Society's needs, and found that actually it was by building one new consolidated state-of-the-art structure, and then once the new structure is completed, this building will be removed, returning open space that was always there. So what is now the highest point on the site actually diminishes. And looking from the back corner of the property today, this is the current archives building, built in 1987, and once the new structure is, and it's good for the operations of the society because there will be no interruption in the services that the society offers to its patrons. The archives can continue to exist, and then once the new facility is completed, this building will be removed, and this view will become this view, opening up green space. And actually, the society has ample green space. I think the calculations show that it will have about something like 64% green space in an area that it only requires a blended of 43%. Together, Toby's and the consolidated new facility will offer patrons to Greenwich Historical Society and access to the collections that they have never had before. It will provide a more accurate interpretation of the historic site, and it will provide spaces that will promote the preservation and exploration of Greenwich's colorful past. We thank you. And I would like to now introduce our traffic engineer, John Canning, and maybe Bruce, you would want to make some comment.
Before you do that, Ms. Alban, you asked about 139, and before...
Yeah, you need to get someone to give you back the mic first.
Thank you. You asked about 6-139.1, and before we let Mr. Parker sit down, would like him to address that.
Surely. So I think you're referring to the flood zone, and with the mapping of this area, the lower level of Toby's is within the flood zone, and so we are planning on complying with the FEMA requirements, which state that the lower level of this structure cannot have quote-unquote habitable space. We are allowed to, you can, for example, have a garage in that space, and so the society doesn't presently have, other than this very little shed, a place for gardening equipment and those sorts of things. And so where there now is a three-car garage, there will actually in one bay be a concealed space for gardening equipment, and then we will provide the requisite flood vents, which would we need to have something like 7 square feet of flood vents, so it's 2 about this size, which actually it comports to the size of panels that were in the original bay windows, below the bay windows in Toby's Tavern. And so it actually will not conflict with or disturb the historic appearance of the building.
The reason that we were asking yesterday was that in the regulations, you can get a variance because of the historic nature of the structure. And we had seen, I can't remember what they call it, but you don't have to comply with the FEMA reg if it's of a historic nature. And in our staff report, it said something about you were limiting renovation in one of the buildings to less than 50% of its value because of the FEMA restriction, which we thought you would not have to do. And so that was really the question about it, was that because of the nature of this property, you would be able to get an exemption. Now, the question is, you have to have a status, what was it, Mrs. Raymer? It was...
The variances may be issued for the reconstruction, rehabilitation, or restoration of structures listed on the National Register of Historic Places or the State Inventory of Historic Places.
So if you're in either one of those, you wouldn't be limited by the 50% value, and you would... I think you have to flood-proof still certain areas. I don't remember exactly how it reads, but, so we were just making sure you were taking full advantage of your status.
Thank you.
It was a positive, of your status as a historic structure, because you know that the way it's worded, if you're going back to the historic structure, I think you still have to have it not be habitable space.
Well, no, I mean, you can, so that's what
the
you would be
thing.
getting the variances. So what the 50% you're referring to is the substantial improvement. So instead of making, raising the building or doing the flood vents or things of that nature, there is this option for variance that Mrs. Albin was referring to. And I read the first part of it, and it continues on to say, and provided the proposed reconstruction, rehabilitation, or restoration will not result in the structure losing its historical character. So what you would have to do is go through the State Historic Preservation Office and get the okay from them as part of this, and then you would go to the Zoning Board of Appeals locally.
But that gives you what we didn't know. You didn't mention it in the letter, and so what it seemed to us yesterday is that gives you flexibility in the future, that if you want to continue to improve in the flood zone or whatever, if you have that variance, you aren't limited by the flood zone regulations.
We're mindful of that, Ms. Albin. Yeah, thank you.
So the question then comes, are you going to go for a liquor license?
Yeah, and the commission is willing to give you very
like
late
that?
hours. Yes, we would like that. But we wanted to open at midnight.
It's a tavern.
It
We're
would be
getting
the
far
commission,
afield,
but
Ms.
there is
Albin.
nowhere for us to go when we leave here, except home.
Anyway, thank you for the comment. We'll be mindful of it as we proceed to final, but right now, we think we can comply as is, but we'll look at it.
And parking, do you want to talk
Yes,
about parking?
if I may, this is John Canning.
Thank you, Bruce. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is John Canning. I'm a professional engineer licensed to practice in the state of Connecticut, and I have 25 years of traffic engineering and transportation planning experience. I work for VHB. Our office is in White Plains, but I'm quite familiar with Greenwich. We prepared a traffic and parking study for you. We submitted it in April. Briefly, it documents that the existing Greenwich Historical Society on a day-to-day basis has very modest levels of activity. During the summer, for about 4 weeks, they have approximately 25 children per day visit as part of their summer program. And the greatest traffic and parking activity at the site occurs approximately 12 times a year, when as many as 100 people gather for events at the center. It was this latter, more busy activity that we studied to provide a conservative analysis. During these larger events, approximately 50 vehicles were documented in our surveys to travel to or from the center, and a corresponding peak hour of traffic activity on the adjacent street. The improvements planned for 39 Strickland Road are largely related to storage, staff, and other non-traffic intensive uses, and there are no plans to increase the general public assembly area beyond its current capacity to accommodate approximately 100 people. Using these values, we determined that the proposed action could potentially increase traffic and parking activity at the center by approximately 13 vehicles. What's notable is that currently the center does not have sufficient parking capacity to accommodate events, and people frequently go down and park at Rick's Marina and then walk back up the road. With the proposal, it's proposed to increase parking activity, or the number of parking spaces, from 22 to, I think, 48, so that's more than doubling. And based on our analysis, that will accommodate practically all events that will be hosted at the facility. This will require a lease agreement modification with Connecticut Department of Transportation, which obviously would be conditional upon approval. Go ahead, sir.
Was
yes.
any consideration given to any kind of a valet service or something, if you should find that instead of having the people walk down across the streets and everything to get to the marina, if a valet service could be implemented when you reach these upper numbers on these events, or perhaps you have 120 instead of 100 sometime? Is that given any consideration?
I'm not sure that it has. Certainly, it could be a consideration. What I can say definitively is that by providing 26 additional parking spaces, current conditions will improve.
Oh, for sure.
And one would imagine that if if the need was determined to be there for a valet service, it would be considered.
At the same time, we were talking yesterday that when the Land Trust did their building, what they've done is they put the concrete blocks underneath part of the field so that their field could be used for overflow parking. Is that a possibility anywhere on your campus?
It's unlikely because the campus is kind of hilly.
Hilly, yeah, been there.
So I think that might be a
Okay.
bit of a challenge.
Okay.
Basically, to conclude the findings of the traffic study, we determined that the small increase in traffic activity is going to have a pretty much inconsequential increase in delays at the nearby intersections.
Beta has also in their report indicated that perhaps a one-way traffic in and out,
Sure.
I can't remember now whether they were coming in at the north and going out. Was that it?
They did
in it?
suggest coming in at the north and going out at the south,
Does
which
that-
is not a bad recommendation, and we have no objection to it. Our studies indicate that there's going to be, on average, one vehicle per minute coming in or going out, so I don't think it really that it makes a big difference one way or the other. If the board feels that it's a good idea, I'm sure the Historical Society would have no objection to it.
Well, I think we await, since you'll be coming back to us with a final, we await your review of it and whatever you decide, I guess.
Well, there were a couple of comments that Beta had, and although I only got the comments yesterday, I have prepared some responses. Quickly, they have suggested that the traffic study evaluate a 59% increase in traffic activity at the Greenwich Historical Society. Based on the information that has been provided to me by the architect, as much as 3,600 square feet of the proposed expansion will be dedicated to research and library archives, storage, mechanical circulation, and restroom space, and will not generate any additional traffic or parking. So we believe that the evaluation that we conducted, where we considered traffic impact from a maximum event activity increasing by 27%, is conservative in its own right, and we don't think there's any need to redo the analysis with a greater increase in traffic. And with regard to their other comments, they asked that the signal timing plan be used for the existing conditions at the intersection of Strickland Road with US Route 1. I have that information here with me, and that the operational analysis and turning movement counts for the site driveways, which are, they're low-volume driveways on a modest volume street, be provided. And we already discussed the making the driveway one-way northbound, or north driveway one-way in and the south driveway one-way out. Unfortunately, I only have one copy because I was under the gun today to get everything done. The additional analysis, basically, at the intersections you have level of service, the additional analyses at the intersections you have level of service B or C conditions, they'll be unchanged, and the driveways have level of service A and B conditions. And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I think Beta also said that we should be considering a slightly different count for needed parking at, I believe it was 60 spaces?
Correct. So Beta has suggested that the attendance at the events that the facility may have might increase by 59%.
Yes.
So we did a parking study for a 93-person event and a 63-person event, and we increased the parking demand for the 93-person event by 7%, which brings it up to 100. And I think if I go to the back page of my parking study, in doing that, we have projected the maximum parking demand for that event, and each event is somewhat different, would be 36 vehicles, which is 10 less than the total number of spaces that would be provided. For the 63-person event, we increased demand at that by 27% based on the proportional increase in the area of the building on the site, and we feel that that's a reasonable and conservative estimate. And with that, parking demand will increase to 46, which is just about maximum capacity. There's no guarantee that there'll never be a a shortage of parking, but we believe that practically all events will be accommodated by the 46 parking spaces.
However, I was just going to say, in the event, there should be at least some kind of a valet
Plan.
parking.
So certainly, that's something that we'll take back to the client. But I will, mention again that conditions will be improved over what they are now.
For sure.
Is there any on-street parking right there?
I think that,
No, you have to go down to
that
the
site,
station parking.
as it exists right now, is an interesting place to go and visit. I've been there a number of times, and the simple difficulty of climbing around on hills and not knowing where on earth you're going and so on, that so much of this is going to be so dramatically improved, the accessibility to this site, the visitor center, the gallery space, that I don't think it's easy to know exactly what will happen to the volume of people going there. I mean, I think
That's a
there's-
very good point.
Fortunately,
That's just a reality of this.
the Historical Society has for some time had the availability of town spaces at the marina, and we will look at the possibility of valet using those spaces. The town has always been very cooperative about allowing that to occur.
Or perhaps just a more formality to people don't, when there's an event, they drive to that off-site location rather than people milling around.
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
Chaos.
We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, because that's after 5 o'clock. There's day parking in part of that, isn't there? Part of that marina parking, isn't it?
You mean for the railroad or something?
Yeah, I think
No, I
that's also the day lot, isn't it, Katie? Isn't that where the day lot is as well?
The day lot's a bit
The front of the marina parking?
Unfortunately, when the Historical Societies needed those spaces, they've not been used. But we will take a look at
Okay.
that. Thanks, John. Before I ask Peter Malkin to say the concluding words, if you have any comments from anybody?
Just one quick comment, that as you move to final, a couple of the retaining walls in the new parking area seem to exceed the 6 feet, which again makes them these accessory structures. So I just ask you to keep that in mind and keep them away from the property line if they
We'll take a look at it, yes, we will.
And as far as a landscape plan is concerned, you're preparing a landscape
Yes.
plan for this?
Oh, we've submitted a very detailed.
Yeah, I think you might not have made it in your
historic-
package. It's all based on what they had historically and going back to plantings that would have been in the area.
And it will be reviewed by HDC.
Yeah,
So if I may, I'd like to introduce.
Mr. Cohn.
Sir, I'm sorry.
You started off the presentation talking about this is in the Strickland Road Historical District, which is a federal thing?
No, it's actually a state thing.
Okay.
Every historic district, and there are a few in town, have to go through the RTM.
Right.
Under state statute. And this Strickland Road area is part of such a district approved by the RTM.
Okay, just curious.
Your narrative describes the lease situation with the existing parking area, and it states that that the state would only ever reclaim its land in an emergency situation. Such emergency situation arise, an alternative parking plan has been prepared. Could you describe a little bit what that would involve, please?
Yeah, well, we don't like it.
Yeah.
I'll be honest to tell you that, because it really goes to the heart of what we're trying to accomplish. However, David Parker did prepare what happens if the Mianus Bridge falls down again plan, and because that actually is the last time that the DOT utilized that property and several others in the vicinity of the thruway. However, if that happens, remember, our proposal is to use the leased land and the deeded land as our parking area and main entrance. However, fortunately, we have access directly onto Strickland Road. We could enter here and park cars there. So we don't want to do it. We hope we don't have to do it, but it is conceivable that it could be done.
So that,
We'll file a copy of this, Katie.
okay, so,
It's just,
And it's the same number of parking spaces as you have on the, as you have proposed, the
Yes.
contingency plan?
Yes.
do you want, if there are going to be concluding comments, should we take any public testimony before those comments, or are you
No,
prepared?
people might want to talk about what Peter has to say.
Then we'll go with it.
Peter?
Thank you, Bruce, and thank you all for granting us this hearing and for getting us really pretty early compared to others I've attended. I'm here on behalf of the board and also on behalf of the committee that's been formed to finance this project. And firstly, I will say, there has been valet parking for events in the past year. So this is not a problem. It's very doable. And the valet parking can either be in the marina or up at the railroad station area. And in the evenings when these events would take place, neither one of those would be really occupied. I just want you to know that this is a result of 3 years of study. Several meetings of the board of directors, a very careful selection process picking David Scott Parker. David, I should mention, as chairman of the Merritt Parkway Conservancy, David has been the primary person preserving the service areas on the Merritt Parkway so that they don't look like I-95. And we've had quite a 2-year struggle to achieve that, and he's done an outstanding job on that. During this time, there's also been extensive cooperation with and information provided to the neighbors, and we have no indication of any concern by the neighbors to this project. In fact, I think it will enhance their views, and the landscaping will be very attractive. So I just want to say that the Greenwich Historical Society is a gem, but a rather hidden gem, and with this project, I think it can really become a jewel in the crown, visible, not at any greater height, but more easily accessible, and importantly accessible to children who no longer will have to be dumped out of school buses on Strickland Avenue and then have to face the traffic there and then fight their way up to the area. As you said, it's difficult to find. And also, importantly, for the first time, the entire property will be ADA compliant with the new driveway entrance right to the front door. David did not show, but in the building there is an elevator plan, and a single elevator can serve the entire property by taking people up to the level of the 2 galleries from which they can walk at flat level or go in wheelchairs through flat level to the rest of the property. Removing the existing archives built in 1987, unfortunately with no basement and with really no proper atmospheric control for the historic collection, will actually open up the property and create more green space than now exists, and will also enhance the view of the neighbors up above. Let them, some of them at least, go back and see the I-95, but also the water. So we think that this is an important project for the town, and I should mention that unlike the Bruce or the library, the Greenwich Historical Society does not get a penny from the town, from the state, or and therefore this is all being done with private funds and will not incur any additional expense of operation or maintenance for the town of Greenwich. So we think it's a win-win proposition. It will for the first time permit the Historical Society to display much more of its collections, will be much more accessible to the town. And it's not only the physical prospect, but the plan and the fundraising includes extending the services to the Title I schools where, believe it or not, most people don't realize there are 3 schools, elementary schools in Greenwich, where more than 40% of the students are from families below the poverty level, and perhaps the same percentage English as a second language. And we now have an extensive historic education program with one of those schools, and their hope is that if we successfully conclude this project and the campaign, we will be able to serve at least all 3 of the schools in Greenwich. So we thank you very much for your review of this. We're anxious to serve the town, and we're anxious to answer any questions you may have. And I just want to assure you that there is a lot of support from the private community for this campaign, and we're able to feel quite confident that the funds that are required will be raised. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to take questions.
Yes,
Peter?
What is the size of the capital campaign?
The capital campaign is $13,500,000. $7.7 million is construction. $1.7 million is for enhancing the programs, the school programs and other things, and a variety of other things that go in, and we end up with that amount. We do have an anonymous matching gift for half of that, so that dollar for dollar, as dollars are raised, each dollar will count for 2. And at the present time, in the early stages of what we're doing, we're at approximately $8 million of the $13.5 million committed, and we have not gone public. So we're feeling very good.
Mr. Malkin, yesterday we were wondering if, given the limitations right now, if some of the archival material is stored off-site. Do you know the answer to that?
The answer is some of it is stored off-site, and it will all be able to be stored on-site.
Do you know what % of it is currently stored off-site? Just ballpark, some kind of, we'll just be general. It's just that it seemed like that's a consistency with our plan of conservation and development, because it's a protection of historic resources in the town, the fact that they will be stored appropriately. Whatever.
Davida Strackbein, our
That's
chairman,
fine. We'll
is
just
here.
make the general statement.
Davida, could you just give a simple, without presenting, what's the percentage that's off-site?
I don't know percentages.
Don't worry about it.
I will tell you that my
On the mic, please. Sorry, you're on the record. Thank you.
Davida Strackbein. I want to tell you that we have reached the point where it was just this last year, and the items that were selected for off-site storage are those items which would not necessarily be used all the time. And one of them, for example, is a very large set of oversized photographs, aerial photographs taken by the town of Greenwich in 1929 that have been preserved, and they were digitized this year. So we were able to take those off, but there are very few. And it was just this last year. But every space in that archives building that was built in 1987, because of the success of the program, is filled.
Yeah, it was just to have that.
And I do want to say one thing, and just so you know, the Board of Trustees in 1987 assumed that collecting archival material would actually fit in a vault, a room-size vault that's about half the size, maybe, or I don't know size. Anyway, it's a large vault, and that was supposed to take us through 100 years. Well, it didn't. And we know that now, but through digitization and through what we're going to call a documentation project, that we can seriously focus on preserving the history of the town of Greenwich for years to come.
Thank you.
Thanks, Davida. So the answer is that the vault that exists now, I'd say, is about 1/6 or 1/8 the size of this room. And we will, as David has mentioned, the new archives will not only accommodate 50% more than the whole collection is today, but it will be hermetic and it will be climate controlled.
Mr. Malcolm, I understand a lot of the other buildings down Strickland are also historic. I mean, maybe not from the same era, but historic to some extent. And I was wondering if there's any joint programs between the Historical Society and some of those other I'm talking about the properties right down in Strickland.
Going from Strickland north back to
right,
the
yeah.
to the Post Road. They're all privately owned except for two buildings on the opposite side of the street that are owned by the Historical Society. Actually, one of them is occupied by the executive director on the same property, and across the street it's used for I don't think it's rented at this time. It is rented for private occupancy. The only restrictions I know are part of the historic district, and there are some beautiful buildings, ship captain buildings that are there, and they're all included in the historic district. I don't think it goes all the. Does it go all the way to the Post Road? Not quite. So it stops before the commercial buildings that lead you to CVS.
Peter, do you anticipate any increase in personnel?
Well, actually, one of the things that's so interesting is the way that this is designed. Not only is there a single entrance, but at that single entrance there can be what I call a monitor, a post where someone can be who can check people as they come in, direct them to the different galleries, going in to the left, and to the right, to Toby's, where there will be a gift shop and the meeting facility upstairs that was shown. So the answer is that we think that instead of operating in 4 separate buildings, we will have a monitor at the entrance, and the entire staff will go into the storehouse. And it'll be a much more efficient operation. Instead of having to have a person in each of the 4 buildings, we'll have a much more restricted staffing. So, yeah, I'm sure there will be more staffing, but it will not be a significant increase. Correct? Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple of comments from Mr. Cohen. Unless there's, by the way, are there any other public, are there public comments? Seeing none? Just a couple of things. I think it would help us as you go into, as you get ready for the final, give us a phasing plan for all, because I don't think this will be, or will it be done in one shot? Is that the intent, or? Well, why don't we just say a phasing plan, and you don't need to answer
there's
it.
got to be some phasing involved, and we will provide a plan.
Right. The other thing I don't think that got mentioned, but it got alluded to, but the there is an emergency generator for the whole property, or is it just going to be? And I noticed that it's
For the new
located
building.
up the hill or something. It's kind of hidden behind the parking. the new
It
parking
is.
lot.
It's in back of the parcel that the state granted,
Right.
and it is just for the new building.
Just for the new building.
Yeah.
And the chiller,
Same.
just for the new building.
Yes.
Will that also be Toby's, or is that considered the new building? So that,
Yes, that's correct.
okay.
Mr. Cohen, I have a question for Mr. Canning about bus drop-off. Mr. Canning, if you could use Mr. Franjone's C4 drawing, I think would probably be the best way to look at it. Where's the bus drop-off for the students now?
I believe the bus drop-off for the students now is down on Strickland Road.
I think that's right.
Okay, and where is the bus drop-off anticipated
Well,
to be
the
now?
intent, depending on the size of the school bus, would be to drive it up through the parking lot, and so get turned by the circle that's up by the front door, and then it would be accessible for regular students and for the disabled.
Okay. I think in your future work, can you take a look at that? I'm looking at it here, and it seems very, very tight for a
certainly
large school bus, especially that turning radius around, I guess it's a proposed tree. It looks even tight enough for a car.
There is, as part of the plan, a handicapped accessible ramp that actually goes from street level up to the main entrance, so that if buses are too large to go to the upper lot, they can actually pass through this lot and let the children drop off on the society's property rather than stop on Strickland Road. And the ramp meets ADA accessibility standards.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon.
Do you have any final comments?
No, I think you heard my final comments from Mr. Melkin. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Right? Want to close this?
Yes.
Close?
Yep.
Okay. This item will be closed. We'll vote on it later this evening, probably.
Thank you.
Okay. I may need a little help sequencing that resolution. It fell all in one pieces to it. Can you get, somebody get Fox?
Did somebody go for Andy?
Yes.
Okay. We're awaiting Mr. Fox's return.
Did you find him? Okay, I don't really understand. Oh, I have the notes on HDC, that's right. I have it somewhere in here. Didn't really understand what that was all about today.
Here's the letter.
Oh, you know, I think I forgot to print it.
Well, the letter was in the folder tonight.
Ah, that's right, didn't need it there.
See, this is a difficult thing. It says,
I know.
recommended the approval of the historic overlay only if conditions are met.
So what do we do?
Don't know. We're winging it at this point on, I think, so let's see what he says about that. This is item number 7, 117 Green LLC, and it's number 8. Number 7 is for a rezoning to rezone it to a HO zone, and number 8 is for the final site plan and special permit. So we should start with the rezoning.
Yes, as Chairman, members of the Commission, Bruce Cohen again, representing the applicant. Item 7 is an application to rezone building at 117 Greenwich Avenue from CGBR to the CGBR Historic Overlay Zone. And you'll remember hearing our presentation on March 31st, at which time I reviewed the requirements of the HO regulations, and specifically those requiring for such HO designation an age of more than 40 years and historical significance as outlined in the regulation 6-109.1. And I read portions from the registration statement that in which the Greenwich Avenue Historic District was so designated, not as a historic district in the way that Mr. Yeski and I discussed before, but listed in the National Register. At that time, you referred this appropriately enough, since the regulations so provide, to the Historic District Commission for their advice. And we heard this, the HDC did hear it, and they approved the HO application by a 3-2 vote, which I'll talk about in a minute, with 7 conditions relating to the nature of the reconstruction that was proposed. And if you remember, we presented our proposal. I think one issue of importance that was raised had to do with the brackets on the front of the building. That was one of the conditions that the HDC imposed as a condition of their approval. The reason for the split vote is that there was a minority of members present at the meeting that did not want to see painted metal frame around the large glass show windows and doors. And I think what I'd like to do is ask the project architect, Peter Helms, to talk about that a little bit and to talk about the other 7 conditions, all of which my client is willing to satisfy, with one small exception, which he'll also talk about. So, Peter, would you take over?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Peter Helms. I'm an architect with the Helms Group in Katona, New York. Okay, thank you. Basically, as Mr. Cohen represented earlier, we met back on May 11th with the Historic District Commission. And at that time, we had a lengthy meeting with them, and we went over various upgrades that we have agreed to provide in order to make this building as similar to the original building per the photo on the left. And did everyone get the handout? I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it might be easier to each have something to refer to. This is a reduced scale copy of what's on.
Where did you get it?
We can just pass them down if you want to just.
In our skill set.
Incidentally, Mr. Chairman, Michelle is also handing out a furniture plan, which really pertains to the next matter on the agenda. So hold back on that.
We'll hold it.
Thank you.
Okay, the handout that we just gave you, the 11 by 17, the first page is a duplicate of the presentation board here, and the second page is a construction drawing that shows the detailing and the exact bracket that's proposed to be used for the new cornice. That being said, in addition to the HDC, I think it initially came up with the planning consultant for the town in their memo, or her memo, that recommended that we try to bring back the lower cornice treatment on this building to match the 1909 photo. And what we have proposed here, and they're basically conditions of the HDC in their recommendations. Item number 1 is to bring back the first floor cornice with the brackets. And again, the 1909 photo to the far left of your handout shows you the brackets. The center photograph is what the facade of the building looks like today. And the right-hand side here is what is proposed. This is an Italianate style building, and it's an Italianate row house or townhouse style building. There's, I believe, 6 different styles of buildings, and this falls under the row house townhouse style. Some of the features that are important in that era were the heavy decorative bracketed roof cornice at the top of the roof, which is the prominent cornice treatment. Different head treatments over the windows, whether they be flat or curved or arched or whatnot. Shutters, windows that typically had a sash of either 1/1 or 2/2 was very common in that Italianate style. And if we go back to the 1909 photo, they had 2/2, so we're replicating the 2/2 windows, which would be simulated divided glass, Marvin window. It's a high-quality window. And new shutters with...
when you say simulated, that means that there is an actual member of a mutton
Correct.
on the outside surface.
And on the inside.
On the inside, and then the space
And then
bar.
the space bar, absolutely. And that's typical for most windows, and it's a historic window replica, too. So that being said, the shutters will have authentic shutter hardware and shutter dogs. It's something that we've added to follow the history. Working our way down, the
Shutters, I'm just curious, the shutters that you're showing in the proposal or panel,
yes,
and in the 1909 photograph, they're not, they're slatted.
yes, they're louvered back in 1909, and we felt the paneled shutter was a very typical shutter style back in that Italianate era.
HDC has agreed with that?
Yes, they have. HDC has agreed with that, and it's in our opinion, we think it looks a little more elegant than for a commercial structure as well. That being said, the building in the center photograph here, it really breaks the building into two components, a lower section which is basically black from the photo, and the upper section. And most of the Italianate style, the buildings were very linear or had some verticality to them. And we find that by working with colors, we can carry that verticality where it reads as one single building rather than a bottom and a top of a building. And the proposed colors, again, and we have to go back, even though we had color chips and so forth, it's a Chelsea gray, and on the renderings, it's close. It's not exact, but I mean, when you print it out with the ink and so forth, it replicates more or less this style. And the dark blue color is a historic color tone from a historic color list. The awning would match that same blue, navy blue color tone. And we're replicating the brackets and the small cornice. If I remove this, or you turn to your second sheet. Your second sheet will show these same details at a smaller scale. This is a bracket that is a stock bracket. It's a FIPON product. It's something that will not rot, and it basically is typically used nowadays with balustrades and things like that that hold up over time, maintenance-free. And it closest resembles what was on the historic picture to your left-hand side. About the same size. The cornice projection is only 16 inches. I'm sorry. 18 inches, 1'6". And again, if you look at the picture, we have no way of measuring it, but we feel that it's in keeping and in the same proportions. So by adding that to the building, we feel that it's going to bring back quite a resemblance to the original structure.
Were the details shown on that second drawing presented to HDC?
Yes. This, no. But we did have a study. We did a series of studies that we did show to them at that meeting, and based on that, they approved it conditional upon going back to them with the final construction documents and the samples, the material samples. So working our way down further, the bottom of the storefronts, and again, these storefronts here are all proposed with basically just the frame is an aluminum frame. It's a Kynar finish frame, which is a very durable, typical finish nowadays on most aluminum storefronts. And it holds up. It's got durability. It doesn't swell or shrink like a wood door would and so forth. And I think some of the members that, in my opinion, that voted no preferred to have a complete wood storefront. And wood, in my opinion, is not really practical on a Western exposure or for a commercial use. And if you look at some of even the doors on this building here, if they're not maintained annually, they really deteriorate and they detract from the overall aesthetics of the building. However, the bottom of the storefront windows, we have 2 bay windows here, and then 2 recessed alcoves. It's a small alcove that goes in with the angled bays on each side. We brought panels, introduced panels now along the base, so we shortened up the height of that glass and provided panels along the bottom that will have a recessed panel with an inset molding that will go around the perimeter. And we were asked to try to replicate in the picture at the top corners. If you see the picture, it's probably easier on your picture, you'll see the small rounded feature just on the top of these panels. And then we've got a little applique, which is basically a little dome. It's kind of like a rosette, but it's not a rosette. It's more of a simple applied dome. And in my opinion, from my research, back at that time in the 1800s, 1875 and so forth, they used a lot of metal windows, and metal windows were something that was typically painted. They didn't have the aluminum back then, but it was metal windows and they were painted. And in my opinion, I think that entire facade storefront in that 1909 photo is in fact metal windows and metal frames and metal panels that are cast panels on the bottom.
It would look in profile like it is metal. It's very thin.
Yes,
And,
yes.
to be wood, it would not, I don't think it would get that profile in wood.
I agree 100%. There's no way you could have a wood mullion with a span of glass like that that would give it the rigidity it needs. But in any event, we have tried to replicate and bring back that exact feature, including carrying them out onto the doors, the 2 doors here and here. The other item that we've added is an historic sill that is basically an AZEK material. It's going to look just like wood. It's going to be painted. No one would know that it's not wood, even though it's AZEK. But it's maintenance-free, and it's going to have ears, is what we call, that wraps around and overhangs the window, and will give it, it is in fact a historic sill, so it'll give it a little more of a historic look. I think the other minor item that was discussed, item 4, was that inside the entrance to the, I'm going to call it the second floor and third floor, which is an office, hopefully, and an apartment complex, or an apartment, a two-bedroom apartment, not an apartment complex. Sorry about that. If you look on the historic 1909 photograph, you'll see the applied trim molding on the side, and that's what we're going to include. And we have it shown on this detail here. On the detail sheet, if you look at the elevation, easier for me to stay here. The detail all the way to the left-hand side, it's going to be applied moldings, the same molding that's being used for the inset molding under the windows. There'll be 3 panels, as you see it in the drawing here, to replicate the historic photograph of 1909. And the final item was relative to transoms. Now, I think, and this will be clarified when we go back for the final showing to the HDC, but I believe it was clearly described at the meeting properly. It just didn't get transferred over in the written form here exactly correct. But what we explained was that if you look at the historic picture to the left, there was no place in that design to accommodate a signage board. So they simply nailed it onto the crown molding on the top of the lower cornice. And there was also a need for awnings. You can see all 3 of those buildings, the subject building and the 2 on each end, everyone has awnings because of the western exposure and for protection and whatnot. But those type of awnings would not be used today. It would not be appropriate today. The awning, again, only covered the 2 bay window section.
and not the entrance on the right-hand side. So what we have proposed here, which we feel works very well, is a signage panel which runs across the entire top of the storefront windows, so we don't need to tack something on for a signage panel, as the merchants typically want to have someplace to have their signage displayed. That would be an appropriate location right underneath the blue canopy here. Then with
that, you wouldn't be able to do the transoms.
With that, we can do the transoms, but that you got right to the point, was that the transoms are not going to mimic exactly what's shown in this picture because they'd be hidden by the signage board. So we did the detail on the detail sheet, which you have in front of you, which again we said would have, we're going to call it a ceiling break, where you walk in from the street under the sign and there'd be a transom light that would be above the door. And again, keeping in mind, if you compare the 1909 photograph, those doors were about 4 feet wide. We have just a single 3-foot door on both of these doors, so we're never going to get that 4-foot width. We can't use a pair of doors because of code requirements and whatnot. So in any event, we can accommodate a transom light up high where you walk underneath the signage board. It's an alcove. There'll be a bead board, again, AZEK painted bead board ceiling. There'd be a small recessed light in there to illuminate that entry alcove. And the transom would be up high. From the street, if you were to draw, you can see this section here has the 3 steps leading up to the entrance on the right-hand side of the building. If you drew a 5'6" height there for someone, the average person's eyesight, walking on that sidewalk, you would be able to view up and pretty much see the entire transom. It's just if you were all the way across the street on the other side, those transoms are going to be hidden. So that's really the only clarification. And I think it's referenced in item 7 of their recommendation, or no, I'm sorry, 6. Is it?
Transoms are in 5.
Okay. Well, I think in 6 it says the ceiling in the foyer of the residential tenants is already to the height, which is true. The ceiling inside is to the height that would permit a transom. Again, it's probably best to point you to the detail sheet and the detail on the left-hand side. On the right-hand entrance to the building, to the 2nd and 3rd floor, we can accommodate a transom, and it will allow light into that area because the ceiling height in that stairwell is very high, right up to the underside of the floor structure, as shown in this detail. However, in the retail store, because of ductwork, because of sprinkler mains and so forth that are around the perimeter of that space, we cannot move them or create anything higher to have that transom be a functional transom. So what we propose is to have it a fully authentic transom, glass, and we're going to put a black film on the back. And we've done this on numerous buildings, and the average person couldn't tell the difference. It's glass, but from the inside, it's going to be sheetrocked, and you won't see the transom. And I think that's the clarification we need to.
This paragraph 6 is very clear, so did you discuss with them the problems with it providing light through?
We discussed the problem of being that the signage board was in the location of where the transoms would be, that they would have to be behind that, and that's why we could raise that ceiling and those alcoves up exactly per that detail in order to accommodate a light, a transom light. And this is what will be submitted to them, and I think it's very clear on how that works.
Mr. Helms, could you take a look at your section again, please?
Yes.
I'm seeing a conflict that I'm not too sure if HDC raised or you saw. You have the awning above the signboard.
Yes.
When the awning is extended across the width of the facade, in a sense, it'll start to cover up the signboard from the street.
Correct.
Wouldn't it be better to have the signboard above the awning or eliminate the signboard altogether and just put the signage on the awning. That's usually what's done in most of the buildings on Greenwich Avenue, having looked at a number of them over the course of the years. I think actually what's predominant in your photograph here is that you've got the cornice work with those brackets that everybody wants to put back. Then you have the awning, but like you said, the signage is actually tacked on.
Well, it's, we wouldn't consider it tacked on like it certainly is in the 1909 photograph,
Exactly. That was
is
the
certainly
solution
tacked on.
In 1909, and I think you have an awning that's conflicting with the sign. It's almost as if the sign needs to be above the awning or eliminated and have the awning be the sign itself. In one way, I think you'd actually probably get a better situation with your advertising and the signage, which is going to be critical to the tenant, and then possibly even actually open up that storefront a little bit to get some more light into the spaces.
Well, to answer that, there will be no way to get any more light into the space because of the ceiling and the ductwork and the sprinkler mains on the insides.
I'm talking about light coming into the lower glazing areas, not the transit themselves. I don't believe that could happen, the way that you have it detailed in your section.
Well, again, I think with the western exposure, we're trying, and the reason for the awnings is to shield that light coming in, because it is very strong, and an overhang would be conducive to shielding that.
But I think your conflict is having the awning above the sign as opposed to the sign above the awning.
Well, the only problem with that is this awning has a 7-foot stretch, and at the bottom of it, it's got a 7-foot height clearance, and we have to maintain height clearance. Otherwise, we'd need to have a 4-foot or a 5-foot to maintain height clearance along the sidewalk walking. So all those things were taken into consideration. And the other reason for the detail and to keep the awning directly below it, and we had studied all these different possibilities, was that an awning needs to have some type of a protective cover from the rain and the snow and the ice and the freezing and so forth to keep it operable. And we're trying to utilize the bottom of the custom-built cornice to provide that protection over the awning, which is, if you see the existing conditions here, they, in my opinion, added that horizontal band specifically to provide protection over the housing for the, there is no housing for the awning, though, to basically protect and receive that awning. So we're trying to do the same thing, yet accommodate the brackets. Now, there were some other photographs from this building way back when, where they had, in each one, big signs on the building. And in my opinion, they were above. I don't know if we have that photo, Michelle? I believe we have one of this particular building where they did not have the brackets, and I'll pass this down, but they're very large signs. And I think the reason for maintaining a signage board is that a lot of merchants, maybe not the current merchant or tenant that they have to lease the space, but down the road 10, 20 years from now, they're typically, it's good practice to have a signage board for the merchants to be able to advertise, whether they want to use a simple logo without their signage forced to being on the canvas awning and have their actual signage down below, or just put the signage down below and have nothing on the awning. It gives some flexibility. Here is the picture, which I believe was 50s when they before they converted to what you have now, and I'll just pass this from the left down.
Mr. Luca, if this goes to HO, would it be just the sole privy of the HDC to review any signage or lighting or anything that happens to the building?
At that point, the certificate of appropriateness is then needed when changes are proposed.
So anytime the awning changes, the signage changes, anything that happens on this building,
right,
going forward has to go back to HDC for review.
But you said
not ARC.
Right.
Sorry.
Okay.
But you said HTC has not seen the awning.
They have. What we did at the meeting, we had a study board because we were anticipating, because of the planner, I guess, recommending to bring back the cornice, and we were anticipating that they would like to try to bring that back, and we were doing whatever we had to do to try to get approvals to move forward with the project and get the tenant in on the first floor. We had done some studies, because without doing studies, we wouldn't be able to tell them intelligently that, yes, it's workable, or no, it's not workable. And it forced us to study, well, why was this done this way with the awning cover above it? And if we put the brackets and put the awning freestanding, it didn't look good at all, because it was just floating in the air with a metal cover over the awning. So I think this photo that's going around is just to point out that signage does seem to be very important to most merchants, and to have a presence on Greenwich Avenue. Although not right now, we understand if the tenant for the first floor wants to come back for any additional signage, he's got to go through the proper channels. But for the time being, it's proposed with a simple Sherry's Place on the awning, and it maintains the ability to have a signage board in the future, and it also keeps the awning at the proper height, such that we have the proper extension and we have the headroom clearance on the sidewalk.
You know what, I'm puzzled. It looks like some of these don't have signage boards on either side. Manfredi only has the awning, and then the one on the left only has an awning. Go back to the one I was open to. So there you are on either side. There's no signage board, there's just awnings, which was what Mr. McRae was suggesting. So you mentioned being consistent with the avenue, and it seemed that...
No, this is historic now. I think he's...
No, no. Okay.
I think we're in a little different game here, because of the HO zone on this, which is unique to the avenue this will be. There's only one other building on the avenue. Well, actually, there's two other buildings with the HO zone. This will be the third. So I think it is a little different than the other project, because with the HO zone on it, it's different than just, you know, the other buildings which are in the historic.
Looking at this prior to the HO, and I believe what's kind of, what I don't want to do a disservice to the building owner, to the tenant, to Mr. Helms here, with what is clearly looks like an upside-down graphic package, where you have an awning above a sign as opposed to a sign, you know, above the awning. When the awning is deployed, you'll lose the sign, and I think actually any tenant space going, or tenant want to go in there would want to have both. The old jewelry company that was there actually had their sign was the awning itself, and it was probably deployed, I would say, 90% of the time. Mr. Helms, had you considered actually putting in just an awning that was permanently deployed?
No, and I think for wind purposes, for snow maintenance, I think you want to have the ability to retract the awning when needed.
There's a number of awnings up and down Greenwich Avenue that are permanently deployed. They're actually permanently affixed and have no issues with wind loading or snow loads.
Well,
I'm just, it's one of those things, you've done a lot of really great work on this building, getting it back to where it is. I just don't want to go into this issue of something that should be addressed now and going forward to the benefit of the tenant space and the property owner.
I'm sorry, I'm sort of confused. So if they didn't have a signage board, and they only had the name on the awning, when the awning's in, you see the name, when the awning's out, you see the name. So
And you can
the
see that on
building
his
has
middle
the name
photograph
on
there.
the front. So what am I missing? I'm not getting why you have to have the sign that says the name of the place, and the awning doesn't have the name of the place. But I don't understand that, because when you retract I mean, look at Betteridge. When it's in, you see that it's Betteridge. When it's out, you see that it's Betteridge. And it worked for them. So I'm confused why you need to have both, or why you need to have the board.
Well, I think it's flexibility. If we move the awning down and put the sign above, the awning would be purely floating. It would not, in my opinion, look attractive. You'd have to have a metal cover over the awning, an awning housing, and it's just tacked onto the building, and you have a board above it. So we felt that this nestled it in underneath the overhang of the cornice that's being added, and it was appropriately housed in that scenario and not floating. And also, to create under this signage board, the transoms that were shown in this 1909 photo are, 4 foot at least in width, in my opinion. We're only talking about a 3-foot wide door here. So it's never going to mimic exactly, because the proportions were different back here when these bay windows were constructed than what is there today.
I just want to know, would it be helpful for you to raise this storefront cornice up to the bottom of the sills of the first floor?
We've already raised it from where it is now. If you look at the photo, we've actually raised it about 4 inches, which is not much, but
I think if you look at the 1909 photograph, that overhang is clearly below the sill of the windows.
without a doubt.
There's no, I mean, I don't think it should be.
And you need some distance from good design for snow and rain and so forth.
Let me ask you another question, if I could. When I look at the 09 facade, I see one step going up into the building. When I look at your elevations, you have one step going up into the retail facility, but you have 2 steps going up to the stairway to the upper floors, and in your section, you have 2 steps. Is that?
That's the way it is today.
2?
It's actually 2.5, exactly per the section we have drawn. That's all field measured.
Okay, so we can't replicate the 1909
So you're not going to
facade,
be able to replicate that anyway.
Yeah.
It is higher, and
You have two doors on the
Because the
facade.
door's further
we had
back.
2 in both of these on the
No, I
1909.
mean, you have the entrance to the residence
That's the
above.
resident, well, and the
then
office.
one,
Yeah.
an office and one.
To the store.
Store,
Retail.
and they are identical in your version, whereas on the 1909 version, one is, raised panel, wooden door. The others two are more of a retail kind of door. So what was the thought in creating something which didn't have any real definition from one to the other?
Well, the thought was, I think, twofold in keeping consistency for the front facade, keeping simplicity, and also providing security to have an open, the entrance vestibule there leads into a small vestibule that is going to have the intercom inside to call up to be let in via the internal door. So from a security standpoint, to have glass and have that visible from the outside, and
I think
also
you could have glass, but maybe it doesn't have to be all glass. So I was just you could have more of a base to it or something, and make it feel a little bit more like one door is serviced differently. It's more private, and the other one can be more retail.
they are actually set in much further than that's shown on the 1909 picture as well. And if you come up several steps, there's probably a 3 foot at least. Well, it's on the detail on the next sheet.
The elevation I'm looking at, the bottom of the door seems to have a panelized in it. It's not glass all the way down.
That's correct. We added those panels to keep it consistent and instead of having so much going on that front facade, we felt simplicity and yet including that historic base
Because
panel.
the 09 doors going into the right, they're solid, aren't they?
Yes.
There's no glass in them.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. But we're going to maintain the lower panels throughout for consistency on both the doors.
This? No, it's wood. It's glass over here going into the retail.
I go back to this, Manfredi's, couple of doors down there, just has an awning with its name prominently placed on the outside. And it seems, I walked past there tonight, and it was very apparent. The name of the place was very apparent. And this doubling up, in which the sign, I think, is going to disappear when the awning is open, which I assume it will be when the shop is open. Is it not possible to just say the name's going to be on the awning?
You know, if I may, Ms. Raymer, the tenant whose name shows there, Sherry's,
Yes.
is happy just to have that name on the awning, isn't interested in having Sherry's over Sherry's. However,
Right.
it's kind of important to the building owner that the possibility can be retained, that there could be signage there for the next person who's not Sherry's, who doesn't want to have a duplication name. Having the ability to have a fixed sign which could be lit is something that you can't do with, for example, an awning. So it's kind of important. If
A lit sign on a historic building? Is that what you're?
well, we'd have to come back. We'd have to come back if we.
It is your position, though, what you're saying to us tonight is that the name is going to be on the awning.
Yes.
And that's it.
Yes.
And the only reason you've got the other board in there is just for some potential
Sometime in the future, with the knowledge
And
that we'd have to come back
have to come back because
Yeah.
that's a change of the facade
Exactly.
easement.
But the problem is that they won't do the awnings. They won't do the transoms. And HTC
They
wants
will
them
do
to.
The transoms are going to be
They are
done.
going to do the transoms because
They
they're
just
doing them
won't
in a
show.
slightly different way.
But the HTC doesn't want them to do them that way.
Well, that's their problem with
That's-
HDC, isn't it?
We're trying to figure out how to resolve this so that you can move on. I mean, we're just, yeah.
Let me point out that the HDC may or may not like what Peter Helms has just described. But remember, you're asking their advice. This is not a question of certificate of appropriateness. Your decision governs. We certainly will go back and show this because they've asked us to do that. However, if we can't get the possibility of a future sign, knowing that we'd have to go back to HDC to get it, it's much too restrictive to have the HO. If you take a look at the 09 picture, compare it to what we're proposing here, they have got a signboard tacked up in a kind of a goofy place above and hiding those brackets. Ours is a much more rational place to have it. So, I mean, you've got to decide what HO means to us. To be honest with you, after going through all this, I would think twice before I suggest to another client on Greenwich Avenue that they apply for an HO. This is, there's got to be some recognition of the fact that
Mr. Cohen,
that there are going to be changes over 140
Mr. Cohen.
years. Yes, ma'am.
You're getting compensation for this HO in the form of separating the second floor from the first floor. So this is not something you're doing as an act of grace. So
Of course not,
let's be clear
no.
about what we've got here.
But there's a fine line, Mrs. Raymer, as to what we're getting and what we're giving.
Okay, that's a pretty, I would say
That's your call.
that's a significant
No, actually,
accomplishment.
it's your call, depending on what you do tonight.
No,
Mr.
I'm
Cohen, I
not
think one of the-
interested in being threatened.
I'm not
that-
either.
One of the things I think we have to consider here is in that original building from 1909, yes, they tacked it on, and they have an awning there. I think here in 2016, we're looking at a situation where we have a property owner who's looking to, at an exorbitant rate, probably rent this tenant space to somebody who's going to want an awful lot of signage. And that's the thing we have to really consider here, is that it's different from 1909 in that the signage and the graphics in the front of this building are part and parcel to what happens here. And it's actually probably one of the most significant things on the front of this building, because the tenant space is pretty much useless if it doesn't have its sign.
But this is it, Mr. Macro. I'm showing you what we're proposing.
I see it. And I think actually probably maybe a little bit more thought into that to make it work properly. You have a signboard for something later on that can be covered up by an awning that's there. And the whole thing, I think if you take a look at this in comparison to what's happening up and down Greenwich Avenue, and what it's going to actually work like when it's installed, it may not be what the actual intent is for the tenant space.
No. Well, I was just looking for that Manfredi picture next door in terms of what's happening on Greenwich Avenue.
I have it here in front of me.
Oh, take a look at that.
I have, and I have looked at
You,
it.
you don't want to see that happen, do you?
And it's an awning with his sign on the valance of the awning. And when the awning is closed,
But
he
they've
still
done
has
to
a
the
sign.
front of the building now.
Mm-hmm. I see it.
It's not what I would call, Greenwich
Historic.
Avenue.
No. But I would really consider that, yes, we're restoring the historic building, but we have to take in consideration what happens here in 2016 with a tenant space.
Here's a photograph that was taken, I believe, in the 50s of Bettridge. This was at about the...
The signage board above the awning.
Yeah. Exactly, but look at that signage board.
But it's above the awning.
And here's one that looks like 1909 there, that they tacked on a sign above, right over the the brackets.
I don't think anybody on this commission is suggesting that.
No, just tell us what you'd like. We've come back with what I hope is a very reasonable response to all of the HDC comments, and yours. Your principal comment was the restoration of the brackets when we came to see you last March, and we've done that, and I think we've done that in a very nice way.
My notes also have that we asked you how many employees were going to be on the second floor. I didn't see that.
That's for the next matter.
Sorry, I forgot. It's been so long on this one that I was forgetting we hadn't gotten to the site
And
plan
also, Ms. Alvin, that's why we handed out the furniture plan to designate, to indicate.
The shutters. Have those shutters already been ordered, just as a practical matter?
No, they have not.
So is the owner prepared to consider the louvered shutters that are a replication of what was on this building?
I don't think, did HDC ask for those?
They did not ask for them.
Not, but as Mr. Cohen pointed out to us, they're advisory to us.
No, I know that.
And
but-
this is a question you asked.
No, I just ask it as a question
And-
because
yep.
actually I think what they're doing with the panelized shutters are nicer. So,
Your mic's on.
sorry.
It's an interesting take because the HDC is requiring them to put brackets back in knobs and cornices and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then we pass up on clearly something that's in a photograph they're taking as a precedent. It would
That's
change one thing and not the other. And
That's right.
that's
Makes no
it's something that's,
sense.
to me, is a little inconsistent. Thank you.
Except that the photograph is not necessarily correct. Just because it's an old building does not mean it's correct. And that the signage tacked on the top, the awning placement, the type of shutters, in looking back and researching the Italianate style of a building, the paneled shutters were very appropriate for an Italianate era. In my opinion, I think they're a little more elegant looking and will look nicer on the overall facade rather than the typical louvered. But again, it's a personal preference.
Joe, you're right, I did ask it at that last time they were here. I was hoping HDC would comment on it, but it is, as he says, it's kind of amazing they didn't. It's a major element of this building.
It's a major
Yeah.
element.
Well,
Go figure. So, I don't know.
Again, it's a major element from comparing it to the 1909 photograph, but
I
not
mean, I think
necessarily for...
Well, it's certainly
on
the
the
coloring of it.
existing building,
It's on the
too.
existing building.
It's
The
also
fact
on
that the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's also on the existing building.
Correct, yes. I think the owner, if that was something that was mandated, I think we have not ordered the shutters, and it's something that we could accommodate if the board felt necessary.
Thank you.
Okay. Have we, anybody else got any comments on the HO before we do anything else? Any comments from the public? I know that HO, or the HDC is advisory to us, but the memo that we got from them, the language is, they were in favor of the HO zone being granted only if these other finishing things were done. Do you think, I know we can't condition an HO, but when we get to the special permit section, which permits the other things, in other words, the HO is just the zoning. The special permit is going to talk more about the design of the building, isn't it, than the HO zone? That's what's
I think that's kind of what we were
confusing.
touching on yesterday, when you have the preservation easement that goes along with the HO.
Right.
So, you have and that's what Ms. Tominski was suggesting. in her-
Well, no, it goes along with the, well, it doesn't, if you look at the granting of the HO zone, I think it was stated that it only, there's those 4 tests.
Those 4 what?
Tests
Oh.
of whether a building is appropriate for the HO zone. And,
Right, and it does, so and I'm reading on
yeah, if you go
109.15.
5, well, 5 is the special permit, but the HO zone,
Well, right, and under that special permit section, that's where it talks about the perpetual preservation easement.
yes. But whether the zone is granted is, I believe, is with the stuff above number 5.
Yeah.
In other words, the standards under 3 of what causes the zone is it, right?
Well, right, and I, from what I heard from Mr. Cohen's testimony, that I think we better be very clear as to what it is that you would be expecting them to do, because I want to make sure that balances where they're willing to go. In other words, he sorry. Well, he was saying that when you talk about the balance of an HO and what they're willing to do with the building, if you require something, that he may feel that balance is off, and let's just make sure he's still requesting
So,
rezoning.
in the provision on the procedure, which is H, sub H, the third part of it says C, sub C, cap C, special architectural and landscape plans as to how the building or buildings will be restored. So you are permitted, as part of the HO process, to include those things. So you're not calling them conditions, they are part of the procedure.
Where are you reading that?
Where are you reading?
The 6-109, H, top of the second page. It's sub 1, sub C.
What page are you on?
I don't have that. Are you reading?
9-31.
9 oh, but that's.
Oh, we're in
the HRO.
109.
That's
6-109.
Yeah, 109.
Yeah.
109.1.
I
Historical
think you're under the
overlay zone.
HRO.
Yeah, it starts at,
HO, so it says.
HO,
yeah, okay.
not the HRO.
Oh, I see. My apologies. Sorry,
Okay,
Oh,
so
I'm on HRO.
we're back to
Sorry.
the HO zone again.
all right. Jeez.
We struggled with this thing yesterday, of whether granting of the HO zone is dependent, and I don't think we can make it dependent. We can only do we either have to say that this building is appropriate for an HO zone, and like I say, there's just those 4 standards.
Right.
Uniqueness of the structure.
Right.
Well, it has to be 40 years old. Let's start with the first one. That's the first standard. It's got to be
Right.
40, well, we know that's met. The uniqueness of the structure, I do believe it is unique. Historical significance, it certainly has been.
Okay.
It's
So-
there, and the distinctiveness of the architectural character of the structure or structures.
So let me put it a different way, what you're saying. The HDC rolled 2 decisions into one, and they conditioned the HO on how the restoration's being done. And the bottom line is, the building is either it is or it isn't.
Right.
And we agree with HDC that it is. And then there's the second part, which is how it's being restored, which
Right,
is
that's
the site plan.
That's the site plan special
And they
permit.
combined it, but there's,
can't.
that's an error from our
Yeah.
point of view.
Well-
So I'm done.
No, but I think that's
That's
what I
it.
was trying to get to, too. I mean, even though they conditioned it, they're advisory to us, and I understand all that. So the point is that we just have to, we cannot find it with conditions. We would have to just find it as a appropriate HO zone.
The building either is or it isn't.
It is or it isn't. So if we don't need any more testimony on this,
Done.
we could close this, and then we'll move on and see what we're getting.
That's
for
what
it.
you should have said to us, Mr. Cohen.
Because we'll vote after we
Instead of
find out what we're
pouting.
getting. So we're closing.
Instead of pouting about how hard
Did you say
it
I'm
was.
pouting? No,
We've
you're right, I
closed-
was pouting.
We've closed number
Mr.
7.
Malin, before you close, can I just, one more thing?
Oh.
Just understanding the HO process and the things that you just said in terms of its qualifications, I'd just like to remind the commission that as you go up and down Greenwich Avenue, you'll find a lot of properties that are the same. And actually, even the one next door to this, which is actually covered up in vinyl siding, could be restored and given an HO.
Sure.
Understanding that, I
But
just
the
want to make sure that
HO
we're comfortable with this, to understand that once we grant this building an HO and maybe the next one and the next one, do we start opening up what's happening on the second floors and the other spaces?
I think it will have to be on a case-by-case basis, because the HO zone grants that, and then they've got to come in if they want to come in, and we'll have to make a finding on the second floor if we don't think it's appropriate for them to have the offices there, which is the purposes that they're here for. Then they likely,
Because I would
they'll
see,
tell us we'll find out.
I would see this as a
We're done.
a new tool for property owners to start opening up second floors.
Sure, okay.
Well, the fact of the matter is the town getting something for having this building in an HO zone?
And the
It
answer
is
is
it is
yes.
preserving it. As you say,
That's the
there's a
question.
building next door to it that's covered with vinyl. Are we better off if that vinyl is removed and it is restored?
And
That's exactly, what are we
I-
getting at? That's
But
it.
each one, I think, has got to be taken on a case-by-case basis.
this,
And if I may say, also, the determination about what's happening on the second floor. In this particular case, we know what's been going on the second floor of this building since 1987, because this commission allowed an office use on the second floor.
We'll get to this.
this is kind of sui generis in that sense, but you're right, we're getting into the next one.
We'll get to that. The
Anyway.
question is,
Close.
the question is a valid question. Are we opening up Pandora's box by this? And I don't know that we are.
No, you
but-
say it's on a case-by-case
I-
basis, and I
Exactly.
think that's really very instructive, so I'm not worried about it.
And I would also say, if you go case-by-case basis, I can just keep in back of your mind, case-by-case basis of what's happened on Milk Avenue. We've looked at that case-by-case, and we've seen a
gone the wrong way.
definite transformation of that street case-by-case, and I think we've,
But well, I don't think we can, we should not be doing that. We shouldn't be mixing.
And,
this is a trade-off between
So-
POCD objectives.
Before we
and
close again,
maintaining community
I do think, okay, so the standards recited at
Yes.
3
the avenue.
list
2 to 1.
1 through 4.
Yes?
Yes.
And I think that we could articulate the features that are going to be restored as being the basis of the a finding of the distinctiveness of the architectural character. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's
Well,
my
I
suggestion.
think I know where you're going, yeah.
Yep, is that you go through all those as being the reason we're granting the HO.
Actually,
Okay.
it's based on the age of the
Permitted to do that.
structure?
Well, that's the first test.
Okay, well, let's talk about this later. How about we?
Well, because we can close, we have
Yes.
all night to talk about this.
Okay.
Yes.
thank you.
Okay,
After
okay.
we close it.
All right,
So we can stay here till 4 in the morning if you
Good
want.
idea.
We'll go over this.
All right.
Okay,
Come on back, Mr. Cohen.
So we've,
fair enough.
Mr. Cohen.
well, I just want him here when we're, yes, I think, well, yes. Everybody agree to close it? Okay, it's closed.
Could you send your boss over here?
We're now ready for number 8. 117 Green LLC, site plan special permit.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Bruce Cohen again, and this is the second part of the application that you just heard, and that is assuming that the commission grants the HO overlay before the commission is an application for site plan approval and a special permit. And the purpose of that application is to allow the modification of the conditions that were placed by this commission on final site plan 1255 and special permit 114, allowing, with respect to the Betteridge retail operation, the use on the second floor of an office use that that was associated with the retail use of the first floor. So our request would be that that be modified by permitting the office use that without the association with the downstairs retail use. And the provisions of Section 6-109.1 allows the Commission to grant modifications of things like parking and FAR, both of which would be required with special permit to allow that condition to be lifted. We would, under the permitted FAR, under 6-205B, be permitted only 1,573 square feet of office space because of the language of how that's determined, not the full second floor, which was about 2,500 square feet. And so we would need a special permit for that, and we would also have to have the parking requirements modified so as not to require parking for the office use. We handed out a furniture plan to show how we would propose, and it's right here in front of me, how we would propose to use this space. We've marked employee chairs in blues. I count 11. I would say that at the most we'd have 12 employees on the second floor. You may remember that we took some photographs before Betteridge moved out of what was going on the second floor. And here they are. The second floor was used as combination office workspace for the jewelry operation. This is a small portion of the second floor, and I count 10 workstations. My guess is that probably a total of 30 people or so upstairs, and we would, as you can see from the furniture plan, diminish that quite a bit. Now, with respect to conditions, the conditions that we would be willing to accept basically were set forth as in Mr. Helms's testimony on the prior item regarding the issues that you've heard in terms of the restoration of the appearance of the building. It sounded to me like from that discussion that we were talking about a couple of issues, which were the louver shutters in lieu of the panel shutters, which if you felt that was appropriate, we had no objection to. And the one issue that we would like to retain is the possibility of that signboard for a future sign, although that at present there was no intention to do so. But remember, if you do grant the HO and if you do grant this site plan special permit approval, any change to the building, whether it's lighting, signage, or anything else, would have to go back to the HDC, and the facade easement that we would be required to record would reflect that. Thank you.
Is it your intention to return to HDC to bring them up to date on
They've
this?
asked to see construction plans and materials,
They have to return. It's a must. They requested that they return.
and we of course would.
Just
I think it would be important, really, for this commission to to make a determination before we go back, so we know what to go back with.
Before you leave that, the little blue chairs are an employee, so you're going to have 11 employees?
You know, I think we need a little leeway. I'd say 12.
Okay, I mean, we just asked you to give us a number the last time you were before us, so
We've now laid it out so we can do that, and the number is, let's say, 12. I think I did give you that number, Ms. Albin,
Not-
as I looked at my testimony. I think I did. But that's okay.
I
It's
looked at my
12.
notes and it was blank, so your testimony, my notes, who knows?
The nature of the easement, Ms. DeLuca, you said yesterday, it's not just a facade easement, is that right? What was the discussion we had
Yeah, I
yesterday?
mean, to me, I'd be interested in, you know, how you proposing to write it, but to me, it's a historic overlay and applies to the whole building. It really is about the whole building. So I don't think it's just about a facade, one facade.
Well, I don't think that we've ever talked about the back of the building, which nobody can see because it's completely surrounded by other buildings, or the sides because they're abutting other buildings. So I think that the only thing we've talked about and the only thing that you and HTC would be interested in is the facade. I mean, and I think that's the purport of the regulations. My only experience, Ms. Raymer, with facade easements were with the post office, which we worked out, and frankly, I would use that as a format.
A template.
And we also did one for a project that never took place or never got built, which was the Armory building,
Right.
you remember? And so we've got someplace to start.
I mean, obviously, the sides of the building are covered, so that's.
And the back as well.
Right, well, I mean, it's not covered. I mean, you can access it. There's you can't go out the back door of the building?
No, it's locked in. No access.
I thought this was the one that had the,
This was the one that had the encroachment over the neighbor.
Yeah, we remember
With a
that.
fire
Jungle
escape.
gym of a fire escape.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is there's no other way out.
Any other comments?
what about the performance?
What do you guys?
Well, no,
That rear piece, the building is,
Somebody else.
that's somebody else's building? Oh, I thought that was your building the whole time.
Somebody else.
Okay. So I thought there was only one facade then, literally.
Isn't he smart?
I always thought
Yes,
that
nice
back piece was
pictures.
part of your same building.
I love the way you're really fast at that.
Do we have any other comments from the commission?
To me, the shutters are not an issue. I think actually, to a trained eye, looking at the building from across the street, you may notice it, but I don't think anybody else will. But I think serious consideration to that signage awning layout should be given as they progress forward.
Any comments from the public on this item? Shall we close? Okay, it's closed. Join us for breakfast.
Get it cooler in here.
What do you mean, get it cooler in here? Andy already got the air conditioning turned on. I have my coat on.
Oh, my God.
I was going to try to get it colder.
It's okay, I'm comfortable
Gotta
now. Go
stay
ahead.
away.
I got my coat on, I'm good.
Well, I don't want to be frozen in place as a result.
You want to take a break?
Does anybody want to take a break now before we get into the next ones?
Yeah.
Or get into an argument?
Let's take like a 5-minute break, 7 minutes max. He's not seated on it. Do you think we can go?
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, he could always read the first 5 minutes of the transcript if he ever needed to be seated. We would just need to remember that.
We are dealing with items I think we probably just are dealing with them all at this stage of the game, but number 9, 10, and 11, which deal with the Post Road Ironworks. And I think of special interest probably will, I know we've opened on the zoning amendments and the rezoning and that, and I don't think we're taking any testimony on that tonight, but I thought we were going to be moving into site plan and some of the issues down there, specifically sewer issues and the memos and so forth from Mr. Faminella to Ms. Sesto. I'm saying that.
I didn't know whether you're asking me.
Well, I don't know. It's.
I can tell you what I'm expecting, but.
Super. You're on.
I didn't want to interrupt.
No, I think that's good.
Good evening, Mr.
You know where you're going.
Well, you'll soon tell me. In any event, thank you for, again, considering our application this evening. As I understand it, we are reporting.
Who are you?
Attorney Robert Birch on behalf of Post Road Ironworks, Peter Carrero and family. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The purpose of tonight is to present limited information to report to you what we have, in fact, in coordination with staff provided, and on one specific issue, sewer, to give you some additional information tonight. That's how we intend to proceed.
Okay.
So with regard to where we are informationally, between our last session and now, we had received from staff a list of 50, if I recall the exact number, 54 questions on a myriad of subjects. I am pleased to tell you that the responses to those have been fully complete with 2 limited exceptions. The traffic material will be in next week, and that was delayed because we took additional counts to provide a greater database to have. We thought we had all the information, but we wanted to make sure it was full and complete as a predicate of factual. So that's one. And the other, very simply, I'd hoped to have tonight, but that is the rendering, and it was promised on Monday. Today is Tuesday. I never want to critique architects, but in any event, we've not been able to get it, but we should have it within the next day or two. Those are the only items that we have not responded to. With regard to the sewer, what I would like to do, absent a specific question, is to ask Thomas Knowlton, professional engineer with Mylon McBroom, who has coordinated the dialogue with your staff, specifically Ms. Siebert, Mr. Faminella, and who has actually worked on the sewer aspects of this in conjunction with the rest of his team for several years. I mean, I can comment on it, but I thought it would be best, rather than get into a quasi-advocacy piece, to let you have the information directly from the engineer. So.
Okay, do you want to ask any questions of him, or should we just wait for his testimony and then ask the? No.
Well, there is, just on that point, there is a memo that's in the staff report dated May 4th from Richard Faminella from the Sewer Division, and I assume that's what you're referring to when you're going to ask your expert to comment on the memo?
That's correct, Mr. Wood. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Knowlton?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Commissioner, members of the Commission. My name is Tom Knowlton. I'm a professional civil engineer with Mylon and McBroom, based out of Cheshire, Connecticut. And I'd be happy to attempt to answer any questions you might have about the sewer capacity analysis that we did.
Well, let me ask you just a basic question. You have generated a number of 46,000 gallons of sewage per day. Where'd that number come from?
That came from the estimate of the number of units based on studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, et cetera, and based on 70 gallons per capita per day.
So
70 gallons per person per day, and with a population estimate based on the number of units.
What was that population?
Are they all adults, or are they, I mean, at what point did you start, I'm sure infants would not be included in that, but I mean, at some point, I'm just curious.
The total number of dwelling units was 355,
yep.
And the population estimate in total was 658 persons. we did not get into a breakdown of age.
So you assumed that all 658 would be generating wastewater?
On average of 70 gallons per person per day, correct?
And that 70 gallons comes from?
That comes from TR16 manual, which is also consistent with the sewer division's estimates of flow in other parts of town.
And how about staff? Are they accounted for in that quantity?
This quantity is just for the residences.
So staff doesn't have access to a restroom?
Permanent staff on site would certainly use the restrooms, yes.
Yeah.
So they need to be added to the count?
I will make note of that.
Richard,
Because we're getting very close to a cutoff point of there's a $50,000 or 50,000 gallon. I don't know what, it's a trip or something because the decree we're operating under.
There's a, if you reach 50,000 gallons, and I'm sure you know this much better than our sort of lay view of this, there's a permit, the permit the town operates under. You must apply for permission to add that volume before you add it. Are you familiar with that concept?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's why, because the 46,000 is so close to that, one wonders, for example, if that application isn't something you should make to determine whether the government agrees with you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what occurred to me yesterday after our discussion of it. What I also noticed, the draft study that the town had done in 2014 for the 67 units, is it, on Old Track? Is that apartment building?
The 61.
It's 61 units?
61 units.
On that draft report, they estimated 10,000 gallons a day from 61 units. And so extrapolating from that,
6, 7 times.
the number of units, at 355 units, you're well over 50,000. So using those kind of benchmarks of subject, which, as I said, we're laymen on this, but I'm inclined to think there's a good chance 355 units would take us over to that 50,000.
Well, based on the distribution of units, like I said, between 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, you're going to have more population in the larger units, obviously.
Of course.
So that's how we broke it down to come up with the total population.
Right.
So depending on the breakdown of units in that other development that you
It's
referred
smaller.
to.
I mean, there are no 3-bedroom units in that apartment building at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one as to what population estimate they used, but
It
we
was
used
designed,
we used the Rutgers University study on population for Connecticut.
Right.
I'm just curious, does Mr. Feminella agree with that?
With the 46,000?
Yeah.
To my knowledge, whenever we've met with him, he's never commented on not agreeing with it.
Well, because we don't get, I guess, my feeling of reading his memo and so forth is he is not
Convinced.
supporting, at this stage of the game, this project for sewer.
It says the applicant has indicated it expected discharge would be approximately 46,000 a day. We will be reviewing this further should the application continue to move forward. So he's not said no and he's not said yes, but he has real issues around the capacity of the system, which we mentioned the last time. Sorry, Katie.
Right, I mean, just to back up a little bit, I mean, the purpose of this meeting is just to check in with where we are with certain things. And the project is in an RA1 zone where 4 or 5 units are permitted based on the underlying zoning, and you're proposing 355. So what we're trying to do is reconcile how that proposal will work with the current infrastructure. So from what I've understood, there was a draft study that was done in 2014, and that was the data that Mylone and McBroom used to determine whether or not this proposal could work with the existing infrastructure. You've determined that there is a problem, so you propose a solution to said problem. Then the sewer department comment has said that they are also aware of this problem and that they are doing 3 things based on that 2014 draft study to figure out what the extent of the problem is, so that the town can figure out the solution to the problem. Those 3 things are conducting continuous flow monitoring, field surveying to record the actual as-built condition of the sewer lines under study, and the CCTV inspection of various pipe segments and manhole structures to determine the structural integrity and condition with respect to infiltration and inflow sources. So we know that the town has the flow metering data that they are providing to you within the next week or so. You've had that meeting with Mr. Feminella. So there's these other 2 components that haven't been conducted yet. So as it relates to this check-in and where we are with this application, the sewer division indicates that they have met with you and that you've had this conversation with them. And so when the question was posed to them, is there something that the applicant could do to solve this problem? They have stated in their memo that on page 6 that since they don't know the extent of the entire problem, they quote, "We would not want to see anyone, the town or developer, spend money to perform work that would only be temporary and would have to be replaced if we find a segment or segments that need to be increased in size." So where we are right now, I think, is trying to understand from you how confident you are in that 2014 data. You've proposed a solution based on that. So where are you in terms of the sewer problem? Because the infrastructure issue, I think, hinges so much on this thing moving forward. So we'd like to get an understanding from you as if you are continuing with the proposed solution, or if based on this memo you're revisiting it, if there's another solution that you're proposing. Where are you with that?
If I may, Ms. DeLuca, given the scope of your inquiry, let me just try to profile where we see the situation. Reference was made to the consent decree. That was executed in 2001. It had reports that were required to be completed within 6 years. To the best of our knowledge and based upon research, those reports were never concluded. So the 2001 consent decree exists. No one can do anything other than acknowledge it, but as a vehicle or as a goal or as a means to an overall solution of the macro issue, it has not been followed. We, in terms of this particular application, do not have either the intent, the means, the capacity to address the totality of Greenwich's sewer issue as defined and implemented under that consent decree. What we are saying, however, and this is the scope of Mylone McBroom and Mr. Knowlton's work, is today what is going on in the Horseneck sewer shed? Does it function? And I'm going to summarize it, but then Mr. Knowlton can take your particular questions. It does function. It functions not as perhaps a brand new capital project, newly designed, would do it, but it functions every day. There's been a limited number of surcharges, but they're limited. The amount of capacity in the pipe.
No, but that would suggest if today there are these limited surcharges, adding the 46,000 gallons per day is going to certainly increase.
And I understand that. And that's you jumped me just a half a step, Mr. Malin. But
be ahead if you can.
I'm sure you are. But in any event, the point being that the issue of the Horseneck connector is twofold, well, maybe even 3. It's got some infiltration issues, it's got some age issues, and it's got constriction issues. If we were to simply come before you and say that we're going to put 46,000 gallons in, and we think that's a good computation based upon statistical data, and again, Mr. Knowlton is touching on that, so I'll stay away from it. But we believe fully that if we were saying, let us simply put a discharge in with no tweaks of the system, it might be a question mark, but we're not saying that. We are saying specifically that in the 3 areas of constriction that, based upon our analysis, seem to be the core problem. Not that you couldn't, with a new line, do a whole different issue, but repairing a functional but not optimum historic structure will put it in a better position. So there are multiple facets of what we have proposed. The one that we think makes the most sense, that Mr. Knowlton can take you through, is to both clean and line the pipe in 3 areas of constriction that will increase the flow, increase the capacity of the pipe, and increase it such that when we are allowed to connect in, the net result is it will be better than we started. Are we going to tell you it's optimum in new design? No, but it will be less capacity in terms of usage as a result of our fix than it would otherwise be even today. That's the core principle.
But based upon that, you've explained this to Mr. Feminella?
It has been explained to Mr. Feminella, and in terms of data, we've worked with historic data. We've done some independent studies. We had some difficulty originally getting a meeting scheduled with him. That meeting was in fact held on April 26th. The data that they have been collecting, we have asked so that we can use it, not to do new work, but to validate the work that we've already done. We are still waiting for that data. Now, it could well be that when we receive that data, we might change our minds, but based upon everything that we have seen independently, we're using and looking to use the town's data to verify and confirm the conclusions we've already reached.
It's my understanding that the metering that they've done, they have found several instances where the earlier studies have shown a certain number, and yet when they check it, they find that the flow is actually more than that.
Well, I've read the same memo, but we don't know what we don't know, and that's why we've asked. It took us a while to get the meeting. I had hoped that even before this meeting that we would have had the data so we could sit here and tell you tonight that the data either confirms or modifies our position.
So you're still working on it?
Well,
So that's really the thing, because
sorry?
it's puzzling for us, I'm sorry, but it just keeps being puzzling for us because you say we're going to do these things and it's going to work. And when we read what Mr. Feminella says, it doesn't seem like he's agreeing. So we have a broad infrastructure capacity concern, and this is one leg of it. You're still working on getting the 2 of you to have a meeting of the minds and a consensus. I think if you could get that, we'd go a long way towards solving the infrastructure issues. That's one of the biggest pieces. And you know, he says here that your analysis shows that the proposed development would result in 3 downstream segments exceeding 100% of capacity.
And those are the ones that we are going to fix.
And those are the ones you're going to fix, but he says elsewhere that he doesn't think that fix is going to address the problem. That is 2 experts talking to us at the same time, that if you guys got to a meeting of the minds, it would be really helpful if there was a consensus, and you're continuing to work on that, and hopefully the next time you come back, you'll have worked that out with him.
And we would rather have consensus than a debate, for sure. I hear you loud and clear. I'm sorry, just to finish, the difficulty we've had is we've shared every piece of information that we have with Mr. Feminella. Apparently, there's a policy that the town is reluctant to share draft data, and therefore they've been holding on to it. I don't know the details of that, the why of that, but that is something that we have explained to staff that we really need. We have on April 26th the commitment that we'll get it, but here we are 3+ weeks later, we don't have it. I honestly don't know, and I don't want to speculate why the raw data can't be turned over, because then independent experts can validate themselves or argue based upon the facts. So I think we're in the same position analytically. We just need to find the data.
Do you have any sense from him when you're going to be getting that data?
I've understood it's within the next week. I mean, it was, like you said, 3 weeks, but we're now 2 weeks into that, so I'm hoping it'll be within the next week.
We had hoped it would be computer generated. We simply have it, but I don't know what the reason for the holdup is. As soon as we get it, it is a high priority for us, as Ms. Albin has suggested.
Could I just clarify the timeline on this? The department said 3 weeks, and 2 weeks of the 3 weeks have elapsed. Is that where we are?
I think that is where we are. I don't want to say definitively,
not quite.
but
It's 30 days from April 26th, and it's now May 8th, what, 17th?
You were told 30 days from April 26th?
Correct.
Well, when
So
was
it
the
hasn't
date that you
been
met?
30 days yet?
That's correct.
Okay, so there isn't a delay yet insofar as,
If I suggested that they're within the timeframes, this is just me, and I'm certainly not an engineer, I didn't understand the reasons for or why it would take so long to exchange data that already exists, but that's just not my area.
but sir, I believe that if we were to ask IWWA, they have asked you for information over and over again, and the perception is it hasn't been supplied, so.
Ms. Raymer, that's just not a fair comparison, because, one, the data we're looking for...
Is it a fair statement?
No, because you're talking apples and oranges. We were asking for data that exists. I was posed with 54 questions that I had to seek data from, and all of those, with the exceptions I've delineated, have been provided. There's a difference between giving raw data and answering questions. We didn't ask for the sewer data to be compiled for us. We were told it existed. All we asked for was the exchange of what they already had. That I think, is a mechanical difference of some significance.
So procedurally, you'll get the data whenever that is, hopefully soon. And you're planning, you will use that data to validate or invalidate the conclusion that you've reached. So just procedurally speaking, if you believe that it validates your solution, then I think one of the things that we are going to need to see is exactly how you are going to perform the work. So as one of the things that we know, having gone through many sewer improvements due to the consent decree, is that you have to bypass lines, et cetera. So if you are going to be pursuing the proposal that you have already, we need to know, what properties will be encumbered for that, how it's going to work, how that will impact traffic and whatnot. So I think by the next meeting, we would want that information if you believe that the flow metering data validates your proposed solution. I think the other issue that I think we need to have is, as you said, you don't know what you don't know. And so when we have these other two pieces of it, the surveying and the cameraing, I mean, I think we need to get a statement from you as to how you think that whatever proposal you're going to be coming back to us with, how that missing data is going to impact this solution that you have. And just lastly, if you believe that the data invalidates your proposed solution, then I think at that point we would, I don't know what your solution would be at that point, and you probably don't either.
If we don't have a solution, we're not going to be in a very good position.
Right.
But I would also say, in terms of solutions, there's been a discussion again. We offered, and Tom will correct me, 3 potential solutions. The one that we were directed to focus on is the one that we're discussing now. Independent of that, there was also the opportunity, in our view anyway, to consider pumping to a different connector. And there's yet again the possibility of putting on site a holding tank and doing things. Those were dismissed in earlier sewer commission or sewer sections. So they exist. We didn't abandon them, but we prioritized in the direction that we were suggested and told made the most sense. So if the data that we're looking for and we hope to get puts us in a position where the solution that we're advocating is undermined, no pun intended, then we're obviously in Plan B. The conclusions that we're presenting before you didn't come willy-nilly. We've spent a lot of hours and a lot of time and a lot of effort to get where we're at. We respect Mr. Feminella and we respect the material, but we're not here suggesting casually that we think we've got a quick fix. But we'll come back and we'll defend or present as we see.
Just one question on a statement that you made about the capacity. If you put the liner into the pipe,
yes.
I understand that helps the flow, but doesn't it reduce the capacity because there's not as much room?
I now defer.
That's a very good question. Depending on the type of liner you use, it has different thicknesses, and it'll also have a better coefficient of friction. So yes, whatever liner you put in is going to slightly constrict the overall diameter and flow area, but because you get a better coefficient of friction, you'll actually increase the amount of flow from what it was prior to the liner.
Someone else could perhaps ask this question a little better but I'll attempt to do it. I had understood that in terms of the capacity of the line, that the town has certain standards that they like to maintain, and what I understand is that this line is at 97%, is that the number? So, and that is significantly higher than the town would like to see, if I understand that correctly. Can you comment on that?
Well, the existing pipe as it sits now, without our proposed flow in it, the worst one is 136% of capacity at peak. So it's not, I'm not advocating that it's overflowing right now as we speak. It's just based on the numbers, based on the calculations, if that peak event were to occur, it would be at 136% of capacity. Would that mean an overflow? Not necessarily. It would possibly mean a surcharge in manholes upstream, but when you get a surcharge, it actually creates more head, which then is a driving force to give you even more flow through that pipe. So then that surcharge would dissipate over time.
Mr. Knowlton, I think actually that goes back to something about the consent decree, and I think actually the relevance of the consent decree, and actually it says in Mr. Feminella's memo here that all system overflows are reported not only to the state regulatory agencies, but also to the US EPA. Given this agreement, the DPW Sewer Division is sensitive to any proposed significant changes to the collection system. Because we've had surcharges and overflows in the past, and because we've had that, we are now actually obligated to report those to the government. And I think that's that kind of thing. Actually, you're talking about 106%.
136. Yeah, and actually, let me finish that one thought then. That's existing. The proposed solution that we have for those three sections, if we do the lining like we talk about, would actually bring that flow down significantly. When we add our proposed flows to existing and do the lining, it comes down to 97% of capacity. So it does come down within capacity.
One real quick question. There's those three sections that you're proposing work to. How did you come about understanding that those particular sections needed work?
The entire Horseneck Brook sewer was well analyzed in the 2014 study that was done by the town's sewer consultant.
CDM, okay.
Correct. And in that study, they actually went out and they looked in each manhole. They provided documentation of what they observed in the manhole. And they also gave a summary of some CCTV inspection that was done along the Horseneck Brook sewer. And in their own analysis, they showed that those three segments were over capacity on existing flows. That study was done prior to our proposed development, so our flows weren't included in that study.
Okay.
So we added our flows, we superimposed our flows over the flows that they had in that study along the entire segment that our flows would actually be in. We're not flowing through the whole entire Horseneck Brook sewer because it goes further north than West Putnam Ave.
Yes.
So we'll actually discharge in at West Putnam Ave and then flow south along the Horseneck Brook sewer.
Thank you.
That flow from the project site, did you generate this diagram showing the Horseneck line, or is that?
I believe that says CDM Smith on the bottom. So we utilized that graphic to
Katie,
show
do you
the
know where
three
this came
segments.
I believe that's part of the 2014 study, is that correct?
Correct. And we highlighted the three segments on that graphic to show where they were.
I'm just curious, since our project, as you know, is much further west along West Putnam Avenue. What is the condition of the pipes from the project into the Horseneck?
That's a great question. As part of our downstream capacity analysis that we submitted dated January 6th of this year, we had a nice little chart that showed the existing capacity of that 8-inch gravity sewer main along West Putnam Avenue as it flows east and then connects up to the Horseneck Brook sewer. So we actually obtained sewer mapping from the sewer division to get the physical elements of the pipe, so the slopes, the diameter, the invert elevations, so that we could utilize that for our calculations. And we superimposed our flows onto the flows that are currently in that line and showed that they were all, I think the highest one was 79% in one segment, and as low as, I think it was slightly less than 20% of capacity. So the 8-inch main along West Putnam Ave was in much better condition than the Horseneck
Is
Brook
it,
sewer.
I'm just curious, is it newer main than the Horseneck? Which
That
has
I-
got
I-
something in there about some pipes over 100 years old or something?
Well, I believe I believe it is, but I don't know the exact dates.
They've not raised, they haven't raised any issues on the pipes in the West Putnam Avenue?
I don't know the answer to that. I'd want to ask them specifically.
I'll find out.
We need
Because
you guys to.
it's a nice map, but somehow our project didn't get on this particular map.
Right.
Okay, sorry.
So what we're waiting for is really, do you guys have more questions on the sewer?
On the sewer?
On the sewer?
I have nothing more, I don't think,
I
on the
think
sewer.
at the end of the day, we keep coming back to this question of Mr. Feminella not being comfortable with the percentage of capacity that you will be at even after the improvements, and it being a reasonable point for the town. And, you know, again, if you guys could get to a meeting of the minds, it would be helpful.
I just
And you
want to
think
make
you're gonna
one,
do
just want
that?
a point of clarification. Since I wasn't at the briefing yesterday, I seem to remember that
Did I say the same thing the last time?
that the flow is, the flow through this 12-inch sewer pipe is optimum at 50%. And so we're well above that.
Yep.
And that, you know, that this project would obviously greatly impact a rather situation which is not optimal by any standard, which will affect the people, you know, the community. So I'd really like to better have a feeling how this will affect the community and or not affect the community, because right now it's not optimal. And this kind of capacity needs to be addressed a little bit better than you have. And I think that ultimately what you'll probably need to do is reduce that flow somehow. And if you want me to complete the syllogism, you need to make present something, a project which is smaller. So I'd really like to get to that side of the discussion at some point, sooner rather than later.
I believe you may be referring to Mr. Feminella's comments where he was talking about he would like to see the flows between 50 and 75% where possible. It's not that the flow is optimized at 50%. He would just feel more comfortable if it was between 50 and 75%. When we met with Mr. Feminella and Amy Siebert on April 26th, we talked about that, and we asked him where that percentage came from. And he said, well, there's no manual, there's no town mandate, there's no written requirement for that, but they would feel more comfortable if flows were within that range.
Well,
now, since we are improving an existing condition, like I said, existing conditions at 136% capacity in one of those pipes, and we're bringing it down below 100%. So we are improving the existing condition as well as being able to provide for flows for this development.
In this situation, it's not about improving a non-conforming situation. This is about a community and having public services available to them. So I don't think that argument is a good one for me.
I think his memo, or his memo that he wrote to Ms. Sesto, does say, in fact, just what Mr. Levy was saying about the 50 to 75%. But he says the reserve capacity allows for future growth, particularly on trunk and interceptor sewers, to take large areas that may be difficult to predict at the time of the design. Also importantly, allows for conveyance capacity in the event of blockage obstruction. So the key thing, I think, though, is Allowing sewers to flow full or nearly full is not customary design, not in keeping with the sewer division's operational goals, and not in the best interests of the town.
Yeah, and we said the same thing the last meeting.
I think that's what Peter was saying. I think I found it in the memo, so.
I mean, presumably, there could also be some combination solution. Look at the tank that you were talking about on the property to hold so that it doesn't, similar to drainage systems. So, and I guess that's part of the problem that we're facing at the moment, is trying to get the solution that is,
right,
as Mrs. Albin is saying, can be accepted by the town. So it seems like there are solutions but it's just, there's the lack of the data that you've been afforded so that you can take a look at this, and then, so I understand the moving parts, and so, it seems to be an awkward timing thing, because presumably you're going to need, I mean, how much, you're familiar with flow data, so how much time will you need to analyze everything?
Well, like Mr. Bertram said, it's going to be a high priority for us, so as soon as it comes in, I will be analyzing it. So I'm hoping, less than a week to analyze it. It depends on the format of the data as well.
Right.
If we have to do a lot of data entry, then it could take a little longer. But
right, well, perhaps that's what they're doing at the moment, so that it is something that will be in shape that you can manipulate it easily.
Yeah.
Or analyze it.
Yeah, if we get it in spreadsheet format, we'll be able to analyze it pretty quickly. If we get all hard copy data, then we gotta enter it. So I'm hoping that they give it to us electronically and we can use it that way.
And the traffic.
I had some questions for Mr. Bertram on the VHB report on YouTube. Okay, if I guess.
I perhaps can answer some, but I did not bring Mr. Schiff, who's the author.
So I think that's okay, because the first thing I wanted to say to you was, and Mrs. Raymer, maybe you can help me out with this. Either I'm missing something or they didn't answer the question, because our question here says, did the applicant perform a market analysis to decide the type and quantity of each type of unit? So the closest I could find was a table on page 10, and somebody concludes, yeah, we need 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, but when I look at this, it says that Greenwich has 82% of as many 1 bedrooms as the state and the county, and 76% of the 2 bedrooms, and 80% of the 3 bedrooms. So I'm not seeing where we're short relative to anybody, and I think we were picturing more, if somebody could give us what the pent-up demand is, if somebody had, if you were going to build an apartment building, you'd say, well, we know this is the supply that's lacking in town by size of unit. I didn't feel like this gave it to us. And granted, we got it after we had met for 5 hours yesterday. We got it last night sometime. And I didn't get a chance to spend a lot of time on it today. But I didn't feel it really hit the question. The other thing that struck me on this was, when you get into it, it's a little bit confusing when they talk about zoning context. They talk about section 6110G of our regulations, not 830G. And they talk about how this site is actually, part of it is in the general business zone, and it implies that we could potentially be using our local affordable housing regulation. And they go on to talk about
moderate income, if they're talking 6110.
Moderate income, sorry, I always do that, I'm so sorry. And they go on to talk about how we had this task force that said we should change our regulations, and we did, but that was this moderate income, the 6110G. So it's confusing, because it opens up saying almost that they're recommending the 6110, which it seems that if you were doing 6110, you could do a smaller number of apartments.
Well, we're not, obviously, but I'm simply...
It's not clear here.
I hear you, and as I prefaced, it's a great right church, wrong pew. I think Mr. Schiff is the author. Obviously, his credentials are significant, and if I had any sense that that was going to be, I would have asked him to come tonight. He certainly is available.
The danger, you send us all this stuff, we try to read it. I guess the thing is, if you could go back to VHB and say, you know, that they're really, the commission was looking for real market analysis on how many units, what the bedroom mix, you know, what's the real bedroom mix?
I understand your question very well. I'm not going to give you an ad hoc answer.
Where he's going with 6110, because that was very intriguing to me last night.
We have very little land in the GB zone.
But see, I know, but they're talking about it, if you read this thing, they're talking about 6110, and it talks about what it provides for in 6110,
No, I understand that,
in the
but I'm just
analysis they
saying,
give us.
we have less than 1.5 acres, another 1.5 acres, we have 0.3 acres.
Well, we're not, actually, there may be more, but we're not going to 6110, so I'd rather defer that dialogue. But with regard to the actual GB, there is a question, this may be a...
No, I know.
Okay.
We know
I'm aware of
that.
the question. Somebody
And-
needs to answer it.
Well, let's get the question. Go ahead, Mr. Burcham, if you want to start
Yeah,
the
go
question.
ahead, if you
Just-
wanna hit
You
it.
didn't say the question yet.
But I think the question is relative to that one, is that the one that, with the line of the GB zone?
Yes.
Okay, so that's...
As part of our research, we discovered SE minor maps that showed that the original GB line was much further back. We have not been able to determine how that was changed. I found no record of any formal change, whether that was simply someone with a pencil. We don't know. So I'm not quite sure where that takes us. It's just information we're sharing with you because it does clearly, based upon the SE minor work,
Did you
say...
provide that map to us?
I did.
Yes.
You have it electronically.
And I provided it to the
I know
commission.
the map.
Well, I
All
think,
right, because it's actually unclear how much, even from that drawing, it's unclear to me when I look at it, how much land is in the GB zone. I mean, I can see part of it going across.
My
I don't know where it ends at the west end and at...
my very precise conclusion was more.
More?
right.
That's all I
He
can
doesn't
say.
know, he knows it's bigger than a bread box.
No, but I'm just
More than the 50-foot strips.
Yes.
Yes. But how much more? I shouldn't be facetious. How much more? I do not know. We can do a scale off the SE minor map, but I'm not quite sure where that takes us.
What I'm also curious about is that map shows, it does not equate with your existing conditions map, which shows a couple of other buildings which are located there, some in what is purported to be the GB zone, and some located partially in it and out of it. Now, those don't show as existing buildings on the map back from the 70s. Is that the date of the map?
Right, I think it was 71, and it also
Okay.
doesn't include the other properties that are
No, I know,
subject to
but just for this
application.
particular piece
Right.
that we're looking at, so it does not show those as existing buildings. So that I'm saying is that since your existing survey, which was done, a couple of years ago or whatever, is more current than the 71 map showing those existing buildings, how did they get built? When were they built?
That I can't.
Because at that point, the building permit taken out at that time would either have to be a GB zone or I don't know how it got done, because they weren't shown as existing buildings in 71.
Understood. I simply shared it as information because the delineation of the line is not as clear or as formal as I originally had thought it would have been.
Okay, well, obviously your surveyor is licensed in the state of Connecticut, so I'm assuming that he'll be able to uncover this mystery.
Well, Mylon McBroom, who provided the survey information, is the one who found the SE minor map.
So,
Now
well, it would,
now we have to know what we found.
I mean, it would be fascinating I think it would be very informative to find out the permit history of the buildings on the property as it related to these various zoning maps and surveys through time, so that I think we can piece together what happened here and
Fair enough.
And I think the question why this is so relevant also, just back to Mrs. Albin's point in the VHB study, is if there is more of a portion of this property that is in the GB, let's just say for the sake of argument, but even regardless, if that doesn't uncover anything, I think we do have 830G regulations under the SU zone, but as you know, they apply to business zones. However, in the analysis, I appreciate what you're saying, that you're not interested in the 6110G or moderate income, but we do have regulations that speak to 830G, so perhaps VHB could expand their thought process a little bit as it relates to our SU zoning. I know in the first hearing we had talked about our RMF zoning very briefly, but I think that because it's the residential zone, so I think that direction might be a little bit more useful for the commission.
Fair enough. Thank you.
The other thing that he makes reference to, it's a he, right?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Schiff, right?
David Schiff.
David Schiff, is, which I hadn't focused on, Mrs. DeLuca, is that it abuts a parcel which is conservation zoned?
Yes.
That's the ledges. It's the RC20.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, I just didn't click. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Raymer?
I think I wanted to just briefly keep us focused on other issues that pertain to this. Thank you. The question of density, stories, and height. And we discussed briefly the last time I focused you on the case history and the analysis of the density in the cases that have been discussed in 830G, and what density is in this community, including for affordable housing. And I think a particular concern would be the absolute absence of outdoor space, and that seems completely reprehensible to me as a concept of zoning, even in an 830G. We are not in downtown Manhattan. This is not an urban area. It is a suburban area, and there should be green space for people. So that's a basic thread of our planning in this community, as it is in every community where you simply have nothing but cement. And it would be inexcusable to construct something in this town which does not give the people living in the building, including the people who are at a very low economic level, a reasonable standard of living in the place they live in. So I give you that as a particularly important point. And the height, the stories, we're not in an urban place here. And what you do needs to bear some relationship to our basic zoning concept. This lengthy VHB memo that we received yesterday, totaling, I think, 30 some odd pages, it acknowledges, for example, at page 5, you quote from our POCD, the maps of future land use, page 59 and 60 of the POCD, appear to indicate the site as low-density residential in accordance with the existing zone, though not with its existing industrial use. In other words, the contemplation of our planning body in the form of the POCD is not to do anything like what you are proposing to do here. So although there's a great long argument in this memo about being in accord with a POCD, when you get right down to the end of your argument, that's the quote. Your expert's quote. It just doesn't have anything to do with what this town plans to do. And this town wants to do affordable housing. But this proposal doesn't do it in any sense like our POCD would contemplate. And you're at page 4. It talks about the town recognizing the need to permit development of housing that meets identified needs, and says, even in locations that have not previously been zoned for multifamily housing. There's nothing in our POCD that says that we want to put this where there's never been multifamily housing, that we support that concept as a planning device. Do you think it makes sense to put multifamily housing in an area where none has ever been contemplated in this town? I think these are things that you need to think about. The argument of your expert in this memo is that it's, quote, close to the downtown. This is a town in which almost all the grocery stores have left. I drive to Stamford, Connecticut for groceries. What will these people do for groceries, for the basics of living in this area? I don't know. I don't know. Citarella, an extremely high-end grocery store, is the only thing anywhere near this. I just think walking distance to town, a mile, is that a reasonable thing to do with people? I just think these concepts just don't make sense.
Well, I certainly understand what you're saying. I would again
Just to add
defer.
one more thing, I'd kind of like to understand this project in a broader way. I mean, I'd like to know if there's any other 830G project with this kind of density.
Anywhere in the state?
Yes, just kind of curious, because I can't, because I'm not aware of one.
Well, I'm not going to, I'm familiar with several rather large ones. I'm not going to, off the top, tell you density numbers in terms of acreage. That's certainly, Mr. Levy, something we can come back to you on. But at the end of the day, apropos of the questions Ms. Alban asked, I'd rather not start explaining David Schiff's report. He's a professional planner.
Yep.
He's got great expertise. He may or may not have written something that you find acceptable, but I'd rather not come to his defense tonight before he has a chance to even
Just giving
explain.
you my comments. I'm
Sending
not-
you away with the questions.
No,
Thank you.
but I think you can put together for us data in the state of Connecticut on 830G projects.
That we can.
Thank you. I mean,
Go on. Heard, noted.
The state data is a little hard to work with, because
Yeah.
we went through the state annual report, so I hope you have a good source.
It's more anecdotal.
Right, and I was just going to say, I actually have asked the Department of Housing that exact question
Yeah.
already, and they said they don't compile it, but I know you've, like you said, you've.
We've done one or two others.
Right.
Okay.
But just to Mrs. Raymer's point, in all of that, what I was hearing, again, as you were relating it to our POCD, is looking at our regulatory schema, because we do want affordable housing. It is listed in our plan of conservation and development. It is in our zoning regulations. So I think what I understood from what you were saying there is back to, again, this idea of, could VHB take a look at this as it relates to our SU zone, which is the regulation that deals with 830G, and to see how how our existing regulatory schema could be applied to this lot. What would that mean?
Understood.
I
The
think
question is
that's what I
clear.
was hearing. Thank you.
I have, many questions on this report. I don't know why, when you sent that memo to us yesterday, you thought there would be no interest in it today, but
If
Yes, I thought,
Yeah, in
That's-
Mr.
we had
Burcham's
life.
defense, if I would like to just speak to this, because I don't think it's not fair to Mr. Burcham, based on my communication with
Right,
him, that I
okay.
had asked him to come this evening as a check-in, not as a testimony,
Yeah.
because we do
ended up
have many
reading
other
this stuff.
applications on. So
Yeah.
in Mr. Burcham's
Okay.
defense,
I have 2 or 3 more observations that you could take back to them, if you
You
would.
remember all this?
The data in this entire memo talks about
this is VHB again you're
Yeah.
talking about.
it ranges between 2010 and 2014 for the most part, and it is estimates. It is not actual data, it's estimated numbers. So it's old and it's estimated. And in some aspects, it deals with 2005 to 2014. The same thing, not actual figures, they're projections. And, I mean, we have data in the town, so projections do not seem like a reasonable basis on which to place an argument. And we've had 2 years of actual data since. The only thing in this report that is current and based on data at all is some Zillow data and one conversation with each of 2 brokers. Conversations, not data. So I think that the report says that we have done no multifamily housing since 2009. I mean,
I don't have the report in front of me.
okay.
There's
These
been
are my
minimal.
comments.
I'm sorry?
Please just take them back to him and have him take another look.
May actually
The report says there is presently an 8.5% vacancy in housing units in Greenwich today. So I'd like to hear the details of that. I think
So-
that's everything.
Bring him.
Sure, Mr. Schiff will enjoy coming back.
He's never been here, has he?
I'm sure he's
He'll be
been through
coming here.
Greenwich. It's a lovely
No.
urban town.
Doesn't ring a bell, and I mean, the first time we've ever seen VHB was tonight. We've had another person who was with them.
Yeah, coincidence.
Coincidence, there was another VHP person tonight.
that, yes.
Here, and first time. Okay, so that was, I guess we're not really allowed to ask why he wouldn't consider 6110, huh?
Mr. Bertram, how are your dialogues with the neighbors going? Or have you had more dialogue with the neighbors? And have you had dialogues with the commercial properties that are on the Post Road and surrounding area?
The short answer, Mr. Mayor, is that we remain willing, but we have not had that dialogue yet.
With any party, residential or commercial?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
We've had dialogue with council, but not with neighbors themselves.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Any other commission questions?
To be honest, on the Phase 3 of the environmental, I think we're waiting for our people to comment to us.
You had provided revised,
looked
a
at it.
drainage summary report and plans, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, can you just quickly summarize how they've been revised?
I really can't, in terms of trying to, again, I would be the wrong person to explain the differentiation.
Okay.
So you just come tell us all this stuff.
Yep. Is there any comment from the public on this?
The schools.
My name is Nick Cataldo, resident of Greenwich, and one of the committee members of GNPA. We have hired consultants of our own that can address a lot of the questions that were brought up tonight. We found significant gaps in much of the work that's been done on the applicant side, and we will be presenting that at the next hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Mr. Cataldo, do you have any information that you can provide to the town prior to the next hearing? And I ask that because the more information that we can get to our town department so that they can comment to the commission would be helpful. So I would ask if you do have information and to provide it so that we could get comment on it.
We will certainly do that.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burcham, I've got one more question.
No, well, just a second.
Go
There's
ahead,
more-
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
there's
Go ahead,
public-
Mr. Quigley. I'm sorry. I had a question, it popped into my head. It can wait.
It's late. Peter Quigley.
It's almost early.
Yeah, well, for you guys, unbelievable. Mr. Chair, members. I have been following this drainage issue for a while, as you all know. I'm just going to make some comments. I am a student. I'm not an expert. But there may not be a short-term solution for this. The size and scope of this project is such that the town may not have the capacity to take the sewage away. And I'm going to relate not only to that consent decree for which they were fined back in 2001. I was on that about 8 years ago. But I'm relating to this, not the CDM Smith study on sanitary sewers. It's the CDM study, another division, as I keep bringing up here for 8 years, on stormwater systems that aren't existing or need repair. That's $200 million. The point here is, and the questions you've asked are very good ones. What is the sanitary sewer takeaway down Putnam Road? There are several other people in town that were asking the questions of the town for those drainage systems too, and not getting answers. And I think part of the reason is they are 100 years old. There are areas that they're trying to fix, and it will take time to get there. They are addressing, the town is addressing it, but it's a big, complex problem. And when you start to have stormwater problems in Horseneck Creek, one of the most flooded areas in town, you are now putting at risk not only the neighbors downstream and the flood conditions, but the taxpayers that 2 years ago had to pay $6 million to repair the Horseneck sewer system because it imploded because of all of the overflow of stormwater, okay? That's the taxpayers now picking up the cost for these projects because the town may not have the short-term capacity to take not only sewage away, but stormwater. Separate systems, but both acting together when you get rain events. And then there's the harbor with the erosion and sedimentation and the risk of adding more pollution and contamination to the harbor. So this issue is a bigger issue, not on the merits on the project, but clearly you've got to look at the scope and scale and that impact when they're building out something as large as this. Can the town handle, does it have the capacity to handle these projects? And that's up and down the Post Road, by the way. We have 9 watersheds in Greenwich, all acting in dynamic ways like this. So you've got to really take a close look, and you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I had to come out of my little closet. Earlier this evening, I heard reference, my name is Don Conway. I've lived in Greenwich a long time, part of District 2 of the RTM. I have heard earlier this evening a gentleman mentioned about population in the complex, and he mentioned something like 600, but he never said anything about the kids or total of kids. Now, I don't know if this falls underneath your domain or not, but if there are 100 or 200 out of the 600 or so kids, where do we put them? The schools, you've got Glenville, which is almost packed. You got Hamilton Avenue, that is packed. And you got Byram, which New Lib, they're rebuilding, but that's almost packed. So I'm just wondering who's going to foot the bill to build another school or to add on to the schools, and then who's going to do the busing and who's going to pay for all the busing that's going to be needed. Those are questions I think we need answers to. Thank you.
That's what I was going to ask you, Mr. Burcham. It was one of the questions that, I'm sorry, it's one of the questions that we actually, your many item letter didn't cover. I don't know if we failed to send it to you. 52 items that you have in here was the question of expected, the forecast number of children, because
we have that.
I know,
That isn't, that, we
remember
got that information.
but we questioned it the last time because it said in the report that you gave us the last time that that affordable housing tends to have a higher proportion of children than market rate, and we asked you how that assumption was made. So that stayed open. That question was still in our minds. And then the second thing was where you were thinking you were going to have the bus pickup.
We have information on that.
Okay, the woman got up and testified the last time and said that the schools.
I recall her testimony.
So just when you come back, I'm just reminding you of the stuff that I suddenly remembered that had been on our minds, and we mentioned it again yesterday about the children.
The bus route is more clear
Thank
in my
you,
mind
Mr. Conway.
than the actual counting, but on both we intend to present substantive evidence
Great.
on the
Thank you.
21st.
Perfect. It's the 21st, right? No, maybe
Okay, so
Let's discuss that.
Let's discuss that.
June 21st, is that going to be the next
June
meeting?
21st is a regularly scheduled meeting for us.
I'm aware of that.
And So we have all these other people that are expecting that they come here on a Tuesday night. And we were kind of hoping that you guys could do the Thursday, the 23rd instead. Is that correct?
I've had discussions with Ms. DeLuca. The issue that we have, and I appreciate it's a little out of the norm, making sure that we, since it is the effort to try to get everything done, with other commitments of our experts, the 21st works for everyone. And so if you can accommodate us, it would facilitate our ability to present a complete, comprehensive, one-stop shopping for you.
What do you think, boss?
Oh, well, I think
What happens with these things is...
the question would be is, if that's the case, the normally scheduled meeting on the 21st would just have to be moved to the 23rd, if that's doable with everybody's deadlines and
It is doable with the deadlines. Yeah, I mean, the applications that were left open this evening, if they are not decided, there may be a need for an extension depending on how that pans out, because I think that gets them to the 21st.
Well,
So
I mean, if they
that's
were
the only issue with the-
originally thinking the 21st and they've been shooting for that,
Well, what happens with all of our agendas is that staff orchestrates, how it all works, right?
that's why I'm talking to you.
Right, and so knowing that this application is as large as it is, it's got such
Yeah.
public interest, we recognize that we needed to add meetings. And so, as you know, we have done that once previously before so that we could have a meeting for this applicant. We've added a meeting because we know that we needed to do that. So how that then works with all of our applications, staff does that with all of our meetings. So in conversation with Mr. Burcham, understanding that his team can be full and complete on the 21st, that's far enough out so that we can shift everything and organize everything.
And then have our regular Tuesday meeting Thursday.
Correct.
My concern is this is a very complex proposal with a lot of expert testimony that needs to be reviewed by staff. And unless we get all these answers within the next week, we won't have time to evaluate it by the June 21st date. Because that gives, we can't put every other application on hold so engineering and wetlands can address this. My concern is the 21st a realistic date to be able to analyze the data?
Well, but that's a great question, because the application is a must-close by July 9th, and that was the point of tonight, to figure out when everything was going to be submitted. Mr. Burcham submitted letters from...
You have everything, just to be clear, you have everything in response to your questions, with the exception of the traffic, that you'll have. My expectation is Monday the 23rd, worst case leaking over, and the rendering, while nice, is not, we should have that at the end of, that's 100%, and that's basically a month before the fact.
Right, and I think there's some questions about the composition of the proposal that Ms. Alva and Ms. Raymer were hitting on that I think they want to discuss in considerably more detail than has been discussed
I understand that.
Yeah, so I think, so that there's basically two more meeting options, let's say. There's the June 21st, and then the only other option we have at this stage is July 7th, which is a regularly scheduled meeting, so obviously we'll have to see how that works with our application load, and it's a must-close on July 9th, and there's not much time between June 21st and July 9th anyway, in terms of being able to get additional meetings. So we are, let's face it, this is tight considering the size of this project and the information that's needed.
My sense is that all, going back to speaking analogously, all the raw data is in, with the exceptions that I've made and noted, so the time involved is analytic as to material already in, as opposed to waiting for material.
So that means you can pressure your experts with full,
I enjoy
with
doing it
full
since it's
vigor.
often done to me, so it's nice to be in that position occasionally.
Okay.
Well, we shall let
just
you
to-
set the schedule.
Your statement that you've now given us all the information on the sewer aspect of this, what Ms. Albin articulated was a need, excuse me, it may have been Ms. DeLuca, a need to get a detailed layout from you if you think this is the way you're going to do it. And that means timeframes, what are you going to spend, how, details, so that we can give that material to our expert, our independent expert, and have it analyzed. And we can't do that with another memo the day before a hearing. We will not, and I think it's necessary to say this to you now, we will not be able to accept from you a detailed piece of evidence that we will not have time to respond to. It would not be fair to us to do that. So,
Well, I don't expect that we should do that. I didn't intend to do that. In fact, as to the scope of tonight, I didn't think that we were doing that, since I thought tonight
no, this is
was-
not the scope of tonight. This is what's going to happen the next time.
Understood.
We do not feel we have everything. So when you wrap this up by saying you've got everything, we don't.
Let me clarify, because I don't want to
Okay.
overstate. I responded in the context of the 54 questions.
Yes.
Certainly, some new information has come. We did collectively discuss the fact that as soon as the raw data, I say raw, the data coming from Mr. Favanella's shop is made available to us within plus or minus a week, and you heard Mr. Knowlton on that, we should be able to come back. If for any reason the data is not workable and we see a problem, we'll alert Mr. Luca on that score. But it's our expectation, it's a proper shop, that we should be able to turn it around and be way in advance of the 21st. Now, it would be great if we could get their data this week. Perhaps staff can look into that and see if it can be, every day helps us.
I will definitely do that.
Where do we stand on this issue of stormwater?
Well, as you know, we had extensive DPW comments, and we have a new drainage summary report and a new drainage plans, it appears, is looking at them very briefly. So I have to get that now to the Department of Public Works for review.
All right.
Thank you for your
We'll
time.
leave it open.
Moving
Moving right along, it's going to be,
Number 12,
oh my God, 1, 2, 3.
David and Judith Kelly. They should go fast.
Yeah.
See how quick we can be.
No, you gotta be fair to everybody, right? And there's a Jackson, I think, here. They said there was somebody else that's gonna speak. Okay. Swarming. I thought you were on a diet. Why are you eating Snickers? Oh, you just have them here so make the rest of it
We good?
Go.
Go. Good evening, Eric Brower, here tonight on behalf of David and Judith Kelly, who are the owners of both of the properties, which are the subject application for you tonight. And they are here with us in the audience, been listening all evening, and are here if questions come up that would involve them. The little preamble to the presentation, the Kellys bought their house 36 years ago, and in preparation for their own planning and retirement, back in 2006 began the process of deciding how they could take advantage of the property that obviously was oversized and create a subdivision that would create a new home site for them in their retirement. So in 2006, a plan was approved by this commission. The exact configuration was actually arrived at the DS at the end of the meeting because there was some confusion as to the zoning compliance, and there was a sketch worked out, and that's the plan that was approved and recorded on the land records. So in the last 10 years, as time has moved on, the Kellys have looked at to how they would actually start designing the home for this new lot, and they're finding that the layout that was approved is actually not really workable in terms of the way the topography works and where the open space area has been designated. So tonight, we're seeking to reconfigure the location of the open space area. We have a proposed lot line revision as part of the application that maintains the same square footage for each of the lots. So there's no change from approved versus proposed as to the size of houses, and the developability of the lots are still very viable under the revised location. Engineering division is satisfied with having the drainage addressed prior to a building permit, having looked at the property previously. But I'd like to just walk you through some of these exhibits, and we'll explain better how we came up with the proposal that we have before you tonight, and at the end, some further discussion that we can have in the event that the Commission or the Board of Appeals does not favorably look upon our variance proposal. Our goal is to come up with a buildable footprint that works with the land and provide meaningful open space.
Well, we're up against the clock on this, as you know.
Yes.
So the only way to do all of this, I believe, is to convert it to a preliminary.
Yes, and I've discussed that with staff, and I'm prepared to do that. But I'd like to get through the presentation, get your feedback, so that then we have some idea as to what our next steps
Well,
would be.
I mean, we have to convert it to preliminary
Yes.
because we have that outstanding memo from the zoning enforcement officer that needs to be
Yes.
dealt with.
Right, and that's one of the things I said we'll talk to at the end that would possibly involve not having to get a variance. So that's
Okay.
Plan D, which we'll get to. So bear with me. The package that I handed out to you, the first sheet is a copy of the town GIS aerial photograph. Shows on the top in the center the existing Kelly residence and the vacant lot that's at the lower portion. It's in a fully developed neighborhood, as you can see, with properties on both sides. The neighbor, who you'll hear from the representative later tonight, is still apparently opposed to this project, even though we did try to work with them on different solutions, which I'll also get to. But you'll notice their house, the Corsons, is to the right, and the portion of their property that adjoins us, as you can see, is their garage and driveway. The approved open space is actually buffering their garage and driveway. And you'll see that a little bit more later. The second sheet is the town GIS, and it's a topographic map. Again, shows you the existing Kelly house, the vacant lot, Corson's driveway, and garage. What's interesting to note is the approved open space area is along the right-hand side, which is the northern part of the property. And there you can see the property is generally level, goes from 25 into 30, and climbs up to elevation 38. The developable portion of the property starts out at 25, goes to 30, and then raises to 50. This is the area that we're trying to have designated as open space or conservation easement area, so that we're not forced to develop up into this corner, which is where the approved plan requires the development to take place. And that you can see on sheet 3, which is the approved layout, and it shows in green the open space area and the conceptual footprint, which forces the development of the property up into this corner where there's approximately 20 feet of ledge that it's exposed. By moving the open space into this area, we get to take advantage of the existing more level topography. This map also points out, I'd like to clarify in the staff report, there was an observation that our proposed reconfiguration in some way was going to result in having homes 20 feet apart from each other. But in fact, that's the approved condition and is unchanged in our proposal. You'll note that the approval plan, which has one of the more tortured lot lines that I've seen in a while, allows for what appears to be a rear yard of both of the houses as broken side yards. It's legal, but it's the condition that was approved with both homes within 20 feet of each other. So that's not a product of our proposal, it's what the existing condition is. So if we go to sheet 3A, we get to the why we want to revise this. It actually is based on environmental and natural features preservation, which was observed by the Conservation Commission analyst back in October of '06 and in February of this year. And Ms. Mock observes that the proposed, which is now the approved, open space area serves merely as a screening between two neighbors. Preservation of the southern area, where we're proposing, would preserve large trees, steeper slopes, and it's an undisturbed area. So that was the observation back then. Her current observation is still similar, that the open space should be moved to a more natural area in the southern section. It's contiguous to other open space areas, would preserve steep slope, rock outcrops, and a small section of wooded area. So that's what has been driving our desire for the revision. Sheet 3B is a section of the subdivision regulations under purposes, and one of them is secure preservation of natural features of the landscape. So we think we're meeting that goal. So in sheet 4, we have what was the application that was submitted initially, and it shows the swap of the open space from the northern to the southern to encompass the areas that Ms. Mock identified as being more significant. When we received the letter of objection from the Corson's attorney, we postponed this matter so that we could have an opportunity to meet with them to see if we could work out some kind of a solution that would satisfy them as well as our needs. And I had several discussions with Melissa Klauberg, and we'll get to that shortly. But the idea was that we would have these areas preserved and this unencumbered. And I think that's what was initially concerning the Corsons, is that they were losing the benefit of their private screening arrangement that was resulting from the prior designation. If we go to sheet 5, you'll see photographs of the current open space designation area in the bottom, which is the relatively flat area. You can see it's pretty much devoid of any other natural features. The red line highlights the Corson property to the right from the Kellys, and you can see that there's existing screening that already exists along the Corson side. And on the top of the page, we have a picture of the proposed open space area, which, as you can see, is substantially steeper, and you can see the rock outcrop. The approved plan would show the house corner sitting probably just about where you see the word space. So it's clearly less suited for development than the other area. Sheet 6 is a photograph looking towards the property line between Kelly and Corson. The area, again, that's being buffered, you can see on the right, is their garage and driveway. Their living spaces, obviously, to the rear and to the right. And there is a significant amount of screening that's there presently. Sheet 7 shows you the plan that we presented to the Corson's attorney, and we still wanted to protect the areas that conservation wanted to preserve on the south. On the north, we're sensitive to the idea that they had this screening arrangement, and we offered to provide a 15-foot easement area along the northern property line that would be protected in the same way as the rest of the conservation easement area, that we would plant it to enhance it. We also offered in the corner of the property, there's this area that I've striped, is topographically at a much lower level. It's on the level of Corson as opposed to up here on Kelly. And we offered to grant an exclusive easement to them so that they could continue to enjoy that property as if it was their own. So we felt, all in all, that that was a reasonable proposal to provide whatever screening benefit they thought was important, as well as protecting the natural features that the environmental department of your staff was recommending. So they declined our offer for that, and they are here tonight to comment. I'll let Melissa speak in see what she has to say. So we came up with Plan D for two reasons. One is that we're not sure whether the Commission or the Board of Appeals is going to be supportive of our variance request. We think there is topographic hardship based on that. So the proposal that we had with the lot line running to the north, thereby creating a non-conforming rear yard for the existing Kelly house, that variance would be required. And it would give us the flexibility to develop the house in the best area. Alternatively, the plan that's shown here is Plan D, would keep the existing approved lot lines, and it would provide the buffer for the Corson's benefit, as well as the 15% where conservation was recommending the open space to go. It would be better if this house could be shifted a little further to the north, but this would certainly go a long way towards the to protecting what needs to be protected and allow for a reasonable development of the site. So I think we have an opportunity to correct a situation that maybe had not been thought out well enough at the time that it was voted on. There were other zoning issues that were driving the revised layout that are satisfied under either of our scenarios here on Plan D. And so we think the reasoning is sound. Open space and conservation easements are never enacted for the benefit of an adjoining property owner. We shift it to the south, we have a benefit to a different adjoining property owner, but that's not the purpose. So preservation of natural features is really what's driving it here. We had the situation earlier tonight on 75 Round Hill Road, where we went through great lengths to accommodate the recommendations of Conservation Commission staff and provided additional open space to make a good plan. So we're looking for kind of consistency in terms of how this can and should be done. The easement area is not for recreation, parks and playground. It's merely for natural features preservation.
Let me ask you a question. On your Plan 8.
Okay, we're calling that
Page 8.
Plan D, page
Plan
8.
D.
D, sorry,
Yes.
8, well, I saw the 8, but
Yeah.
anyway, D. You are not proposing to change the lot lines?
Correct. That would be, that is an option. It's not as desirable if we're going to be fighting an uphill battle with our neighbor, and that's one more hurdle to go through and spend time at the board with opposition. We're looking for a reasonable solution. So D is an opportunity to keep the existing lines.
All right, well, let me try to follow through. So that would probably take care of the concerns of the ZEO.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, his only concern was
I
when
know.
we got rid of this
I wanna
fictitious
see
rear
what-
yard.
Okay. So if that stays there, then the only thing that you want to do then is to take the easement area and not only, in a sense, relocate it. See, so it's nowhere, so this is a conservation easement, so it doesn't, okay, so you're relocating it and increasing it, correct?
Yes, this would actually result in an increase of 5.5%, making it 20%.
So the 5.5% is the 15-foot strip?
Correct.
On that?
Adjoining Corson. I still think it makes sense to have our original proposal that we were doing, where we were going to revise the lot line as shown on Plan C. But I wanted an opportunity to hear the basis of Corson's objections to see how that ties into the basis of a variance. This would be a better plan because we could shift a little bit further away from the corner. Is Plan D better than C? Yes. So I think that's...
But C is, in terms of the C is, both C and D have the 15-foot strip.
Yes, exactly.
Corson property line, so
Yep.
that's...
It's just that the difference with D is if we keep the additional, if we keep the property line,
Yes.
we now have a zoning setback from it, and it limits the ability to shift the house.
Well,
Under-
your zoning setback from it would be a side yard,
Yes.
right?
So we would be, from the map you're looking at here, we would be able to shift the building about 5 feet,
Yeah.
only 5 feet further away. And it's a tight setback. The front yard is 35 feet. So it's really the squeeze play there. So we would certainly prefer Plan
Well,
C.
that's up to you. I mean.
No, it is, and I'd like to defer to what arguments the Corsons have, and then respond to that, and then I think pick a course of action.
Any other questions from the commission?
It seems to suggest, it says former lot line, so there's, on C and D, there is a small change there, is that right? Or is
Well,
that not correct?
No, C is the real proposed change. In other words, this is,
He's used the same drawing, and that's the problem, but he's changed what he wants is the lot lines on it. So you have to kind of follow the yellow brick road or the orange line.
it's, Mrs. Raymer, it's very clearly shown in the orange line. The orange line on C is what was our proposal that we submitted. Plan D,
where it was.
we jog it to maintain what was the approved location.
The main difference is that I don't know what the dimension.
I'm just talking, I think I'm just being misunderstood here. Where the orange line is, there's another dotted line about an inch, not even, there. So you are adjusting this lot line a little bit, that's right, eh?
Yeah.
So that is small.
They are?
Yes, he just said yes.
No, D, I'm sorry.
Little one.
No,
The
he said
D
that's-
is was the original approved lot line.
Yeah.
Under C, the proposal was to slightly alter
Right.
the area.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
D is.
D is exactly as
D is the
approved.
existing line, and we're only looking at the relocation of the open space.
Right, and the additional,
conservation easement.
right, correct,
And the addition of 5.5%.
correct,
Okay.
exactly.
And that's the problem, because you've used the same, that's why you got to follow the yellow brick road, so. Anything else from the commission?
Just a comment that directionally, I'm uncomfortable with moving open space. I hear the argument about it being better and being consistent with the comments that were made in 2006, but those comments were made in 2006, and the applicant didn't respond to them. And I'm concerned about the precedent that it sets, because this may be desirable, but I don't remember us ever going back and changing open space on an approved application.
He brought us one about 4 years ago, where
Yes.
we did that.
It's been done, and it was done,
I just don't remember it happening.
Yep.
I feel-
I can't remember, I can
think it
remember
was
that, I
the
remember
one on
you bringing it,
Shore
I can
Road.
tell you sort of where it is.
It was
Oh, the
Shore
one on
Road.
Shore Road, and it was, go ahead, what do you remember about it?
It has happened a few times.
yes.
However, under very specific circumstances, and because these open space areas are deed restricted in perpetuity.
But you see, I don't know that that's true of the conservation easements, because,
Well, the easement language, one, it's been done before. Two,
Yeah, it
Ms.
has.
Albin, is being done in this case for a well-documented environmental reason.
Well, yes, except that that reason existed at the time.
That's
The
not to say it
original-
wasn't a well-reasoned decision. I'm not being critical of the commission. I'm bringing it to you now to evaluate.
No, we're not
And-
criticizing the commission, we're criticizing the applicant, saying, look, the data was out there.
Yeah,
The applicant chose not to hear what conservation said.
no.
I don't recall
No,
the
that's-
circumstances of the previous relocations of open space being very specific. I just feel uncomfortable
oh,
with it.
well, yeah, it was very specific. The one I'm recalling, help me.
It was probably the, down on
It was
Shore
had a
Road.
hillside?
Yeah, Shore Road down here,
Yeah.
in central Greenwich, and it was moved around to make a
Yes.
better preservation of
Absolutely.
the features, the topography, and the
Right.
slope, and that was
correct.
in fact approved.
And I think the commission had made findings that the open space that they
Yeah.
were moving to was significantly more valuable than the.
Right.
Well, there's, Alexandra says some of that.
Well, plus we're getting 5%
You're getting more.
Well,
You're getting the same preservation on the less desirable plus 15% of what she wants. It's a chance to revisit this, and there's no losers in it. So that's why, if I was trying to go against the recommendations that were being made for environmental purposes, I wouldn't spend my client's time and money doing it. But it's a chance for us to revisit and make a situation better for all
But
parties.
the compelling nature of the argument is diminished by the fact that your client is the same person who came here in 2006 and ignored Alex Mock's recommendations and put the open space where they wanted it, and now has changed their mind. And it's disquieting, and I agree with Ms. Alban that this is not something we should do lightly. And the language that's in the document is a perpetual easement. And not wanting to anticipate the opponent, but it has language to the town and to the neighbor.
Right.
So you're asking us to take away what a neighbor has. And I'm not even sure it would be lawful for us to do that.
Okay. Well, clearly it is. There's 3 points. One is this has been done before, so it's totally legal. 2, bad judgment isn't something that should be punished in perpetuity at the expense of natural feature preservation, which is what we're here for. If this isn't approved...
I think it's disingenuous for you to say that the reason you're here is for the preservation of open space. I mean, that just sounds good, but I really don't think that's why you're here.
Well, I think there's practical difficulty
Has that
as well
effect?
as the preservation.
Okay. Practical difficulty.
Well, they two go hand in hand, ma'am. If this is not approved, a house will be built there, that rock will be blown up. Will it cost more to do it? Yes. Will it be worse for everybody involved, including every neighbor? Absolutely. Is it against the original advice of the Conservation Commission? Yes. So I don't know who we're punishing when we can get a good resolution. 2, the document allows for it to be amended specifically by you, which is why we're here asking for it to be amended, not released. Part of the neighbors' concern is that they think that their approval is required to modify or amend. If you read the model document and the approved recorded document, it needs their approval to have it released. We're not releasing or eliminating open space. We're relocating it, subject to your approval, as you have done in the past. So it's legal, it's been done before, and it comes out with a better result. I know it sounds like there's got to be something evil hiding here. It is not. It is a good plan. I'm not going to second guess. I wasn't here 10 years ago. The plan was modified at the dais, as you see in the approval letter. I don't understand how that occurred. So it's a fresh look to see what we're proposing. And if everybody wins, that's fine. They're not entitled to screening as part of a subdivision approval. Are we giving it to them so that their garage and driveway can be protected? Absolutely. And that will be a 5.5% on top of the 15%. Show me the evil.
Let me ask you another question. There's a 14-inch oak near that property line with the Corsons. And then there's a 36-inch oak right pretty much on the property line. 20-inch gum, but I don't see where that's supposed to be. And a couple of beech trees. How many of those trees are going to be contained within that 15-foot strip?
It would be all of these. If you're looking at the photograph, you can see.
Well, I'm looking at the photograph, but what I wanted to look at is a survey, which on the existing survey, I'm in our agenda now that I have. Let me go to it on the drawings you brought to us tonight. Do you have the trees in the drawings you brought to us tonight?
Yes, sheet 3, approved plan A.
Thank you.
Shows it.
same one I was looking at. All right, but this shows it, but it doesn't, see that line, it's 25 feet shown, so the fact is you got to come in 10 feet from that.
Correct.
You're getting pretty close to that 14-inch oak. And that's why I was asking the question, can you tell me if that's preserved?
It's probably close, if that's...
It's very close.
If that's a concern and the line needs to be adjusted, if that's your wish to have that incorporated, we're not interested. One, we're not cutting the tree down, and two, if that needs to be incorporated, we can do that.
Because we'll be saving the ones on the property line. I don't know what the I don't know where the north arrow is on this, but
Well,
anyway,
there's
the bottom,
North is the top of the page.
top of the page. Top of it. Well, then Orchard Drive is to the east?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a tree to the east of that 36-inch oak. What is that? Is that the 20-inch gum that didn't get in the right location, or what?
There's a 34-inch gum.
Where do you see that?
Here.
No. I'm talking about this tree that's on the property line with the
That would
courses.
appear to be the 20-inch gum.
So that's going over to that. So there's an oak in there, there's a 14-inch tree with no designation, there's a 12-inch beech. Those all appear, there's a 26-inch beech, and then we have another 36, no, it's grade. 30. It's up near the top 2510. There's a couple of, there's a 26-inch beech, which again is close. And then there's a bigger tree just to the south of it. It's got a mark in it. Oh, there's two 26-inch beeches there. One is located almost, it's going to be, that one beech is going to be outside of the, whatever it is. Can you see what I'm talking about?
Yes, there's two. You're looking at the
Two
one,
rather large trees up where the 25.10 is a dimension. And obviously a 15-foot isn't going to grab those.
no, but
Because you can see
clearly,
how close it is to the 25. So in which of those, and it doesn't, this line, if you're going to give us that open, well, I don't know how you adjust that, but I think it would be important, if we're thinking about this, is to make sure that those trees get preserved.
clearly the oak that we're talking about down, the 14-inch oak is fine. The exact placement, I would have to confirm that, where they fall, the beeches that you're talking about at the upper left.
This doesn't have to be a straight line.
No.
It could certainly be 5 feet at the street, and it could go to 25 feet at the, it could be
Absolutely.
trapezoidal.
Yes, yes, because that would not affect, obviously, any setback up in that corner. So if you're interested in the
Won't
beach
affect any
cluster at the
setbacks,
top.
because it's an easement.
Right, exactly.
And you're going to be then constrained by the setback of the lot line if you don't want to move it, if you don't move it. I think it would really be important to preserve those trees if we are going to consider this.
Because otherwise we're net down trees, right?
Well, we're going to lose some trees, but the fact is we can only, we
only can protect.
We can only protect what's reasonable.
In the open space.
Yeah,
Plus, the fact is, that if we're getting an additional 5.5%, that's worth something. Well, it is to us. Moving along, did we have any other comments from the commission? For now, let's see what,
Mrs. Klauberg?
let's see what.
Well, it depends.
We'll see what the attorney,
We're starting it all
the attorney,
fires.
the person has to say to us.
Hello. Sorry, we know it's late.
Melissa Klauberg, Ivy Barnum and Amera. I represent Susan and Thomas Corson in connection with their home at 8090 Orchard Drive, Greenwich. The Corson's home is immediately adjacent, as you know, to the Kelly's subdivision to the north. Under this new application for re-subdivision, the Kellys have proposed to eliminate the open space area, which was established as a condition to the Commission's approval of the original subdivision in 2007. The subdivision application made by the Kellys in 2007 provided for this nice buffer of open space area between the Corson house and the proposed new Lot B. That buffer of open space would maintain the privacy between the Corson home and whatever development occurred on Lot B. At the time of the approval of the subdivision of the Kelly property in 2007, the Kellys were required to formalize the conditions to the commission approval by filing a declaration of conservation easement area pursuant to Section 632. And 632 provides, in part, that the commission shall require the owners of conservation land to execute and file with the land records of the town such maps and documents as, in the opinion of the town attorney, will effectively create an easement or covenant running with the land for the benefit of the adjoining landowners and the town, which, one, will be binding on all future owners of the conservation land. Skipping to 3, may be enforced by adjoining property owners or the town by appropriate action in court for damages or equitable relief. And 4, will be perpetual. Perpetual meaning never ending or changing. For your convenience, I think you have copies of the easement, so I can give you another one, but, okay. Okay, in accordance with Section 632, the easement established certain rights to the adjoining owners, including the Corsons. The easements provided in Section 3 of the document, that the restrictive covenants declared in the document are for the benefit of the town of Greenwich and the property owners adjoining the lots and will run with the land in perpetuity. The document also provides in Section 7 that the covenants set forth in the easement cannot be released without the approval of all the adjoining landowners. As mentioned in my letter to the Commission on March 7th, I'm here tonight to reiterate that the Corsons, as adjoining landowners and as beneficiaries of the terms of the conservation easement, did not oppose the other application because they saw the buffer. They do not approve the elimination of the open space that was established as a condition to the original application and is formalized in the Declaration of Conservation Easement Area. I would like to note that the open space that was established in 2007 was significant enough area to be really an open space, not a patch of grass here and there, but actually an area significant enough for significant trees and plants, as you see, and home for various critters. I'd also like to note that a conservation easement is to be permanent, is an accommodation to the owner so that the owner can retain that area for FAR. Such accommodation is quite generous and the owners should be required to comply with that regulation. And to change this really would be to accommodate the Kellys to build a bigger house. And they can build a smaller house and stay within that, the open space that's there.
All right. I don't know that I don't think the one that we changed, we didn't have any opposition to it. And taking the language that's in this easement, it clearly says unanimous approval of all lot owners.
There's two parts to it. One is amending it with the commission's approval. The other part is releasing it with the consent of the neighbors. So we're not releasing it, we're not eliminating it.
May not be, that says the agreement here and above may not be modified, altered, amended, or changed without the written approval of the town, and may not be, I don't know, released without written approval. I don't know what that means. Help, Nancy.
Nancy, page 805.
805, top of the, I don't know.
You're modifying, the neighbors are approving a release. I'm asking for your modification, not a release. And let me make it very clear, there is no advantage to this owner in terms of FAR. The conservation easement is what was approved and it's what is proposed. There's a larger easement now being proposed. The two lots did not allow lot size to have a fee-dedicated open space, which is why it shows up as an easement. So it's a very, very clear misleading statement to say that we're going to get a bigger house out of doing this. The FAR is exactly the same. No, I understand, but I just need the commission. I heard a very factual sounding statement that was totally incorrect. So we're modifying it. We're certainly providing 15 out of 25 feet.
That's all good. The thing is, I don't know how to get around this. Help me, Nancy.
You don't, it's not, we're not asking.
What's that releasing all about?
Well, it would be interesting to know how sorry. Ms. Klauberg responds to proposal D.
I think she's...
Ms. Klauberg, have you seen that most recent proposal?
No, I haven't seen it. I did meet previously, but I
Right.
haven't seen
The newest one. Do you feel as though if you take a look at it now, you have enough opportunity to make reasonable comment on it?
I must say that Corsons were not feeling good about this. They were feeling as though, they hadn't agreed to any change, and
could see that.
they relied upon that previously, and
Would you please take a look at that?
I have a copy of it, so
Okay.
I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd have to go back to them.
Are they with you tonight?
No, they're not here.
We have to,
Close tonight.
have to close
I know.
this tonight. And
Yep.
the question is, if we did convert it to, if we convert this to a preliminary,
Doesn't change the date.
We still
no,
have.
no, I know that, but,
Not converted it to a preliminary that I'm aware of.
Not yet.
no, I know, but he
he's
said he
offered to.
would.
Right.
The question is, if we convert it to a preliminary, is this one of, could this be one of the conditions that they have to resolve between preliminary and final?
Yeah, you can do whatever.
Condition any way we
Right,
want
you
it,
can do
okay.
whatever you
All
want
right.
on that.
So,
Okay, so how would you do
since they
that?
haven't looked at it yet, the
I mean,
neighbors.
you're not bound by anything.
No, I know, but we could make it a condition.
Right.
I just don't want to get in trouble since we have to close it tonight, we can either close it as a final and do whatever we want, or close it as a preliminary, where we can then give a series of things to be resolved before final.
Right, and I wouldn't call them conditions, I would say you're giving guidance to the applicant.
Well, whatever, okay.
Well,
You write I know,
yeah,
I
but
say
I
it
only-
wrong, but you write it
I only
right.
mentioned that because.
Well, not really. I'm not-
Back.
Yeah, it's not an approval, it's a
No,
proceed
it's
to
a move to
final,
final.
subject to addressing issues. So
I know.
people try to argue you approved it. I will not argue
I
you
know.
approved it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
So.
So how would
do
you
think
say
if-
that?
If they agreed to it, that this would then allow us to modify this?
I think that, sorry, I think that if Ms. Cloudberg's client agreed to D, then it would be compliant with that provision.
Okay, thank you.
But on 805, it very clearly says the may not be released without written approval of said commission or
the neighbors.
officers, agencies, and with the unanimous approval of all lot owners.
Right, so that's why they would have to go back and get the
And
lot
the
of.
approval of
Right,
all adjoining
a
landowners.
Released, we're not releasing.
We're not releasing. It's a two-part question. We'll be glad, Mrs. Raymer, to explore that as a matter of law.
You are releasing, I mean, you're changing the open space, which means that what is now goes away, and then a new thing comes, so,
But
yeah.
The
I'm-
first sentence says, it may not be modified, altered, amended, or changed
Exactly.
without our approval.
Correct. That's what we're seeking.
And that's, so.
We're not seeking to,
The way I read this is, it's our decision if we so desire to change this.
I would be happy to
think so.
clarify that. All
I don't think so, because that's a whole sentence.
right, well, that's something we can do between preliminary and final. If it turns out it's a legal hurdle we can't achieve, then you won't be seeing much of us.
Would you still be going to pursue with ZBA a variance?
I would only go there
If
with,
Lot D didn't work,
no,
if Plan D didn't work?
Plan D doesn't need the variance.
That's what I mean, so if the
does not need the
neighbors
variance.
don't buy into Plan D,
Right.
what's your plan, your action plan?
Well, I would like to discuss that with them, whether we go with C
Okay.
to the Board of Appeals or not. I mean, obviously, if we go with D, we don't need a variance. If we go with C, we need a variance. We won't be back to see you until one of those two occur. If we do go for the variance, that's something that's important to, if the commission is supportive of it, as part of a presentation to the Board of Appeals.
You know,
If not, I'm not going to,
Well,
The way-
one of our choices is a proceed to final on the basis of Plan D. I mean, that would eliminate all of those questions. Then it would be,
yes.
this is what we've approved. Not what we've approved, but what we've moved to final is one choice, not
not any
ABCD.
choices. Got
So
it.
that's a solution to that.
Just the other thing that I hadn't really focused on until tonight is that the original approval apparently needed a variance as well on the other lot.
No.
Okay, the letter
No,
says that. I had never paid attention to
No, it was
that.
a last-minute gerrymandering, as I said, done at the DS, where someone had made the opinion that Lot A, as it was originally configured, was not compliant. So the version that you see that's approved was what was scribbled at the DS and approved without a variance.
Okay, it says, whereas the proposed lots were found not to be compliant with the dimensional requirements of the building zone regulations, since parcel A did not provide for the minimum front yard setback, blah, 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 and it's signed by Joe Potenza in 2000.
And then it says, therefore, the approval's based on the plan that was presented by the applicant's attorney at the meeting, which is what is the approved plan.
Okay.
No, very clearly, that complied.
All right. It doesn't, I don't read it that way, but okay.
So
I'll let
there's a
Mrs. Raymer-
distinction between a modification and a release in legal terms.
Yes. We'll
No,
resolve.
I'm just going on the decision letter right now. I'm just on the decision letter. In the therefore let it be resolved, in the decision letter, I don't see where it says we fixed the nonconformity, so.
It says under number 1, subdivision lot line as agreed to by the applicant's attorney be revised such that the entire lot frontage.
Got it. Okay, I was reading the wrong paragraph. Okay, sorry, just tired. All right.
So we will add clarification to that.
Simple question. If the lot owners and adjoining owners agree, obviously, we've got to agree first to start the ball rolling, but if we agree and they agree, can we modify the, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okey-doke.
Anything, anybody else got any questions? Anybody else in the public?
Okay.
We would like to have you convert this to a preliminary.
I do, and we'll write something now.
Because we're out of time tonight.
Yes. And
We'll then, you'll have to wait and see what we come up with, because we'll close it.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got just way too much paper here. All right. Okey dokey smoky, must open, good. I'm gonna get this stuff out of the way.
Mark Levy and Wencom Corp.
You know, I must be getting old. I'm tired now.
You are getting old. We all are.
Yeah.
Same rate. Day at a time.
No, not really. Percentage-wise, it's worse for me.
No,
Mr. Chairman,
I said
Board,
same
thank you
rate.
for staying up with us. I'm here regarding the Wendy's, which we have preliminary approval for. We're coming here for final approval. And we just had some open issues, recommendations and issues that I wanted to close out very briefly.
Okay.
The first one being that there was no special permit, and that has been taken care of. A special permit was filed, and there was a question about the exact amount of payment. That was all taken care of by the civil engineer. There's a question regarding the seat count for the restaurant, and we all had agreed here on my preliminary meeting that we were at 68 total seats, 64 inside, 4 outside. And that's reflected in any plans. If you need them, I think you already have them.
Well, no, I think you.
60 inside, 8 outside?
60,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's 68 total.
68 total, 64
60 inside.
inside, 64 inside, and 4 outside.
That's
Then the
not what our
proposal-
report says.
The proposal before us tonight has got 60 inside and 8 outside.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, I lost it.
Very elaborately shown to us, too, for those numbers. Yeah, I mean, right there, it shows you seat count 60.
Oh, I'm saying it wrong, I apologize.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was saying.
Okay.
All right.
Do you want a copy?
No, I have a copy of that drawing. And I've counted every seat, so I believe there are 60 inside, and there's 8 outside.
At least, gotcha.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please just state your name on the record?
I'm sorry, Robert Goldman, Chesapeake Design Group.
We had a discussion yesterday regarding the outside seats and the question of whether they are fixed or whether they're movable. Before you answer, let me give you a choice. I'll tell you what it is. If they're fixed, that's good for us, because then we can just go on and do this. If they're movable, they can only be done on the basis of a yearly permit. I think I saw the word fixed.
Let me elaborate, fixed.
Okay, so that takes care of it. You okay with that?
Okay.
All right.
But that's just ministerial.
ARC on
The
the-
permit is just ministerial.
It-
Because it's,
No, but we
No,
could,
no, no, if it's movable, then it's interpreted by staff as being a yearly permit, and they'd have to take them away and come back every year for the permit to have the outdoor
and
dining.
it's still ministerial.
I don't know what that means.
Well, it's,
It means
it's,
just you.
it's a burden that he's decided not to live
Okay.
with, right?
Oh, yeah, he's
made a decision,
Well,
which
no,
is
he's agreed to make it
permanent.
fixed.
Permanent, yeah.
Yeah, okay, fixed, good.
Richard, do you have other questions for?
Oh, I have a few, but
Okay.
go ahead, shoot.
No.
Now, go on.
This, our report talks about the sign, and it says that you've decided not to move it, and you're going to fabricate a new sign. Does that mean you're going to fabricate a new sign where the old one is?
No, that's,
Are there
We-
going to be 2 signs?
no, we were going to remove the existing sign. We were going to put a new sign in a compliant location of a compliant size. And that's what was submitted to the ARC and to Cindy.
Okay,
Was that approved?
Yes.
Okay.
all right, so it's 1 sign, new sign, compliant
Well,
sign.
because the
Done.
ZEO had a comment in here to us that the sign was not compliant, so.
Correct. The existing sign,
Is
if
not,
if
okay.
it's relocated, is no longer compliant.
That's the one, yeah. Okay, so it's going away.
So that one's going away.
Yep, okay.
A new sign is going in that's compliant in location and size.
Okay.
Where's the new sign?
No, that's your rain garden. I don't think you want it there. I don't think so. The sign kind of shows it's.
Okay. Okay. And the lighting?
The lighting, the existing lighting at the restaurant now is some cans, lights up on the roof. Those are gone.
Oh,
And those are some very high metal halide lights around the soffit. Those are gone.
okay.
what we have says that you submitted lighting plans on the 12th of May, and that they are still not acceptable to the ARC. So,
We submitted a revised plan 2 days ago.
Okay.
well, that's 17, well, if it was 2 days ago, it would be pretty close to that would be Thursday. Thursday was the 12th? Yeah, Thursday was the 12th.
So this would have been after the 12th. Today's the 17th?
Yes.
Okay, so after
Well,
the,
actually, it's the 18th now, but
Oh, yeah.
after the meeting with ARC, they asked us to do 2 things. One was to submit revised signage plan, which are compliant,
Yep.
as well as revised lighting plan. And the lighting plan, I believe, is fine.
okay,
that-
here it says, the applicant submitted lighting plans on May 12, 2016. These remain unacceptable. So unless you submitted twice last week, you still have a problem, I think.
We submitted twice. We submitted 2 different plans.
Last week.
Yeah, it's 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Well, 3 days ago.
So that would be Friday?
The 13th.
It might have been Monday.
That was yesterday.
That was
Well,
yesterday.
it might have been Friday. It was very recent. Right now, it's 2 days
Why
ago.
do I have Architecture Review Committee meeting of May 4th saying approved as noted.
Correct, and they agreed with what our plan was, and they said then resubmit a lighting plan.
The lighting, yes, they have to
And they-
resubmit the lighting.
And we did resubmit it.
And then,
so
okay.
if we're just down to a,
Okay, just let's
Yeah.
make it subject to, I think the bottom line is, it's not clear to us, unless you've done it 2 days, you did 2 plans, Thursday and Friday last week, and you don't look real definitive on that. We
my-
think you may not have a compliant lighting plan yet, so we'll just condition it, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Before we move on from the lighting plan, did that lighting plan include the pole light that's out there with the Cobra head on it and with the 2 large fixtures?
That was, originally it did not include the lumen count from the pole light. All it did was show the new soffit lights. Then we sent it back revised, showing the lumen count from the single pole light.
Okay. So that's included on the plan that ARC
That was
is
included
going to
on the most recent one. No, the ARC did not see that one at our meeting. That was
But
submitted.
it's included on the one
afterwards.
you submitted, whenever you submitted it.
Actually, we submitted 3 lighting plans. The original one, they didn't accept the format. The second one did not include the pole light. The third one did include the pole light, the existing pole light.
is it your feeling that you have an approval from ARC for everything except the lighting?
Yes.
Okay. So if we do close this tonight, that would then probably end up as a condition that you'll have to resolve.
That's fine.
Before you get your zoning permit,
That's
in whatever way it gets resolved. Everybody okay with that?
Right.
Okay. Because like I say, when I see this thing that's approved as noted, that's usually a pretty good thing to see. It tells about the modifications and everything.
Okay, but,
No, but it says it.
all right, but then,
But, okay, I think we're close.
okay.
Yeah.
I have
So,
one
all
more,
right.
we're not
One more thing.
closed? We're not
No,
closed?
no, wait.
No, we are close.
Close.
They're going to ARC.
Well, we can, I believe, close this.
I agree.
Yes.
And decide it, and if we were to approve it, then we could say a condition is obtaining approval from ARC.
And did we resolve the chain issue?
No, we're going to go do that next.
We'll come up to that. There was a note from Sewer, which is kind of unusual, but he said somewhere on your site plan, you have notes from a plan that applies to the town of Bridgeport.
Oh, yeah.
You'd like to have those removed.
That was a typo. That's corrected.
Okay. And the other thing, that the 4 parallel spaces, numbers 20 through 23, that are across the rear property line, yeah, those were, I think, to be assigned to staff.
Staff,
only.
yes.
Okay, it just, there was no note on the drawing, though, that said that I could find.
Did you add that? We can take care of that. not a
Okay,
problem.
that-
We agreed to it.
Can be-
We'll put it on.
That's a condition.
Okay.
it's
And
done,
the
it's
chain
done.
and the hours.
The chain, well, I believe that the chain required on this property is, was a long time ago, and as far as I know, correct me, Katie, but the fire department doesn't like those. They don't like those. So we take out the chain. I mean, there isn't one there now, but there's no longer a requirement
condition,
for a chain.
Correct. And the owner wrote a letter requesting those issues be removed.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Somebody
well,
wrote a
that
letter?
issue,
We don't have that.
but
Good idea.
what was it? Oh, the hours.
Yeah?
The hours. So the letter says 10:30 PM. And what are the hours now? How long are you actually staying open? I forgot. I know I
It's
should.
10, I think it's 10 o'clock dining and 1 o'clock drive-through. And it's been that way for 30 years.
Okay, your condition in 1976 was 10:30, full stop.
And I think we were instructed to have this letter written
That's
to
right.
remove that.
That's exactly right.
So what do you guys want to do?
Well, what did you say your current hours are?
I believe it's
When do you
10
close?
10 o'clock dining room, 1 o'clock drive-through.
Yeah.
One place to get food at night.
Well, I don't know. It's obviously, they didn't split it apart in the other decision.
Well, we can do it.
So is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so it's
We haven't heard any complaints on it.
10:30
10.
10 PM dining room. Dining room and outdoor dining. And the drive-through was what?
1.
1 a.m.
I think the only thing about that was that the reason why I think they had the overkill on the lighting was because they were open to 1 o'clock in the morning. And just understanding that if they weren't open to 1 o'clock in the morning, maybe they wouldn't need such high-intensity lighting on the site.
Well, I don't know how they can have high-intensity light. I mean, they've got to meet the foot candles at the property line.
Right. I understand that the reason why the owner put the lighting up was because there was an armed robbery, and he didn't want to subject, and his employees were locked in the freezer, and it was a terrible thing. And he didn't want to, ever have that happen again, so that's why he did it.
Okay.
The police department recommended that he increase the lighting.
All right.
But-
Going up
I
against
should just note, for the purpose of the records, I think it is important to note on the record, if you are
Yes.
doing it, that we haven't received any complaints over the years.
Okay, so we've not gotten no complaints, but there was the armed robbery.
Well, I'm sure those people complained, that doesn't sound like
It was cold in the
But in
freezer.
terms of, in terms of car
Yeah.
lights and
Right.
that kind of thing, so.
But I think that is an important thing to get into the record.
Right.
That, okay.
I just was curious, since you've been doing this for a while, how many, can you give me an idea of how many customers use the drive-up window versus go inside? And then is there more activity at night or,
Please come in. They should have brighter lights.
Come on up.
65% of our customers.
Identify yourself, please.
Ken Shaw from Wendy's Corporation. 65% of our customers come through the drive-through.
Wow.
And the highest percentage of drive-through customers are at between 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, okay.
So that's our peak for our
That's-
drive-through. It gets a little higher around dinner time. And then from 6, 7 o'clock on is just basically people coming back from work, sports, meetings like this.
And so what happens to?
You're gonna grab yourself, it's too late for you. You can't even grab a burger tonight.
for us, I'm getting
So, exactly.
Keep those kitchen fires going, I'm coming in.
Do you have fewer employees there after 10 as a result?
Don't forget to do this.
maybe stay open
Well, yeah, the night shift is always less.
Okay. So, and how much activity do you get after 10?
It's actually, the way the business works is that we wouldn't stay open if there wasn't enough business to take care of the customers. And we find that, believe it or not, the customers that come at them hours of night, they expect us to be open. So it's kind of grew through that, and it's been consistent. There are
But is it
more-
an accommodation to your customers, or it actually?
Yeah, because a lot of them you will see at 2 o'clock in the afternoon too, because they go home from work, or they go to sleep, and then they get up and they come. So there are regular customers, so.
So you have like a frequent dining program.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that we see twice a day.
Okay.
Go to the cardiologist.
I hope not. It's fresh.
He's
Thank
not
you.
gonna.
What's that?
Want to close?
Yes, please.
Close?
Please close.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Closing.
Right on. Okay.
Jeffrey
Moving right along.
Stempine. Stempton?
Stempian?
Stempine?
Stempian? Hello? Oh,
He's
there he
coming.
is. He's coming. Okay, you got the variance. Okay, did we have anything else on this? Where'd Andy go?
I think we went to order a burger. Ran out with those guys. Carry out or delivery.
By the way, on this application, Mr.
Okay.
Chair, on this application, Mr. Yeski is seated for Mr. Levy.
Thank you.
I woke up that time. Okay, but now we got this problem because we got to wait for,
No, no,
Oh, I
no,
mean,
he's
so
coming
sorry.
right back, but he's
But
not
he's not
seated on,
seated,
he's not
and-
seated. Oh.
Well,
One,
Mr.
two,
McRae, yeah, we
three,
need Mr.
four.
McRae to be seated.
No.
Fox left the room, but he's not recused. So,
Aye.
so we could wait, Mr. McRae we could seat Mr. McRae, because he's been here for the meetings.
You were here at the last meeting?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, that's right.
So, okay.
Okay,
So
so
we're gonna
Fox
seat
is
Mr.
out, and we're going to put Mr. McRae.
Let's just, in the purpose of moving on.
Okay, go.
Go.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Casey O'Donnell appearing for the applicant Jeffrey Stempian. As you recall, this is an application for a site plan and special permit approval to make an addition to a two-family structure. There is no additional FAR. There's an approximately 19.5 square feet increase in building coverage to the site. We did receive the variance from the Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals. Tonight, I've handed you a couple photographs to remind you of the character of the neighborhood and the commonality of the entrance porticos. And I've also handed in 7 copies of support letters from all of the immediately surrounding properties.
Those were handed in just now to Katie?
Yes, I just handed in a copy of Katie, and I started 1 copy at each end of the commission.
Oh.
I should have brought additional copies.
Does anybody have any questions? Anybody have any questions?
No.
Okay, close.
Thank you.
You got the drainage exemption form too, right?
Our request is that we submit those, is that we have staff verify those. We have already ordered a survey. We would require the drainage exemption by a professional engineer because of the 19.5 square feet of additional. And we will have to supply, a proposed survey as well as an as-built survey that would certify that everything is within the approval that you give us tonight. And I believe that your staff can be trusted to execute that diligently.
Okay, we're still closed.
Done.
Okay. Did you get those notes? You were scratching there pretty good.
Yeah, I was scratching there pretty good, wasn't I?
Thank you.
As for someone who's not terribly awake right now.
5 Conyers Farm, and now on this one, Mr. Levy is seated. Oh, he's back. Perfect timing. Perfect timing.
I have to go too.
Oh, my God.
I can hold on.
Hold it for 2. These last 2 hopefully will go quickly, and then we'll take a break before we go into the marathon
No,
sessions.
we're gonna, oh, yeah, maybe.
Just go home. Good evening. My name's Christopher Bristol, representing the applicant 5 Conyers Farm LLC, Conyers Farm Drive LLC. We were here last before you with this application. We had since done a couple cleanup items. We got our special exception from PZBA. We submitted to you, it should be in your file, the health department's memo saying that they approved the septic system. And I think that was it. Insofar as stuff that we had to do in order to button up some loose ends.
Okay.
Says for the combined septic, right?
Yes.
We got that.
We had that last time.
Okay, there were a couple of other things that are in the recommended issues.
Okay.
Just about the kitchen and kitchenettes and things.
And I submitted, that's a good point. That's how I forgot that. We did submit, and I had spoken with Merrick a few days ago and told him that we had the pages, the sheets of the plans that labeled the outdoor kitchen as a barbecue area and the kitchenette, quote unquote, in the barn accessory structure as a wet bar. I submitted those. I'm not sure if they made their way into you.
No.
Mark just told me, this morning that, oh, by the way, we should have the sheets. Prior to that, he said, I think everything should be okay if we make that a condition.
Okay.
So it was sort of
just make
a bit last minute, but we have them.
We'll
They're
just
ready
make
to
it
follow.
we'll just make it
Okay,
a condition.
it's fine.
And that's for sure. So we got the one from the health department. We got the ZBA. Acceptable plan is acceptable. IWA staff says nothing. Okay.
Mr. Bristol?
Yes.
Are there live-in domestic staff in the primary residence now?
No, not in the primary residence.
Not in the primary residence?
Correct.
Where does the live-in staff
Oh, yeah.
live now.
That's what I thought it was.
They don't live on the site because there's not a, but that's the whole point of having this, is to have them, give them the option to stay on site when they're working for longer periods of time.
Okay.
But I understand there was a question about confirming that it is, in fact, for domestic employees. And I want to confirm for the record and put on the record that indeed this is for the use of domestic employees who are working on site.
I'd like to put on the record as well that from what I see on this application.
Yes.
And in the plans that were submitted, that for all intents and purposes, to me, this looks like a second guest residence, or what we even could be construed as a second separate residence on a single parcel. Just wanted to kind of get that on the record for you.
I mean, it is, in fact. I mean, there is a kitchen, there is bedrooms, and we're allowed to have that for the purpose of domestic employees. And the standards, as you know, are double lot area and meeting setbacks and everything else, which we do.
Right. To also, why I'm saying is that the separation from the primary residence for all of the uses that are encumbered in the new development are so far away from the primary residence as to be separate. And that things that would be customarily close or even attached to a primary residence are so far away as to be inconsequential to a use of the primary residence. The pool, a tennis court, that kind of thing.
Okay, well, I mean, first of all, I guess I just wanted to point out that this is sort of the second iteration of this plan. We were approved in 2010 for renovations of the main house, conversion of a garage to a guest house, and we actually had, part of that approval was over in literally the same section that we're dealing with now, the same portion of the property, domestic servants' quarters, domestic employees' quarters, I'm sorry, that was sandwiched in that configuration between the tennis court and the pool. So it was a very similar setup that was approved in 2010, so we're really not deviating that much from it. I also will point out that we're in Conyers Farm, 10-acre minimum lots, as we all know, and certainly a neighborhood that is rife with amenities, I would say. So I think this is certainly in keeping with the others in the neighborhood.
Well,
As
this particular property owner has, as I understand it, sought to obtain a separate mailing address for that cottage. So that would be consistent with, you know, a separate use by somebody
I
separate.
don't think so. I thought it was for the guest house, or the one that's already, I thought he was going for the separate address for that one. Not the domestic.
I mean, I wasn't asking for a separate address from anyone, so I guess I didn't, was that in the staff report? Or was that brought up in conversation?
That was brought up in conversation.
I did stay a long time at the briefing session. I actually had to leave before you got to my
So
matters.
I think as long as we were to say that there shall be no second address for this property, no second postal address, I don't know if we can.
I mean, you have employees. I mean, I have several friends that the domestic quarters are a quarter mile away from the main house. I mean, I think we're going down a slippery slope. It meets our regulations, and
No, I agree.
and I think we're pontificating where we don't need to pontificate.
The only thing is that what Nancy brought up, I think, was not the domestic quarters. It was the guest house.
Well, the guest house is over.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. That's where it came up, because no reason to seek any postal address for the domestic quarters.
Correct.
Although it does have an entrance and a driveway on North Street.
Oh, it certainly does.
And a quite elaborate gate for a domestic quarter.
How do we do that, Katie? Is that a problem?
That it has a gate?
That it has, no, well, that it has an address.
Yeah, yes, it is. That wouldn't be in keeping with how we, run addresses in town, which is why when the request was made, we wrote back and said, no, it would not be appropriate.
No, but that was not for the domestic quarters. That was before the.
Right, every-
Talking about the guest house?
Every structure has to have its own address
Right,
for
but we don't
building
have
code.
it, but what we don't do is, on a property like this, they're not separate residences, so
it's supposed to go to the, there's supposed to just be one address for the property. So for emergency services and whatnot, you can identify it in different ways for that purpose. But if you start saying, 10, 11, 12, Conyers Farm, or whatever, 5, 6, 7, whatever it is in this instance, that becomes confusing because it's the one lot and it's supposed to have one address.
Which is fine. I mean, I don't care quite as much about the issue. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a separate issue from zoning. I mean, there's many circumstances where the post office address or lack of an address doesn't necessarily match up with the zoning structure of a lot of property. But
You're not seeking a separate address, we'll just that'll be a condition.
That's okay. That's okay with me. Again, I mean, I didn't even know it was made it.
There were some questions raised before about the activities taking place in the barn. Are you in a position to tell us any more about that?
The barn, it's sort of a space without a use. I mean, there's the owner was talking about and considering storing sort of classic cars there, or not classic, collector's cars, or just general storage, or maybe they'll. I mean, the question, obviously, I know before was whether it's going to be an entertainment space. I'm not going to rule out at some point maybe they will, but it's certainly not intended for that. What I will say about this, though, is that part of the benefits for you guys, actually, is that this is part of a well-known and well-run association, homeowners association at Conyers Farm. So if there's a situation where they do have an event, and again, it's not intended, but on the off chance that they do, they will hear it from their neighbors or from the association long before it ever gets to your ears. So, I mean, it's sort of a self-policing mechanism out there, as we all know.
Any other, want to close? Close?
Yep.
Close.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we get nicer as the night goes on, right? You're coming back, right?
Yep. He wants to talk about Old Track.
Delve right into, for the record, my name is Christopher Bristol, representing the applicant Old Track Properties LLC, matter number 15 on the agenda, I think.
16.
16, I'm sorry, 16. We were approved by ARC, so we had the ARC approval. And
I got it.
I think that was the only thing that was left
No,
open.
actually, the thing that was open was
The FAR.
was the confusion on the whole square footage thing, and we have this memo, this email that came to us today from Patrick that provides a reconciliation.
Yes.
And what I'm going to ask him to do is to incorporate it, should we approve this, to incorporate the numbers in the decision letter so that it's clear, sorry, there's chocolate on it.
And I did forward the document or the language, at least to Mr. Bristol this afternoon.
Correct. I did take a look at it, and it seems to me to be an accurate summation of how we got to hear from there.
And it also reflects, the conversation I had with the architect on the project.
Correct. Mr. Leroux did speak with the project architect, Kevin Molnar.
Yep.
You went to ARC.
Yes. and
We went to
5-4.
ARC, and it was approved.
I don't know, I just have the note that it's on the 4th of.
And I think there was another question about hours and tournaments. Hours.
We started with hours, and they were to be the same as Equinox?
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, I
That's
understand
agreeable.
they've got kind of floating hours.
Not floating, it's just that Monday through Thursday is one set of hours, then the weekend from there on is different.
And then
So just those two? Oh.
Yeah, so just be
So
consistent.
we were saying whatever the current advertised hours of Equinox
Yeah,
are.
and-
I guess the question would be then if is just practically speaking, is Equinox hours regulated? And if not, if theirs change, do ours stay static, or do they always match?
We're going to ask you to always match them because we approved the Equinox hours when we approved your application.
Yeah, well, it's been a little bit. I couldn't
And we
remember.
specified, I think we specified the hours for Equinox at the time. So you'll just always line up, and that's what we said.
Makes sense.
The other thing that I have as a note of open items, sorry, you guys, is something about a schedule.
Well, we talked about the class schedule, but I think he was vague about that. And
I'm just going to say to be provided.
No. more, better than that. All right. On page 994.
Oh, so it is there?
Mr. Bristol's letter at the top says, classes will not run consecutively one after another. Instead, private one-on-one lessons will be scheduled after classes.
That's not really like a schedule, though.
The
What class? What's a class?
It's squash.
2 people's on squash court with an instructor.
That's a class, okay.
That's a class.
I think he actually described it,
one-on-one.
his narrative describes it as 3 people plus an instructor, just.
No, it's 2 people plus an instructor. Has
Well-
to be.
What I was thinking in my
Where did
letter
you-
was
where
that there was
do you get that?
3-person courts. I know there were 3-person courts, and
There's no
not
such
familiar
thing as a
with squash.
3-person court.
No, I
don't.
I believe your client was here last time at the record, and he indicated that the 3 people are the players and the
People.
instructor,
Okay.
2
not
players.
3 players.
Because it's a singles court size.
Yeah.
You can't
Right.
get.
And maybe that's what was my confusion when I initially went through everything
so-
with
Mr. Pencils.
the business owner. So I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the only other thing is that he did agree that there would be no tournaments.
Correct.
Okay.
So in order to get rid of this problem of overlapping classes, I'd like to be sure we incorporated this language, the classes will not run consecutively, one after another.
Yes, and that was the intent, to have them spaced or staggered, as we've done with other facilities, to ensure that there's time to get out, get in, and that there's no sort of pileup.
And just to clarify also, private instruction would be 1 instructor, 1 student in between the 3-person melee that goes, is that my understanding?
I think, well, I think.
One-on-one, that's what the letter says, one-on-one.
What was contemplated is that each court has a training session going on at the same time with one instructor and 2 students, and hence that's why we said that the parking requirement was
Yeah,
12.
we said 3 per court.
Yes.
That's how we calculated it, and we made the determination that it's a less parking on this site than the office use.
Correct, by a couple spaces, correct.
Yes.
So that's the scheme that we were going for.
So we said in that there would be, there would be parking for the squash. There's 3 people, 3 courts, that's 9.
And a receptionist.
Well, we didn't count the receptionist in our traffic analysis.
Okay, well,
Because, I don't think we do in any of these fitness clubs. We just assume whatever. It's no,
I mean,
even if it's 1,
From a
it's still
traffic
less than the
standpoint,
office.
employees
The
is a
office
low
is 18.
turnover, so it would probably be negligible
Yeah.
from a traffic standpoint, but
So I had a concern about, so the youth group is Group Fitness Center,
Yes.
but can they change to a different group fitness from squash without coming back to us?
A very good question.
I think the parameters of your decision would limit them to number of persons and activities, and if that was
Okay.
going to change, we would
Okay.
ask that they respond.
That's what I would like to, that's what I would like
Got
to
it.
see.
Can you, just to be clear, I guess are we saying as long as the parking works out for the proposed use?
We don't want you in there with Zumba classes.
Oh, yes. I guess I wasn't sure if
Even
you're.
if there's
I
only
think
3
we're
people in the
referencing-
class at one time, we don't want Zumba classes.
In a squash court, you could put down 12 yoga mats.
Okay, no, I was just
I
asking
think
about
that-
if the use changes, if you were saying that we had to come back no matter what, or if
Gotta
it was
come
as
back.
long as we
Yeah. He
fit
doesn't
within the
like
parking
that. Yeah,
parameters,
to come
that
back.
we could do it by
Needs to
administrative.
come back.
Just to clarify for Mr. Bristol and the commission's sake, so the group fitness is based on the number of participants or number of equipment. You're going to be committing to a number of participants at any one time. If you want to exceed that,
Come back.
whoever the operator is or the type of activity it is, then we would ask that comes back to the commission.
Okay.
I think that's an acceptable.
I think if the activity changes from squash, they should have to come back, because
Yes, the activity changes.
what people dream up to do, nobody knows.
Who knows, it could be a bust.
I mean, that's the commission's prerogative, so I just.
Tournament, no tournaments?
The tournaments.
Yeah.
Yep, got
said
that.
And parking is in the garage only,
Yes.
not at the building?
And it's
Second floor.
Right, second floor of the garage
Well, that's their whole
specifically.
parking management program, so we just should say that the parking for this use is to be located where the office.
But we established last
No,
time.
But
Second floor
Of the garage, I got it.
garage.
Mr. Maitland, so that's what I was thinking in my head, wherever the office parking was, it's just,
No, that's what-
so that's.
that's what we
Okay,
agreed
yeah,
to.
no, we're going to say both things. Make everybody happy.
Okay, nothing else.
Anything else? We want to close this?
Yes.
Wake up, Andy. I need to get a yes or a no to closing it. You look deep in thought.
He's never been more alive. 1 o'clock on a Tuesday night.
All right.
One on Wednesday morning.
7 a.m. conference call.
Just
Hey, listen.
stay awake for
Hey,
another.
I was gonna say, it's easier to stay up now.
I figure we're going to be here till that time anyway, so. what the
No,
hell.
we're going to be out of here. Just don't argue, okay? I don't want anybody to argue. All right.
All right.
Okay.
That's the end of the hearing. We're done.
Welcome to staff.
Now,
All right.
does anybody want to take a break for a minute or two or go? Do I need to pee?
Yeah.
Nope. Am I a damn
Do you
camel?
think we're going to argue? Are we going to argue?
What?
If we're not going to argue about
Try to do more
anything, I
than
can last.
Well, you know we're going to talk about a couple of them, so it's up to you. But we got to leave that, we got to leave that on for they record our decisions. All right.
Well, let's give it a shot.
Secretary, let's go.
Okay, so,
Where do you want to start?
yeah, go ahead, make the motion for the minutes.
I hereby move the minutes from
May 3rd.
May 3rd.
I wrote it in big letters for you,
I'll
too.
yep, there you go. Second by
Oh,
Peter. All in favor?
Peter, no, Dennis wasn't seated in general.
We got it. Okay, done.
Okay, so item number 6, the Greenwich Historical Society preliminary coastal site plan and special permit.
We really ought to go backwards.
Go backwards. Oh, okay, I'm so sorry.
Let's get the easy ones out of the way.
Excuse me, Peter was not here last time, and Mr. Yeski was seated.
Exactly.
So actually, he seconded.
Okay, sorry.
There you go. No, he could second the minutes.
There you go.
Yeah, he
Oh.
did, but Peter wasn't here, so he.
Ha.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to do Greenwich Avenue instead, or did Andy? Andy, are you coming back?
No, let's do why don't we just go from the... Yeah.
Okay,
Because those
okay.
are all so easy.
Yikes, because I've got them stacked the other way, that's why.
Yeah, the freshest to the.
Okay, and then we're
Okay.
going to be fuzzy. Okay, I'd like
wanna get outta here.
to hereby move approval of this final site plan and special permit to convert 3,935 square feet of, from office space to group fitness. This group fitness is to be a squash courts, at which there will be 2 people and 1 instructor or one-on-one sessions.
3 squash courts, why don't you say?
3 squash courts, and each one will be utilized by 2 people and 1 instructor, and, or one-on-one lessons. The hours of operation are to be consistent with are always to be consistent with the Equinox Fitness across the way. And I'm hitting this all out of order, okay? The ARC approval was given on May 4th. They are to give us an updated site plan to show the pedestrian access from the garage. The parking that was originally assigned to the office, which is on the 2nd floor of the garage, is to be used by this new group fitness activity. There will be no tournaments. And if there is any change of use from the squash courts or in the number of participants in the lessons, they are to return to the commission. And also, there is a finding on our part that the parking demand is less than for the office use, which was 16, and that the calculated parking demand is now 13. And that is it.
I think the parking demand, okay.
It's 13 in his.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I was seated for that, by the way.
Yep.
Okay.
Opposed? I didn't hear any opposed, so.
So far, nobody was opposed.
Now you can leave.
Okay, 5 Conyers Farm, item number 15, move approval of the final site plan and special permit, noting that the Zoning Board of Appeals granted the special exception for building the domestic quarters on the 11th of May. The Health Department is okay. The DPW drainage report is acceptable. DPW says the drainage report is acceptable, and with the following conditions that there are three conditions. One is that they rename in the barn what is labeled as a kitchen is to be labeled kitchenette. The outdoor kitchen
Bar, isn't it a bar?
barn.
No, in the barn.
In the barn.
In the
it's a bar.
barn.
Wet bar, isn't it?
Barn.
It's
Yeah,
a
I don't
wet
think,
bar.
I think it's to be called a wet bar, because we
Wet
don't
bar.
have kitchenette in our.
Okay, sorry,
regs.
wet bar. And that rename the outdoor kitchen to barbecue. Also, the applicant shall have only one address. Do I have?
Second.
Yes.
All in favor?
Okay.
Opposed? Hearing none.
Okay.
Next.
Number 14, Jeffrey Stempian on Six Dale. There is, we move approval on the final site plan and special permit, noting that this application involves no added FAR, that it has obtained a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals, that it will be adding 19 and a half square feet of coverage, and that they will be submitting a drainage exemption, and I believe that they still need to submit the existing conditions survey.
Yes, they agreed to the existing and as-built surveys.
And as-built surveys.
Yes.
Okay, I'm done.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, move on. Next.
Okay, number 13, Mark Levy and Wencon. Moving approval of the final site plan and special permit, whereas we note that the facility will have 68 seats total, 8 of which will be permanently affixed outside and 60 inside.
Technically, 8 of them can't because one's for a wheelchair, but why don't we just say that the tables and chairs shall be permanently affixed?
There you go. Got that? Whoever's ready.
There's only 7 we can do.
Okay. Tables, okay. The ARC is to, the applicant is to obtain ARC endorsement to the lighting plan. However, we note that the lighting initially in place at this location.
Pole lamp.
The pole lamp initially in place at this location was installed based on a police recommendation following a robbery.
Armed robbery.
Armed robbery. I wasn't going to be that specific. Okay. The applicant will be replacing the existing sign with one of compliant size and location. The applicant, we will be revising our approved, our decision letter of October 21st, 76, to reflect that the applicant no longer needs to close there with a chain, and that they will be open until 10 p.m. in the dining room and 1 a.m. in the drive-through, and we note that there have been no complaints. I have one thing that, what was it about spaces 20 through 23?
They are the
Employees
Oh,
only.
they're to
The
be marked
employees
for
only.
plan as, on the site plan, these spaces 20 through 23 are supposed to.
20 through 23.
That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said 22
Estoy hablando
through
rápido,
23.
señor Maitland. Si quiere, le puedo decir en español más rápido. Okay, and they're to be shown as staff only. Okay,
Second.
And we ask them to remove those notes from the site plan regarding Bridgeport.
I wasn't good. Yes,
Yeah,
ARC is to
they've
review the
approved everything
lighting.
except the lighting.
And the lighting is still outstanding and not clear that they've reviewed it, so, but we also made the note about the thing. Okay, done.
Second.
All in favor? I mean, a second? I'm sorry.
I said second.
Second, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No.
Okay, now that brings us wherever now you want to do 117 Greenwich Avenue, right?
I thought you had the preliminary that we closed.
Oh, 303, sorry. Okay, moving the preliminary re-subdivision to final, I may need some help on this. Subject to the applicants obtaining agreement from all the property owners on the Plan D that was proposed to us this evening and is here to attached.
Well, I don't know if we're going to attach it, are we?
Well, whatever, I think we probably should.
Go ahead.
And I think we need to note that whereas the applicant can you hear me okay when, because he misses stuff when folks are talking. I learned that the last time I proofread decision letters. You. Okay, agreement on Plan D, which increases the total open space to 20%?
20.5.
20.5%. And is it, I think it's better if we just attach it. The applicant is to provide a drainage report as well as a full development plan, and pursuant to the request of Mr. Maitland, who doesn't remember saying this, give us a tree protection plan. Which trees are going to be kept in the easement areas, in that area by the Carsons?
Yes, Mr. Maitland does remember that. And-
Okay.
And that they shall look at changing the shape from just a pure rectilinear shape to perhaps a trapezoidal
So that they
shape, so
protect the
they can
mature
protect those
trees in the proposed no development buffer zone with the Carson neighbor, and I think that's it.
No, we need to get a resolution of the open space, whether it
I
can be
said that was the first thing I said.
Right, but that's a question I had, because you said it was subject to approval of the neighbor, and I think if I understood the discussion correctly originally, that there was actually discussion about whether or not how that language read. So was it,
But we decided to move away from that to the concept of he will have to get the approval.
Of the neighbor.
It's D, if he
For
gets
Plan
the
D.
approval.
No.
No.
If he can't get the approval of the neighbor to modify this thing, that's what we read, that famous number 7.
Right, but I thought there was disagreement about how that actually read, because it was a two-part sentence.
We didn't,
No, but I was asking my lawyer about it. and
We
my
decided
lawyer
to-
said,
we sidestepped the question.
sidestepped the
And just
question.
said, go get their agreement.
Yeah.
It's Plan D.
So regardless of necessarily what it says in there, you've decided that go get that,
Plan
got it,
D,
okay.
if they approve.
they have to approve the revision to the open space.
What she
That's it.
said when she made the resolution. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted clarification on it, though, because I was
Okay.
Yeah, I was
Well,
actually.
I thought he said he would go get a legal opinion.
That's what I thought was the end of the discussion, so that's why I was asking.
Well, his legal, no, I don't think,
He said he was going to address that legally, and as well as going to.
Not what we want. We could, if
all
he,
right, well, put it in there as a condition.
That's why I'm asking the question, because I was.
Put it in there the way we think is best for us.
and then if he doesn't like
If
it,
he
he
needs to go
can
to the
come.
lawyer, but it says
Yeah.
in here, they've got to have unanimous
Yeah.
approval of the lot owners. So,
For the.
for a change or modification.
Not a change.
Now,
for
is it
the
is it,
disillusionment of it.
See, I
No,
think
it
frankly, I
says
think
shall not
we-
be modified, altered, amended, or changed, and we're going to do that.
Right.
Without written approval of the town of Greenwich, that's us, by the commission.
Yeah.
And may not be released, and that's the word I didn't understand.
Released, which means that there's no more open space.
But
Yeah,
actually, they
But
make it.
without the written approval of
Right,
said
the
commission,
release.
yeah, but how do you modify something?
See, they are releasing it because they're making the initial open space disappear and replacing it with different open
No, that's what
space.
the modification is. That's why I think.
Okay, can we
All
just
right.
get agreement?
If we sidestep that and we
Yes.
just say what we started to say simplistically and what we told him,
Yep.
which was,
Do it the easy way.
it's going to be a condition that you
Yes.
get their consent.
Yep, that's what we said.
That's what I
That's
just,
what we said. So let him come back to us. And
I didn't.
Just argue whatever he feels like.
Of this, getting a legal opinion or something. I don't recall that being a part of our discussion.
and it was, he proposed it,
Oh, well, I thought we
But
sort of agreed that,
where we got to, right.
okay.
and is it just the Corson's agreement,
Yeah.
or is it
I think
other
that's
abutting
the-
neighbors?
Well, I think they're the only adjoining property owners to the
On
open
that
space.
side, right, yeah, but obviously, there's other neighbors too, but it's
let's
just
go
the
for that.
Corson.
I read
Just
that as
them.
to be adjoining to the open space.
Okay. I'm going to do something easy, I think. I'm going to do.
Just one second, I got,
Yeah.
are you done with what you got?
Yeah.
Curiously,
Yes,
there is a sewer running through this property.
yes, we talked about that.
Well, we didn't
Months ago.
bring it up to him, but I think we just should direct them to the sewer report, page 773, regarding either it needs to be relocated or it's got to, they got to get an easement. Whatever it is, they just got to resolve it.
Actually, we told them that the very first time we heard this.
We've never heard this.
I know we've commented on it at some point.
But it was in our briefing, because we never
Yeah.
chatted with him before.
Okay. Oh, we
So
never checked
anyway,
there. Okay.
it's sewer memo, February 19th, 2016.
Perfect.
And we will always condition on,
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. So
Okay.
we've moved this to final.
So let me try the one that I think is easy, which is number 7 at 117 Greenwich Avenue.
Yeah.
For the rezoning from CGBR to CGBR HO, and I hereby move approval of that rezoning, since it is consistent with our plan of conservation and development, and it meets the 4 conditions given in 6109.1.
Well,
It doesn't meet the 4, that's not
meets
the-
3 of the 4.
3 of the 4.
Plus, there's an additional, the kicker has got to be, it's more than 40 years old. So that's one that we could say for sure. And then there are 4 standards.
it says that any or all of the following standards.
Yes.
And I would
I
like
said-
to incorporate,
Yes.
so at number 3, the that we are granting this HO in particular because of sub 3, the distinctiveness of the architectural character of the structure.
Well, excuse me, just one second, Nancy. We should probably go over under standards. We should say A, which is the 40-year-old one.
Right.
And then you go to the 1, 2, 3, 4s.
Yep.
Okay.
3, which is the distinctiveness of the architectural character of the structure. When it has been rehabilitated as set forth in the decision of the Historic District Commission of May 17, 2016.
I don't
That's a
see how you
condition.
can do that,
That's the
because
problem, I think.
what happens if they don't do that? Does that mean it's not an HO?
Yes.
Well, you can't do that, because once you legally notice something in the paper, then it is. And it can't be conditioned.
I think you have to condition the site plan.
I think that's right, and I think that I don't know if he'd even file the HO on this if we're not going to give him the site plan. I don't know whether, if we pass this as an HO, does he have to do anything after that, or once we pass it, that's it?
That's it.
Well, folks, listen to this. So he gets his HO.
Right.
And he doesn't do anything with his site plan after we approve it. Then he's got an HO, and he's a free man. And he doesn't have to
No, he's
do.
not a free man. He can't do anything without coming back to us.
Right.
To
He
get
can't- What if he does not do any of this work as mandated?
So he can keep it as a retail on the
He's got a
first and second floor?
retail on the
Then the
first
building
floor,
would
and
just
he's
be-
got nothing on the second floor.
Exactly.
Retail.
Well, he could put retail on the second floor. I guess he could turn it into an apartment, but he'd still have to come back to us for whatever.
For the change of use.
And then also at that point, any signage, anything, has to go to the HDC. I mean, once it's an HO, it is an HO.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether he does anything under the site plan.
Now, just a question, though, just
That's
pursuing
what I'm
this
worried
line.
about.
Right.
Pursuing this line that that Nancy's raising, which was the concern. Under an HO, can he change the use on the ground floor to not be retail?
No.
Well,
don't
yes,
think
he
that's-
could,
Yes,
but
he
subject
could.
to a special
But
permit
not
through the
without
Planning
our
and Zoning
permission.
It says
Commission.
any or all
Okay.
uses, but we have to approve
You
it.
have to
Right.
approve it,
Yeah.
right.
So you're good.
Right.
So-
But he
Okay.
technically could come in and ask for it because it says any use is permitted in any business zone,
I know.
but subject to a special permit through this
Okay.
commission.
So we go
I
back,
think we just, it's the leap we take.
okay. Okay.
Do we make any
Can't con-
recommendations about some of the particulars?
Well, I think the only thing we can do is what Nancy did, is to list those reasons
Right.
and why we are granting the HO on it.
The 3 out of the 4 conditions in
So-
6109.1.
If you said, instead of saying it conditioned, the distinctiveness of the architectural character as set forth in that, as,
I mean, we're using the
I'm
language.
not saying they've got to do it, I'm saying these are the features? That's,
Distinctiveness of
That
the
the-
architectural
yeah.
character.
And this is probably the one building that has kept a lot of some of the original character.
Yeah, it's
Why don't we say
And-
this? Why can't we say the distinctive architectural character of the structure as shown in, I think that wouldn't be conditioning anything. That would just be saying, we use that in
yeah,
in
that's our,
determining
what
the
we're considering,
appropriateness.
that's what we're doing.
But you got to be very careful,
just a
because we're
second,
not
I'm
crazy
seeing if
about
my-
what's
I'm
being
seeing if the
shown.
town
I don't
planners
think
did
that, I'm uncomfortable with that. I don't think that that gets you there, because, again, you know, as you're saying, it's what, he doesn't implement the plan. It's still an HO at that point.
Exactly.
that's
You
it, I
can't
mean,
enforce that, right?
Okay.
It's like if we rezone something to the HDZZ zone, we're gonna get 7-story buildings and 100, so I guess that's it.
Okay.
If you, once you rezone it, you rezone it. So, okay.
And they
I'm-
have to come back to us.
Well, we know, but I think listing the reasons we did it, that's fair. But I don't think, we just have to hope that we can get the controls under the special permit, because they can't do anything with it unless he has these, we can condition the hell
I
out
mean, I
of
think what
it.
you could do is note it in your decision, obviously it went to the
Right.
HDC, they gave you these comments, and that you were very
Whereas.
much in favor of
Whereas, yeah.
as whereas clauses,
Yeah.
but not as conditions per se, but you note them as whereas clauses. So that way, let's just say, for the sake of argument.
We
just-
took into
just to-
account.
Right, if you play this out for a second, so it gets an HO, they don't do anything, then the they sell it, next person shows up, and then they want to go to the HDC for something. It's noted in the decision letter that this was something of consideration and value to the commission, and that's now on record, so to speak. It's not a
Exactly.
condition, but it's on record.
Right, exactly.
Okay. Sounds good? Got that?
Yep.
Second.
Just a second, I want to make sure we get this one right.
Okay. So, yeah, as shown.
Just for the record, you have to say which one of the 4 doesn't
No, I
apply.
think, well, why don't we say 3 of the 4?
Okay, but which
Because-
3?
Oh, well, we're going to do 3A, which is the 40-year-old. It passes that test without, that's flying colors. And then sub 1, sub 2, sub 3.
Okay.
It's unique, its historical significance is clear, and then the distinctive architectural character, well, that's already been, that kind of goes with the rest of it. So those 3. The 4th one we can't, because that talks about an estate setting. Okay?
Yep.
I want to make sure Katie's
Oh, yes,
okay before,
yes,
oh,
sorry.
okay.
Thank you.
Before we go out the deep end.
Second.
Well, just a second, let's see. Before, I think we're okay, but before we.
You'll have to check that last one, because I didn't totally get that.
Okay. All in favor? It's been moved and seconded by Andy. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None.
Okay, now you guys get to bigger.
Why do I have 2 of these? Okay, what do you got on the site plan?
Okay, so,
Okay, let's start, can't we start with the facade on this, or do you want to start with the site, the plan?
go ahead, whatever you want. Whatever you want.
You're supposed to be doing,
Um,
I don't have any notes.
Okay, no, but when you say the facade, oh, so how we want to write, let's do the easy part.
Okay.
The easy part is that we approve the proposal to modify the final site plan that was approved in which the office use was linked to the retail, and that now 2,496 square feet of office will be there, which will not be linked to the retail versus the 1573.8 that would have been otherwise allowed, and that we will modify the parking requirements accordingly because of the HO status.
Well, no, I think okay.
And then that there will be no more than 12 employees there.
But when you say modify the parking standards, we have to say what the modification is, and because we have to say that we are not requiring any parking.
Right, okay, we were not requiring any parking.
And I think if you wanted to try to pick up on something that might, Katie, if you look at page 921 of our regs, it's about the CGBR zone. It says Division 15 shall be applicable to all other buildings except for use groups 1 and 3. Upon application for special permit, the commission may grant special permit authorizing a lesser number of parking, considering the following. And of the 4 things that are there, the third one, which is maintaining of existing buildings, contributing to the continuity of retail frontages.
Sounds good.
So I think using that,
It's a good idea.
we can,
Preserving the,
it doesn't say, that's,
Got it. It's just
we
for
are
proof.
preserving the thing, and we are changing the parking based on that.
Is that under 6155?
It is 6103.1. D, top of the page, 921.
Okay, then, that was good.
That's impressive.
Okay, also the ground floor is to remain retail.
Yep.
And then the other easy thing is that the applicant is to return to HDC for with the construction drawings, material samples, including the aluminum frame door, color samples, the AZEK material, shutters, and shutter hardware.
Let's talk about shutters for just a minute. 'Cause
Okay.
he said he would do whatever we said.
Okay, so that's the easy stuff, and now you guys are going to get into the hard stuff. Do you think I could go to the bathroom?
Now, I don't know, but I will, just looking at it, as far as I'm concerned, the panelized shutters, the panel shutters look better, even though I can't find them in any of the historical things.
They're not.
But he said that they, from his perspective, huh? He's
They're
lying?
willing to do the shutters.
Oh, no, I know they are, but he said that in his opinion, the panel was more in keeping with the Italianate.
I disagree, but that's all right.
He's consented to the way they
so
were.
what he's shown is something which is a contemporary version of.
So you guys all want the louvered
Louvered.
shutters?
But I think.
Louvered is what they did back then.
If he's going back to the historic district.
Let them
commission,
decide.
Let them decide.
Let them,
Otherwise-
No,
No, I think we should decide it, because
We can, but then we should decide everything and not send them back.
no, because they already said they
The only
conditioned.
reason I'm saying we could do it is because they didn't comment on the shutters in their letter. That was the missing
Oh, because
gap.
they hadn't seen them.
Oh.
they didn't see that photograph.
They didn't know about it. That's the problem.
All right, well, then we could say, I guess, if we're going to send them back for the other 6 things to HDC, we could just say that shall resolve the shutter issue with HDC? No?
No.
You want the
Louvered.
louvered?
Louvered.
Why are we taking a stand?
'Cause
on
just to
that?
get
I'm
it
gonna
done.
vote the wrong way if they are that way.
Because it's what was originally on the
It's what was
building.
there.
All right,
You have to take a stand in this life. Jeez.
all right.
Right.
Why don't we'll just do the louvered shutters.
Okay,
And
louvered.
then you need to say that they will comply with 1 through 7 of HDC. I mean, you need to say it, you know?
There was one he said, I thought, let me just.
The frame on the window has to be a metal frame.
Yeah, I don't think there's no way, if you look at
metal
this,
frame. They had a 3-2 vote because there were 2 people who wouldn't vote for metal frame. That's exactly how.
no, I understand that, but he didn't, but we can't, you can tell from this photograph that's metal,
Oh, it's gonna be metal.
and it's gonna be metal.
And that's what HDC voted on. They said metal. It was 2 people who voted against it.
Because they wanted wood.
They wanted wood.
I don't know how you got 2 of them, because I think one of them might be mine.
Could be, I was grabbing around here. Solid wall and the rest of it, incorporated moldings, I think that was all
So just
okay.
1 through 7.
All right.
Apply.
And so what are you saying about the transoms then? Because then we're locking them into the transoms.
They said the transoms are there, we just can't see them.
No, you can't see them in the elevation, but if you look at the section, you can see them in the sections.
No, but I mean, they're not
But
saying.
he's gonna have real glass in the one for the
Yeah.
doors going upstairs, and the one going above the retail, because of drop ceilings inside, is gonna just be a black panel, but it'll be a transom.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. And I got that there.
And in this one, I think we should make a finding that there shall be no additional signage in they call, they
Signage
haven't,
ban, all signage should be on the awning.
well, because that's what they presented. And if they want to change it, he said they don't want any signage down there. He said that all he wants it for is the flexibility in the future.
And the answer's
So
no.
make them come back in the future if they want to get rid of, take it off this, say they want to get rid, whatever.
Agree.
Any change to the facade, any change,
Goes
will have
to-
to come back to us.
And I do agree with Nick. If you look down the avenue, all the fixed signs are above the awning.
But he has a problem. If he changes it around, then he's got to create a structure over the awning. That's what he's gonna do.
He's not totally right about that.
Right now, it's recessed underneath.
I've seen a ton of them that
the
don't have
facade that
structures.
they're being obliged to restore.
Right, so it'd still be recessed.
Oh, well, that's, I
Well,
don't know. That's.
let's put it,
He could do the same thing by putting it up.
the awning again was not even commented on by HDC.
They hadn't seen it. Remember, they hadn't seen the picture. I'm not leaving.
I've seen this
Historical
picture.
closed.
Oh, I
Alright.
forgot.
I get to leave, though.
So
right.
1 through 7?
That's fine.
Yikes, I was packed up. All right, sorry.
Just a second.
I was all ready to leave, and it turns out that I haven't approved it.
Second.
I know we got a lot going.
Second, we need to
Okay,
vote.
Just a second. HDC facade. I think we should make one statement that the HDC decision rendered on 7/15/15 is being superseded by this application. Because ARC went ahead and did it, and so we
Right, yeah.
got to get rid of that one. So this is superseding
Vacate,
that
yeah.
7/15/15 decision.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I wrote myself a note to say.
You know what,
Okay,
Peter,
so-
we got one more to go.
You moved?
Yes.
Seconded? All in favor?
Aye.
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 I thought you were going the other way.
No, she was going to go the other way if we didn't do the,
If you- yeah,
if we had gone to the
I'm a-
panel.
I'm a fan of
If she had disagreed with the
I will not.
talented architects on the commission.
You want to invite somebody else? I want to go to an hour. I'll let you know tomorrow.
Okay.
All right,
He into it, so what the heck?
Andy did. Okay, on the Greenwich Historical Society, item
Okay.
number 6,
Andy's gone. Nick is seated.
Oh, I see.
I'd
So-
like to move,
Well, do you want to do the, okay, where are you doing? We should probably do the parcel subdivision first. Is that what
we
you were doing?
did that already.
Oh, okay, I see it. I'm sorry.
I'm sleepy, but we
Boy,
did
I'm
that.
Punchy. I know.
Punchy.
Look at my
Okay,
notes.
I'd like to, we hereby move this preliminary coastal site plan and special permit to final. And I'm going to give you the stuff out of sequence, a lot of it.
There is no
First of all, the applicant shall go before the HDC for a complete review, including landscaping and lighting, and obtain a certificate of appropriateness, and it shall not be required to go before ARC. The applicant must obtain from the DOT an approval of the change in the lease, and shall submit it. Here's the trick on this. If they don't get that approval, do we say now that if they don't get it, they should return with, they shall,
Why don't we just not worry about it? Because
Not
it's a
worry about it.
preliminary, well, it's a preliminary.
Okay.
So if we say they've got to bring it in
Okay.
on final, we'll see what.
They have it, actually.
they have it, yeah, okay.
It's a sort of.
The applicant shall
Okay.
go to the ZBA to get the special exception and the variance for the number of stories. Whereas the applicant is increasing the parking to, for 50 vehicles, and whereas the applicant represents that.
No, they're not 50, 47 or 48.
47, sorry.
47.
47, and they would require 50. I think is what
We don't know what
don't
they
know.
require.
I don't know
That
why
was
I
a
wrote
bogus
50.
number.
Okay, that was a bogus number. And that whereas the applicant has represented that in adding 26 spaces, they will,
They're not at 26. There's 23 from, they're 24.
24?
Well, I'm just subtracting the existing of 23 from the proposed of 47.
Okay, I thought it was the other way around, but
I
we'll
can
check
look
it,
fine.
okay.
They include their handicap spaces, we don't include that.
Okay, so they're adding 24, which, and they will continue to, they will not be increasing their public assembly space to accommodate more than 100 people as at present. And they said that they would operate, I don't know how to word this, that they don't anticipate a growth in staff at this point, but then they said they might add people.
Well, I don't think that's too relevant, but I think you could put it in almost as a whereas clause. I don't know
Okay.
what the condition could be. It's just a whereas clause, because
Yeah.
I don't, we
Whereas
can't
there may
condition,
be
we
more-
can't condition the final with anything.
Right. And the
Unless you
applicant
want to
shall.
say the applicant shall clarify that staff to be added,
Yeah.
any staff.
Where I was going to this is that they were gonna be, it's okay if I say the parking is less non-conforming? You don't mind my saying that, right?
No, I don't know that it is. How do we know that
We
it's?
don't know that.
Well, they're adding spaces and they're not adding employees or public assembly capacity, so it's gonna be less
Why do we,
non-conforming.
preliminary?
But they're adding square footage, but they're not adding places where people can gather, they're
Well,
not gonna have gatherings.
I
Why
don't
not?
think,
See, that's what,
gallery space,
I think the issue there is that this is an educational use, and that is up to the commission's
Yeah.
discretion. So if you feel it complies with parking, you can make a determination
okay.
final.
Um,
You don't
but-
have to make a decision now.
What I want to get
Right,
in
we
there
don't
is
need
that
to. That's
they
what-
said that their public spaces were not going to.
They do not intend to have events exceeding 100, which is their current,
That's it. That's why I just want to get that in there.
That's 100 guests at an event for the
Yeah.
whole site.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to make sure we got in there.
100 to 100.
The applicant shall review,
no, I
Fire
think
department
you
cap
said
on
it
that.
or something.
the applicant shall review the retaining wall heights for compliance with our regulations. And again, I'm getting a little out of sequence here, but there is a whereas that this proposal will now allow all the archival material to be kept on site, and that this is consistent with our POCD in terms of protecting historic resource. In addition, and again, I'm going back to the conditions, that they shall give us a phasing plan. And do you want to make the note about the emergency generator? No, right?
I don't, I think you could just say they are providing emergency generation and air conditioning for the, the new facilities. Because I
Okay.
think they're going to probably put it into that tavern
Yeah.
building, the lobby, and into the new.
And then the last thing was
Archives building.
that they are to review the turning radius for the school bus drop-off.
Can we say they should demonstrate
Demonstrate? Yeah, sure.
the bus loop and turning radiuses and drop-off for bus in the new parking area?
Off-street.
Off-street,
That's,
Okay.
it should be off-street.
well,
So they're
off-street,
buses, yeah.
and
Definitely.
turning radiuses and back-out spaces for vehicle area, vehicles in the parking area as well.
Okay, do you guys want to say anything about 6139, or just not touch it?
No.
Okay.
They're
All right.
aware of it. I mean, they have to comply.
That,
Something up.
in that messy way, I think we got everything.
We did talk to them about a valet parking service,
And they said they would do that.
Yeah.
so we should have that in there as a.
Okay, you got that, Patrick,
at,
valet parking?
What number would trigger that? Anything
Um,
above 100, which is the number that's moving?
Yeah, I think that's why I wanted
I-
to put in that thing about 100, but they've
I
only
think they
got
should, our usual standard is if they,
85% of
yep,
them.
then they should at least have a plan available.
Sure, yeah, 85%. Because
Yes.
they only have the 47 parking spaces, and
Yes.
at 100, they would be sold out. Because some people do
Parking
go.
guy said not, he said it would go.
Is there anything to mention about their capital campaign, or?
No.
Not our
Sounds
job.
good.
It's 85% of the available parking on site.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that is kind of it, guys.
Well,
All right.
it's preliminary, so, you know.
I know, if
Can't
we're
get too
getting a
excited.
little punchy, we'll catch it, the file. So anyway, moved, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Zilch. Good night.